as the building these ships, these great Navy vessels, to go out and challenge the world for a Navy. We didn't have no Navy. We didn't have no army of sharpshooters. As my colleagues coming in for equipment down from a weekend of just attempting to get some sensibility over to we the people. But if it does not meet logic, if it does not meet METE, what is logical and what is practical for your circumstance, why would I allow you to just drag me on into a war? He said, well, I supported that. No, the Sheikh Ambassador Imam Akbar totally against you bombing anybody. Bomb ye not, for ye shall be bombed in the most horrible fashion. You can't bomb anybody back to the Stone Age. You shouldn't be walking around in leadership with that mentality. Oh, if it was too much trouble, we just bomb them back in the Stone Age. You really like flexing that kind of power? It's not nothing nice, brother and sister. War and revolution, especially revolutionary war, will get muddy and tend to get bloody. And if you ain't willing to kill to live, then you shouldn't have war in your vocabulary. I say, my.
So I mean, like, is the uranium enrichment concern being overblown in y'all's opinion? Because I mean, like, that's kind of what I'm understanding. Like, because anything that we do, like, especially under this administration, is going to be like in some sort of interest of Trump or some sort of interest of the U.S. Like, it's not for because they want to liberate the people. Like, I don't have any illusions about that. I don't think Trump really gives a fuck, or people in his cabinet or in his administration. But like the stated, kind of what the U.S. gets out of it is, well, we have to deter development of nuclear weapons, and I guess like this is a quote unquote imminent military threat. So, I mean, is that overblown? Or, I mean, because if true, like, wouldn't we have kind of a duty to respond in that situation and ensure that we are mitigating that possibility? No, just let them.
Would argue that.
So let them make an atom bomb.
Answer to that
nuclear
question
bomb
is
uranium.
I would argue that it's no. When America, it should always strategic reasons that will benefit hegemony or within the region that we're trying to protect. Now, if the Iranian people patient, that's the way of doing it. But we have merely armed for people who had gone. They were just fighting with their mowed down like ants. You just simply start clear that they could fight for their freedom. We coordinated with that. They calls themselves knocking off heads of governments as Americans harm. The ones who seem to are harming his buddies. All dictators. That's what he himself to be. I think the this bombing will benefit because, which is what they're wanting. I question whether this is, quite honestly, we have enough here. We don't have any and I'll land there.
Yeah, we didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. You and the Matrix bad.
I was arguing that with the U.
Brother, you're not arguing anything right now. We're gonna move the mic around. We cannot hear you. You have a bad signal. So just come back when you, or turn your Wi-Fi off, go on data. Every other word is coming out, so.
Shoot, I thought that was me.
Should work if he goes out and comes back in. So, the propaganda machine again is governing the mind. The sentiments of the people are being governed. Propaganda, the axis of evil is over there. If we don't get the axis of evil immediately, we're going to be through as a government. They're going to destroy our world. There's a boogeyman coming in your window any minute. So, to vilify and say things to cause people to be in favor of bombing and wars it's not the way. Maybe a way. Those that have done it in the past at some point live to regret those decisions to bomb others. And they're using, I'll take personal, our uranium on my land. My land is here. 10,000-year history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Another history connected to our Kiba land, to the Africa, especially Burkina Faso, or the Ibria. We try to bring enough red berets and enough black berets to curtail or to stop this unrelenting energy to war or to bomb somebody. You don't know the feeling until your people were bombed at Philadelphia, the whole goddamn block. No one has sensitivity for that. It's a terrible report to tell the captain, but I have to tell you the truth. They bombed out Tulsa, Oklahoma, streets, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, and burned it to the ground, leveled it so we no usage value left. Well over 3,000, maybe over 4,000. I have 3,000 and some odd numbers of people bombed at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Another few thousand bombed and burned in Tanzania and South Africa to match it. And it is not a comfortable feeling when you feel blood lineage, your blood people are being bombed. It's a terribly uncomfortable feeling. You don't walk around thinking about anything else except your people just got bombed.
We got some breaking news.
Just got bombed.
Ambassador, we have breaking news.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Shout out to our brother Neoliberal. Thank you for the update. Satellite image shows an Iranian ship ablaze in Qanar. Hold on, it just jumped. Ooh, the chat is busy. Iranian ship ablaze in Qanarak, a port city southeastern Iran on the Gulf of Oman. Source Van Tortek. So it's going down, guys. Keep the breaking news coming. We appreciate you, citizen reporters, because social media is definitely letting us know what's going on.
And I've been trying to get us fresh clips. However, I just don't want us to keep repeating information, even in these clips. So sometimes I'm not able to listen to the conversation in the room because I'm just trying to grab some fresh clips. But let's just please keep it to current events. as long as they're germane to, if you're with
what happened was,
you know what, Haitian? Oh my God. So, yeah, I don't want us to jump on over because then people get confused because when I came back to listen, I was confused. So, Iran, Israel, that's it, that's all.
So I sent the link of how we are going to do the transition, and this is what His Majesty gave us. And you can have all the informations you have, you want to know there, and we would be happy if you have anything like doesn't make sense there. We would be happy if you inform in the website. There is a place you can just give your comment about this, but this is the official document.
So I think I might have found a new clip. Let me just start streaming.
The Middle East. It is not an artificial creation like many of the countries in this region carved up after World War I. It is an ancient bedrock of the region, and now it is up in the air. It is profoundly destabilized, and that has potential consequences for the entire globe.
The Parthenians and the Sasanians and the Afsharid Empire. I mean, Iran and the Persians have this extraordinary history and culture that you so importantly bring up. But I think, Richard, the impact of the 1979 revolution in Iran that was brought to it from Paris, aboard an Air France plane, with the coordination and help of the West, mostly the United States. But that regime has had so much impact, as you were saying, but not only with Richard, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let's go to the Israeli Prime Minister.
This fateful campaign will continue as long as it is needed, but you need to really be resilient and strong. I would like to thank President Trump for his historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him, bless him, for this close collaboration. It has truly reached a record of all time, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been calling out for death to Israel, for death for the Americans, and it has brought about the deaths of many Americans and Israelis. Everyone knows that a murderous regime should have nuclear weapons and can continue threatening the entire humankind, and of course us as well. We started in order to end this threat completely. On the second day of that war for our revival, we said we would change the Middle East. We did it, then the rising lion, and now we will do so even more so with the roar of the lion war. This morning, with a surprising hit, a blow, we hit out at the tyrant Khamenei. For 3 decades, he has been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all the General Staff and others. We would like to thank that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime. This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out of the streets in the masses, because you have to complete this work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help has arrived. And now the time has come to reunite all of you, all the Persians, the Kurds, the Baluchis, the Iranians. The time has come to unify yourselves and to truly topple this regime and ensure your future. Dear Israeli citizens, throughout the entire war, I watched your resilience. You did not fall into those traps of depression. On the contrary, you stood tall and you gave backing to the government, to the heroes fighting, and to me in order to lead that struggle for our existence. That is exactly how a people of lions fight. Over the next few days, we will still need to stand steadfast and adhere to all the demands and all the instructions of the Home Front Command.
So let me pause this. So then I turned it to
No, I know what it is. No, I'm saying like, what is like? No, I know what it is.
Okay, so keep playing. Okay, I'm sorry.
Tremendous symbolism that today is Purim, the 11th day of Adar. Yosef Trumpelbor fell at the Tel Hai battle. His heritage, his heroism is burning within us. At the monument in the panhandle of the Galilee, you can see the roaring lions monument. For many times I always visited there and looked at that monument, and I always saw you, our people, us, the entire nation of Israel, and with the help of God, that roar of the lion of our soldiers and our pilots will be heard throughout the world. And today, more than ever, the entire world knows Am Israel Chai, the people of Israel live.
The Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly at the end of his comments directly to the Iranian people. I want to bring back Richard Engel. He is in Tel Aviv. Richard, the Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion, and President Trump also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take.
This message that we just heard, I was listening to his Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments as well. This mission that Israel has launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that it is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, now it's up to them, that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is an incredibly risky and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful. Generally, regime changes can happen in one of three ways. You can either send in American troops or foreign troops in general, like the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they bring in opposition leaders like Karzai or Chalabi with them, and then install them as puppet leaders. The U.S. did that in both Iraq and Afghanistan and ended up staying there for many years, and the country still collapsed in both cases into infighting and internecine war and civil war. Or you can hope that there'll be some sort of popular uprising, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are encouraging, or they can try and engineer some sort of coup, which I think there are many in the U.S. Military who would prefer that third option, that if there was enough military power that there are those in the Iranian government or those in the Iranian military who realize that they have entered into a fight that they cannot lose, and they overthrow the top leadership. But this middle path, the path of hoping that there'll be a popular street revolution and that it will turn out well in a country of 90 million people with deep historic risks, is far from certain. But that is the message that we have been hearing almost word for word from President Trump, and now just moments ago from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Indeed, Richard. I mean, President Trump also, part of his comments, he spoke directly to the armed forces and police of Iran, saying that if you depose your arms, you will have total immunity, or if you don't, you will face certain death. It's really all about the reaction now to, first of all, Richard, how effective the decapitation of the top echelon of the Iranian regime has been, and then what remains of that regime does going forward.
Well, in every war, you would want to know how it ends. What is the day after? What is the exit strategy? And I have not heard really from anyone involved in this military campaign how it is supposed to end, other than this hope that the government will sort of crumble and that an opposition will return. There has been talk in the past about reinstating the Shah. I'm not sure that it's a total accident that Israel chose to name this operation the Lion's Roar. The lion is a symbol of Israel. It is also the old symbol of the Shahs of Iran. If you look at some of the posters and placards that the protesters were holding up calling for the return of the Shah, many of them had the sun and the lion on them. And going back to the days of the Shah, before the 1979 revolution, the Shah was a close ally of the United States. The Shah was a close ally of Israel. When the Shah was overthrown, he escaped and ultimately ended up in the United States. That is why, according to the Iranians, they took over the U.S. embassy and held the diplomats hostage, because they wanted the Shah to be returned from the United States, sent back to Iran, so he could be tried for war crimes and crimes against his people. I was just in the former U.S. Embassy a couple of weeks ago. It has now been turned into a museum celebrating that takeover, celebrating the kidnapping of those American hostages, which Iran thought was a historic triumph, because inside the embassy compound they found espionage equipment. Like in many embassies, there are also intelligence stations. So there is this desire that isn't being openly talked about, to potentially change the regime and bring back what was there before, which was the royal family.
So much has changed in just the last couple of months. I'm thinking just even the operation that was carried out in Caracas on the 3rd of January, how that was carried out, and the repercussions of something like that. But Richard, much more to discuss. We're going to continue with our breaking news. I appreciate your contributions, but it is the top of the hour right now, 2 p.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 p.m. in Tehran, as Iran carries out retaliatory strikes after both the U.S. and Israel staged a major joint attack on the regime. Video shows what appears to be a plane, or most probably a drone, which you were telling us, slamming into a residential building in Bahrain. We're also seeing this strike near a U.S. naval base, also in Bahrain. Take a look at that. Officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets there. Also in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia has seen its territory attacked. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties. Now, within the last hour, U.S. Central Command posting this video of the early morning coordinated strikes. Officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. The Prime Minister of Israel saying that there would be definitely some activity the next couple of days. NBC's chief correspondent, Keir Simmons, is with us from Dubai once again. Keir, the fact that Morocco would step up and say that they show their complete solidarity and support of, among other places, Saudi Arabia. We have to remember that Morocco has been plagued with the Polisario Front, supported by Iran for decades now, but also other countries in the Middle East also supporting what is going on and opposing Iran, including a conversation that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia just had with Egypt.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Iran, what's happening in this specific region in the Gulf area. The Arab countries here in the Gulf and more widely Jordan, Turkey, Middle Eastern countries, as you mentioned, North Africa, they weren't united in their view of the potential for a strike by the Trump administration on Iran. They are now united in their reaction almost entirely. There are some differences. The Omani foreign minister, who was mediating the talks between Iran and the US, put out a scathing statement earlier today questioning why the Trump administration would launch these strikes when negotiations were continuing. But as you mentioned, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who is an increasingly towering figure in the region, has been speaking to other leaders, including to the president of the United Arab Emirates, where I am. And that is a kind of uniting of those two leaders that we haven't seen for some time. And Mohammed bin Salman, offers complete support for the United Arab Emirates because I am here in Dubai and we have heard explosions right the way through the day. You mentioned CENTCOM. CENTCOM, just as we came to air this hour, Jose, putting out a statement saying it has, and this is US Central Command for people who don't know, saying that they have successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched in retaliation to the strikes. Now, that doesn't surprise me from what we've been hearing. What has surprised me, though, is the images that we have seen. You showed the really frightening one at the beginning there, but the images that we have seen of civilian infrastructure being hit, that apartment block in Bahrain. There's also pictures of a substantial fire outside of a hotel here in Dubai, on a very famous part of Dubai called Palm Jumeirah. And the authorities here in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi, they are saying that they have intercepted many of these missiles and drones. They say that it's been a successful operation. Some of the damage on the ground that we're seeing will be the debris from those interceptions landing. But that drone flying into that apartment building is clearly not that. And that is going to stiffen minds. It's going to stiffen this region. And when we talk about whether this is going to escalate, Jose, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. At what point do these countries, who are very cautious in their approach to things, always look for stability, at what point do these countries start to act on what they're now saying, which is that they reserve the right to take their own measures in reaction to this targeting? What the Iranians are trying to do is just try and help people understand, who may be thinking, why is this happening? What the Iranians are trying to do is not just target bases with US servicemen and women in the region, but also by hitting countries that are allies and partners of the United States in this way, hope that those governments will go to Washington and say, listen, you need to stop this. Now, that may still happen. We're in the first day of this, clearly, and this can shift and change the way war does, and there can be a change of view. It can all become too much. But right now, what the Iranians are doing is effectively uniting the region against them, and that cannot be, frankly, for a regime that is weak and is isolated, it is now even more isolated. That being said, there are signs that the kinds of things that we have worried about with an operation like this are playing out. So there are reports that there is simply no marine traffic in the Strait of Hormuz at this point. That's probably not surprising given the threats, but that, as we've been saying again and again, carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. That will impact the oil price and potentially the world economy as we look towards next week, because I think that we have to assume that this is not going to be over in days. I think, frankly, this certainly will stretch into next week, if not beyond. So there is all of that to take in and comprehend, Jose. There are many ways in which this can get out of control, escalate, not go the way that President Trump has planned and hoped for.
I was particularly interested.
Okay, I'll pause it for a second. Did anyone have any comments?
To say the way that Donald John Trump, president, has proceeded without the consent and the volition of the people. I don't know there's an overwhelming number of people supporting the idea of bombing somewhere that has not bombed you back or did not intend to bomb you. So that becomes, again, the syndrome of the bully that's on. Yes, sir. The bully that's on the playground. No one took his basketball. He'll walk up and take somebody's basketball, and then block access to him getting his ball back. So that reputation is because we have not clad the Lord who can and cannot have weapons, etc. So we have been self-declared the war commander and chief of wars, etc. And that's not a good sign right now to people who are in the know of this.
Serena, you asked to come up. Would you like to speak? Serena Ava? Well, we can't hear you. You might want to leave and come back. I saw that you raised your hand.
Can I give a comment, please?
Yes, I saw you had a lot to say in the chat as well as others. Go ahead, but please make it a short flight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tiandria, for playing that for us. As you could hear at the beginning of what Tiandria played for us, you could hear about some militias that this plan of the militias and so-called ethnic minorities, which they say they are oppressed. This is about how to say it. This is about loyalty to the regime. There is some parts of Iran that people are not loyal to the regime, and they have been fighting for a long time. And Israel and a part of EU plans to just arm them, and then they make a civil war in Iran so that they make it free somehow. But I'm one of those so-called minorities which we don't accept that we are all Iranian. And these problems are made by the regime, so when they are gone, we won't have problems like that. Another plan is by the Republicans, that they have worked on it for a long time, and it's called MEK. They want to install a new republic, and there is a figure there. It's called Mariam Rajavi. She's hatred. She's really hated in Iran. Nobody likes her, and she's actually a princess from a dynasty before Pahlavis. So the people abolished that kind of power. It was a really corrupt power, a really corrupt system that we abolished, and then we established the Pahlavi monarchy after that. And the third plan is the Pahlavi that we fought for it in the last 3 years. And it all started with the Women Life Freedom Movement in 2022. EU was intervening about this protest. Some parties of Israel were doing it. US, everybody was just trying to install their own puppet there, and they were doing propaganda really, really good. And we fought in the West. You saw us. We were protesting a lot, and that was the reason that we wanted to have our own plan, no puppet. And the son of the Shah, the Crown Prince of Iran, kind of stepped in about the same time in 2022, and people actually trust him because we are sick of our politicians. They are all corrupt somehow. And he has a team of 300 to 400 opposition figures. Many of them were former political prisoners, former officials who didn't like the regime. They wanted to reform it, and they couldn't. Many of them have been to prison for a long, long time. Many of them are from these so-called ethnic minorities. And he has gathered a group, and they have a plan to change and transition to a free Iran after that. And they have, as I said, and I sent the link, there is also a plan designed by these people so that we don't lose our sovereignty and just cancel these stupid projects. Everything we need is that these defected armed forces and these policemen who were arrested 2 months ago, they refuse to kill people. They just come and join this movement. They're ready. They want to just come and help the people. The people are the first thing here, and then the plan. And people also supported him. They chanted his name in January. They chanted his father's name, his grandpa, and everybody is ready. The reason you see Iranians are saying that leave us alone somehow, and they're saying we like the bombing, something like that, is because they are nervous. If we lose this opportunity, we will never have it. Either we will have civil war, or we will have one of these foreign projects designed for many years to destabilize us. And it went in January 8th and 9th.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
You get to speak again. Okay. Is Serena there? Serena, you asked to speak.
Hello, guys.
Serena?
I hope. Can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Yes. I want to say that I'm from Iran, and I have a message to European leaders. You have gone pacifically.
I'm sorry, are European leaders here in this room?
Yes.
What are we doing?
Because I have a message for the leaders and European and other.
Are they here?
Let him talk, man. He doesn't have good internet from home.
Okay, go ahead, Jesus.
Okay, the internet is so weak because of the Islamic barbaric regime that occupied my country, and people in Iran not only support a peace for the world, but also want to remove this barbaric Islamic regime from Iran and bring peace for the world. And Israel and America and all people must stand with Iranian, because this barbaric Islamic regime is very dangerous, not only for Iran, but also for the safety, for the world's safety. Please understand, more than 45 years, we are occupied with this Islamic regime. Please stand with USA. Please stand with Israel. Please stand with Iranian people. Please stand. And don't listen to propaganda that this barbaric Islamic regime have in the world, and by lots of European leaders to get their support. People, they are also attacked to residential area. You know, they are attacking Bahrain. They are attacking Qatar. But If your war is between you and Israel, why do you attack Qatar? Why do you attack Bahrain? The world, the people must hear our voice. Must hear our voice. I'm stressed because maybe my internet will be down because I'm connecting with Siphon that the people out of the Iran support us for to have a poor internet. People, I wanna that you send a message, to send email to European leaders, because some of the European leaders don't support us. Please tell European leaders, you have gone pacifically soft and lost your zeal for confronting Israel, apparently unless it's on your front porch. The Islamic regime will be danger for you. When the regime don't be changed, they attack all of the world. I promise you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Maybe my connection is poor. Maybe I can't speak. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Okay, I have a clip of the junior player from Arizona, Ruben Gallego. Would we like to hear that? I queued it up for us, so let me just go ahead and play.
Well, I woke up this morning and was trying to start breakfast for my son, and of course turned on TV and just started seeing this. And look, you know, for me as an Iraq War veteran, someone that had to go into some very dangerous situations, saw way too many of my friends die in the war. It really is scary how quickly we just lurched to war without any plans. And for something I don't think is in actually our interests, especially putting the men and women of our community, of our country at risk. It's disgusting, and I think that we should do everything we can to stop this war and pull out before it gets worse.
Have you spoke with Democratic leadership? The House is set to take up a war powers resolution. Will there be a similar move in the Senate?
There will be a similar move in the Senate. We've been, myself and a couple other senators led by Tim Kaine have been actually working to make sure that we put a war powers resolution together to make sure that we try to stop, this illegal slide to war, which is, again, very dangerous, not just for our, U.S. troops, our allies, but also for, the Iranian people themselves.
Now, Senator, so far, only a small amount of Republicans have come out publicly against the move. We know Representative Tom Massey has been vocal since the beginning. Are you hearing anything behind the scenes from your colleagues?
Not yet. Look, I know there's some senators that have had misgivings before in the past, but I think there will be some. And I think there has to be some, because this is a very dangerous situation. We went to war without a plan. We went to war without permission from the U.S. government. We went to war with a country that is even significantly bigger than Iraq. And is not exactly going to give up as easy as I think people plan. This is why you don't do this types of things. This is why you actually work with Congress, and actually this is why you don't go to war. Again, this is not in our interest. It's not our interest to go to war. Maybe it's in the interest of the Gulf Coast countries. Maybe it's in the interest of Saudi Arabia, Israel, but it does not mean that we need to be expending our own energy, our own blood for those countries, because at the end of the day, there are better ways to handle this, and we are going to end up, unfortunately, in a worse situation than when we started.
Senator, you're a veteran of the Iraq War. You've spoken about how you lost friends in that war. Today, the president came before cameras and said U.S. members may lose their lives. What's your reaction?
Look, it's typical of just him and all these other people that are very, they're just dismissive of what happens. They don't understand what actually it means to go to war. They don't understand being a young man and being told to go into combat, having to put on that armor even after your friend died, and going into a war that is also illegal. Going on patrol every day after my friends had been blown up, and then having to do my job effectively and having to protect myself, protect my fellow Marines, was a hard job, and all the consequences that come from that for years and years. And that's a danger when you have these show horse leaders who've never actually had to sacrifice, never understand the full element of what it means to actually have to put your life on the line. And that's why it scares me when they just decide to go to war without actually thinking about the full consequences about how you get in and out of it, and whether we should be doing it at all. Because people are going to suffer because of this, for generations. Again, because you have a president, you have a lot of people around him, including Republicans, that were just there to cheer him on instead of actually put a check on this, some of these stupid moves.
Senator, you mentioned consequences from this war. Right now, New York and Los Angeles, they're on heightened alert. Should Americans here at home be confident in their safety in the coming days?
Look, I think they should be very professional law enforcement all over the country. But what I think we should be worried about is, again, that you have an administration that didn't think thoroughly all this through. We don't have to be in this situation. For many years, we actually had Iran's nuclear ambition contained. The president basically got rid of that plan, had no plan of how to actually stop Iranian nuclear proliferation without going to war. And that's the main reason why I voted for the first time around when it came to the Iran nuclear deal in 2006. And now we're in this situation where men and women are putting their lives at risk right now. Our regional partners are also putting their lives at risk. There are innocent civilians in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and UAE that are also not being put at risk because of these leaders that were so gung-ho and were so ready to go to war. They don't actually understand the full fallout, what that means for everybody.
Now, Senator, as someone who has seen war up close as yourself, how do you weigh the administration's, argument that these strikes were necessary to deter Iran from more conflict in that region?
There's a lot of ways you can do this, and it doesn't mean that we have to just let Iran do whatever it wants. There's a lot of limited ways that you can actually, deal with Iran. Some kinetic, in terms of warlike things, surgical strikes, things of that nature. Some that can be outside of Iran. Some it could be cyber. Some it could be, economic sanctions. There's so many ways to stop this. The last thing that we need to be doing is starting a full regional war, especially one that, again, in the long term is not in our interest, and we could have handled a lot by diplomatic routes and by agreements like we did with the first go around when it came to nuclear war with the Iran nuclear deal.
All right, Senator Ruben Gallego, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For more on the potential threats to the U.S. homeland, let's bring in ABC's Andrew Dibbert. He's here right now. Andrew, what are you seeing here at home in terms of security?
Yeah, so there are.
Okay, I'll just pause it for a second. Did anybody want to say anything?
No, I'm just glad to hear somebody who's been there saying it's no point in doing this bullshit.
No, it's really. I'm sorry, Patty.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, while it's playing, I'm seeing the clips. Like, there are people in the streets. I saw one of the missiles hit the apartment buildings. Really, really just devastating. And I just, this is crazy. In the previous newscast, they were talking about how in Israel, they're more prepared, but in the places that are currently being hit with the drones and other, they're not used to it. So, like, not prepared. And people are dying. Like, this is just really sad.
America.
It really pisses me off when people think that shit is easy. It's not easy. Like, even wars are not easy. People, it's going to cost a lot of money. You're not going to be able to stabilize that fucking country. Simulations at the Army War College, right? Carlisle Barracks. It's a PA. They do it with and Iran is the simulation war. There's never been anything that's came good from it. Nothing. I don't understand why. Like, I don't get it, man.
Because they're not going to go there, Patty. That's why. That's why they're so gung-ho.
No, they're going to go. They're going to go.
If it is a draft.
Because, like, even draft, they got draft memos, like, like with the same, they got, the simulation for lots, like, draft memos of what it looks like to leave someone behind. So you might not get your kid back. You might not even, so it's like, leave them behind the terrain in that country, even the estimates, right? So it's through the strategic leadership is anywhere from 20 to 30 personnel. Where the fuck are we gonna get people for night? Where the fuck are we gonna get Americans to fight a fucking war with over 90 million people in a country? Last night, Haitian was on the phone. Haitian, Lisa, all of them was in the room when I had to freaking do something, right? One of the senior leaders said, he said, fuck MAGA. It again, and I put it on speakers so that he said, fuck MAGA. He said, these motherfuckers ain't gonna die. These motherfuckers don't know. They don't know shit. We're on high alert now. Like, anybody, you think you're safe in a nominative position, they want us to have our A bags and B bags packed. Just for alerts. That doesn't mean that we're gonna have boots on ground, but that's an alert in case they decide that they want to fucking send some fucking leaders out there to fucking manage some troops that's gonna die.
I have a few updates. So, according to the Red Crescent in Iran, already 200 people killed, something over 700 people injured. In about 2 hours, there is going to be a UN Security Council meeting at the request of Bahrain, and Turkey's Erdogan said that U.S. Israeli strikes on Iran violated sovereignty. Has called them to cease, also said that retaliatory strikes on Gulf countries are also unacceptable.
I don't know.
What you mean they gonna die automatically, Patty? Or you saying they just have a chance?
They're not letting us use their country.
You're in the Matrix.
You're in the Matrix, Patty.
Am I in the Matrix also?
No.
Thank you, brother. So wait, what are the girls in this room saying? I don't know. I need to catch up on this because I've been living my life. But it sounds like y'all are defending Iran. Because someone let me know what the Negroes are thinking. Or y'all just hate Trump so much that y'all are like going against. I don't know. I'm literally not joking. So is it y'all mad because Trump doing this? Or y'all saying we don't need this to happen?
Let me tell you something. If Obama would have did it, I would have said, what the fuck is he doing?
Okay. Thank you for that.
What the fuck is you talking about?
So this is just some BS. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's BS if they're talking about putting extra security in New York and LA. It's like our government worried too.
Of course they is.
Yeah, what's going on, BT?
Of course they are, but the thing I was gonna say with it, and I don't know if it already came up, I personally feel like there's some shit a lot of us miss, because outside of us in this room and the other rooms that's actually having this conversation, niggas is standing in line for Jordans and worried about other shit, where this shit is gonna be a domino effect. It's not just gonna stay in Dubai and Iran You know, like, this shit gonna hit home at some point.
Yeah, they're gonna have to guarantee you that the cells are getting ready to move within the country.
Yeah, they're reporting extra security measures at religious institutions in New York and LA, but I think they might need to take it to like transportation too.
Yeah, everything. Cause you don't know where that shit could come from.
Can Jordan stop catching strays? Seriously.
I know, like, the attack on Jordan's is ridiculous.
It's not even the attack on Jordan, it's the attack on the people. We ain't talking about that. We talking about the niggas standing in line.
They niggas still start standing in line.
Nobody's
Jordan is
standing in line
just,
anymore.
we think of us automatic.
Niggas was literally standing in line today. What are you talking about?
You gotta stay on topic.
Stay on topic.
Because I see a lot of hate comments toward Iranians on in the comment section. You know, I just wanted to say.
Who's no Iranians? I don't see no hate.
I don't think
it's all right. You know, I don't
cares to even hate on.
I don't blame them.
Someone in there writing all sorts. Fuck Iran, fuck all that. There's someone in there writing that. Is that?
Yeah, you know, that's why we wanted them
one
to
comment,
go.
and that's hate. That's everyone hating, or is that one?
Yo, you here for the conversation or just the room? Which one?
No,
I think
there's
this
a guy
is
here.
supposed to inform us Americans about what's going on. BT. So
Yeah.
listen.
You know, I just wanted to tell him that the same people who shoot missiles toward your country today, they also killed our people a couple of months ago.
Yeah, so
I
has
mean,
Saudi
it's not-
Arabia, so has UAE.
Yeah, I'm
they
sorry,
funded
brother.
terrorism too, and we're not over there fucking blowing shit up. So, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, that they targeted your country. We tried everything to stop them, but
That's a sister,
they
not
were
a
just
brother,
killing
man.
us.
Can we get back to the new? What is the point of
Yeah,
that?
seriously.
Let's just keep Jordans out of it. For the less educated like myself, because someone used to give me up.
Gave your ass the boot.
Who BT?
I did.
Oh, BT, you ain't even lying, son. Damn, cousin.
I don't know, this might be a stupid question, but was this all a part of the plan? Like, you know how we hear they got these 10, 20, 30, or even more year plans? Like, was this all a part of the plan?
Can I answer?
Whose plan?
Whoever's plan. The powers that be. I don't know.
A plan for what? Like, I'm real now confused.
So Brooklyn, yeah, have you heard like whether it's something going on in your inner city, anywhere where the people in power, they planning ahead, they planning 10 years down the line, 15, 20, some even 30 years down the line, and that's for infrastructure, different systems, different organizations,
I'm not
just
in
different
the know.
things.
I'm not in the know, so I wouldn't know. I don't know what they planning.
Right, so why you coming on mic then?
No, but I don't think none of anybody in the know. Ain't none of us has the state in. So I think everything that you're gonna get from that answer would be an assumption. We don't know if it's a plan or if it's not a plan.
Okay, that's why I said...
Unless somebody is in the know that I don't know about.
That's why I specifically said, does anyone think it's a part of the plan?
We don't know.
Very important. No one asked you if you know, Arthur.
Well, you just asked the room. You just asked the room. Some answer said, we don't know. That's an answer.
You can't speak for everyone, so you're not a we. So thank you.
Yo, who the fuck is that she's talking on some dumb shit? Somebody told me about fucking the group.
It's no more.
Oh. stop doing that.
Be easy with the guns today, guys.
Nah, I'm not gonna be easy at all. Because
not if you're gonna come at me like that without answering the question. Like, I'm just simply answering the question. You want to come in, we can pull out the guns.
No. What's going on?
The clip that I was playing, they have now moved to talking about how Pakistan declared a war. So I'm trying to find a different clip. So I mean, we have a lot.
You talking about Pakistan with the Taliban? With Pakistan Taliban?
Yeah. So it's a lot going on. So I'm trying to keep us on the current topic.
And Tiandra, India is supporting them as well. Taliban.
Yeah, the last thing they want is the Indians and the Pakistanis coming in here to start their own war here. So,
What, you don't like curry?
now you look when they come into this room and start their shit. Ask her what's her name, First Lady here. She will tell you what happened last time they came in.
Man, it was in here. Fighting. I was like, I can't do this shit.
Y'all let that lady talk for like.
Is it just me or is she in the Matrix?
Patty in the Matrix real bad. It must be by the airport.
Brooklyn, that lady's from the area though.
All right.
So she knows more than any of us in the room about
Did she speak about anything that she knew?
If you listen,
she just gave us a lot of. She gave us a lot of emotion. It was a lot of feeling.
Can you give more emotion from first experience from over there?
I mean,
like y'all are weird, yo. If it was some shit affecting your community or our community, you want someone to be like, fuck it, when you're there speaking on it, when you know firsthand. Don't we always tell motherfuckers stop speaking on our shit?
I don't necessarily.
Shit weird, yo.
She didn't speak on nothing that was happening today, though. That was the gag. Nothing. Like, she didn't say nothing about. She didn't give us no information. So I don't understand.
What more information I'm not up in order. I'm saying, what more information did she have?
Giving us
when there's no communication outside of this, no internet in there.
What?
There's no internet over there for to get information from anybody over there right now.
Well, let the people. We're the Iranians. Tell us what else happened, guys.
I don't think you're going to be able to hear anybody from inside there for now because the internet has been cut off. So I mean, I would love to speak to them because look, this is not a shot at anybody, but most of the Iranians outside of Iran are not like in support of the government. So you're not going to hear, you will hear more of a one-sided kind of talk like, yes, we want them gone. That's what you're most likely to hear from those outside. There are a few outside that are not like that, but most of what you hear is that.
Okay, I found a clip from former Ambassador Dennis Ross that we wanted me to go ahead and play it.
Please.
Great seeing you. Your reaction to what we've been seeing over the past hours.
Well, I think the number one word that captures everything is uncertainty. It's uncertain exactly how long this will go on. It's uncertain exactly what the status of the Iranian leadership is. It's uncertain what are the capabilities that they have remaining. Now we're just talking about they could be a wounded animal, but a wounded animal that has been substantially disarmed is not the same as a wounded animal that actually doesn't have a lot left. Much of what the U.S. and Israel have clearly been trying to do is not only ensure there's no remaining air defense, so there's complete mastery over Iranian airspace, but they've also been going after the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, the drones, the depots, the launchers. The key to the ballistic missiles are the launchers. In the June war, the Israelis had been able to destroy about 80% of those launchers. So the real question is, how much has the Iranian offensive capability been depleted already? And what impact is that likely to have if we've seen the leadership of Khamenei has been killed? If he has been killed, one question you have to have in mind is, even if you want to negotiate an end to this, who are you going to do it with? Has the administration created in advance of this some contacts within the regime so that you are in a position where you can say, okay, if you want to stop, we're able to stop. Here's what we need to be able to do it on our side. So do we have those kinds of contacts? The only thing I'll say that's certain at this point is Iran is dramatically weaker militarily than it was before. How one takes advantage of that remains to be seen.
And so what is it that made it weaker than it was before? And I'm wondering how that plays into the possibility that if the top leadership of that regime have been eliminated, there is something that could evolve with those that remain. And President Trump in his remarks overnight said to those in the armed forces, the police, and the Revolutionary Guard, if you put down your weapons, you will have total immunity. If not, you will face certain death. What are the probabilities that something like that could carry out if the top echelon has been taken out, but there's that important segment left of those who have been enjoying the fruits of power there for many years, but that may be seeing how they could survive?
You know, one of the interesting things, if you look historically at your previous segment, when you were talking about Yasmin, you said you do want to be aware of the history, quoting Saniana. In 1988, when Iran was involved with the Iran-Iraq war, but the U.S. was reflagging tankers. Iran had been attacking Iraq and it had tried to cut off all of its revenue by going after oil tankers. We reflagged those tankers. Suddenly, we were destroying the Iranian platform. They then had a prime minister, Moussaoui, and with Johnny, they went to this what is now a shooting war with the U.S. The regime is going to collapse. And Khamenei said it was like drinking poison from a chalice, but he ended the war with Iraq. Now, why do I mention that now? It is conceivable, apropos of your question, that there are some in the regime who basically look at the Khamenei policy and say, you invested over the last almost 40 years, $500 billion in the nuclear infrastructure, and that's gone. You invested huge amounts of money in a proxy network, and we don't see any of them coming to our defense. Basically, that's been wasted money. We can't provide water. We can't provide electricity domestically. We have a currency of no value. And it's only a matter of time before our own public in this circumstance is going to basically overwhelm the regime. So maybe this is a moment to save what's left. Now, the question, that's why I come back to what I was saying before. Is it possible that at the second or third level of this regime, somehow we have been able to create a set of contacts? I am asking that. I don't know the answer to that. I would have hoped, I'm going to put it that way, if we were going to engage in this kind of an operation, we would have had those connections in advance. We would have built them in advance, recognizing the only way you have a chance to sort of bring this to a conclusion early and on a track that is a track that we would like to see, meaning one that does create the potential for understandings in a transition, that does create a circumstance where we and others then could be helpful to a success or a transitional regime. Under those circumstances, you actually could manage this. You know, I talk a lot about statecraft because I write about that. Good statecraft is always characterized by marrying objectives and means. What's clear here is we have a lot of means. What's less clear to me is what exactly the objective is. If you had been thinking about an objective along the lines that we've just been discussing, which is creating an environment where those within the regime who realize there has to be a fundamental change in terms of Iran's orientation, both towards the outside and the inside, and had we created connections with them, then the use of force would be in a certain particular objective. Right now, it feels to me like the use of force may be more geared towards imposing a high price on the regime for what they did to their citizens, to show you don't get away with that with impunity, and to weaken Iran's ability to threaten any of its neighbors. That seems to be more of what the objective is, and there seems to be more of a hope that you'll have a public that will take advantage of what President Trump was talking about as a one-time opportunity. That's more hope and aspiration than it is a real plan.
You know, I just, with the fortune that we have of being able to speak with you in these such critical moments, I want to, you talk about diplomacy, right? And I'm thinking there have been so many times in our history where there are good faith attempts to reach agreements with other governments, or in the case, for example, of July in 2000, for the United States to play a part in reaching agreements between two essentially enemies, right? And yet sometimes those groups aren't willing to do what is the best for their own existence or their own people. And so I'm just wondering, is there a possibility that some forces inside that regime could turn the page and look for the best interests of the Persian people?
Look, it's a wonderful question. Obviously,
He's in the Matrix real bad, but I'm getting a call. So did you guys want to discuss what we heard so far? And then there's information that I need to confirm.
Yeah, I have one comment and a question. Who was speaking? That's the question. And the comment would be, the problem is that Reuters earlier reported that US-owned CIA report said that their estimation is if that Ali Khamenei is gone, what would replace him possibly is hardline IRGC, which is, I don't think that's what that person who was speaking intended, right? Like, it's right that may open a space for change. What type of change is also a consideration, right? And CIA's own reporting indicates that it would be RGC hardliners, right? There is also the notion that Ali Khamenei, he still does, whether we think it's real, I think it's real, for example. Ali Khamenei is the one pushed against nuclear weapons program. He famously has a fatwa against nuclear weapons development. So who's radical between the RGC hardliners and the Ali Khamenei kind of depends on specific issue, right?
I don't think even if he's dead, right? I don't think that stops anything because I mean they have a train of who is going to take over next. It's there now. They might not announce it immediately, but they have a train, so it really doesn't change anything for now. But the bigger picture is this: if let's assume that everything goes right and they topple the regime successfully, the other groups that are behind they are trying to take over are going to fight themselves to the death to this. This is a country of 90 million people. Iraq was just like 40-something million. Syria was like 30-something million. Look at the kind of refugee crisis, migration crisis it caused to the rest of the world. So look at the effect. Now you're talking about like 90 million. And all of them are not, what if the rich are not going to be ready to give up for the other guy? They'll look at it like this is their opportunity to take over what they take over the country. So what's going to happen next? You're talking of a crisis of crazy proportions, and as of now, Trump cannot just stop and say, okay, we've attacked them and that's the end. You have to go all the way right now. But what would largely happen would depend on the way the rest of the countries, the UAEs, the Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them, how they react is what is going to determine how badly or how good this war is going to go, depending on what side you're looking at it from. So right now, we might have just stepped into something. I don't know, man. We have just stepped into something crazy right now.
There are contradicting reports. Israeli ambassador and Israeli media are saying that Supreme Leader is dead, and then Iranians are saying he is safe and sound.
It depends on who's the supreme leader. I mean, like, is it Jesus? Is it like Gaddafi? Or is it what?
It's Ali Khamenei.
Yeah. I mean, God, right?
No,
the God
Ali
of the Father
Khamenei.
is
What's going on?
God is the supreme leader of the world, right?
We're talking about.
And I'm sorry, neoliberal. It was Dennis Ross. He was a former ambassador during the Clinton administration that was talking in that interview. And I was getting the call. Someone saying that Netanyahu was saying that he's seen the body. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis Ross. Yeah, there are contradicting reports. Netanyahu, Israeli ambassador, the whole Israeli movement are reporting that he's dead, and Iranian government spokesman responding to those news saying that he's safe and sound. So.
I thought they said he was due to give a speech today, so let's just watch out for that. If he gives the speech, then we know he's not dead. Except he says he's dead in the speech. But if he doesn't give the speech, then we start to think that yes, maybe he is actually dead.
He also got a pre-recorded, so Bin Laden did.
That's it.
Did you guys want me to continue with the clip?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second.
I had a brief phone conversation with him that began by asking him how the military campaign was going and if they had succeeded in taking out the Iranian leadership. And he said that it's very well, very strong, great unity. A lot of the leaders said is gone. It's gone very well. And then I specifically said, well, what about the Ayatollah? Has the Ayatollah been taken out? And he answered me by saying that a lot of it, meaning the Iranian leadership, is gone, but we don't know if it is all. But a lot of it is. It was a very powerful strike. And I asked him a very key question that a lot of people are asking, looking at this operation. If the intent here is to take out the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime, what happens next? So I asked him point blank, do you have an idea what the next leadership looks like? Have you identified anybody? And his initial answer was a simple yes. And then he added, we have a very good idea. He wouldn't elaborate any more beyond that. Another part of this conversation, I asked him how long he expected the military campaign to go on. And his answer was interesting. He said, as long as we wanted to, actually. He said, we've done such damage already, it's like they are incapacitated. It could go on as long as we wanted to. But by saying they are incapacitated, I think what he was saying is that in his view, he's large. But that the campaign can go on because their ability to hit back, in his view, is largely limited. He's saying they are incapacitated.
John, you know his tone and instincts well. How did he talk about the risks of escalation and the possibility of a wider regional war? Did he talk about that at all?
I didn't get the sense that that was a concern for him, at least nothing expressed in either the words or the way he was saying them. As a matter of fact, he emphasized at the very beginning of the conversation the great unity, and I think he was referring to the unity of the Arab governments in the region who have all been targeted by Iranian strikes, and we've seen statements condemning Iran for those strikes from some of those Arab governments, most significantly Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, both condemning what Iran has done. So I have to say that this did not sound like a president that is anguishing over the decision. He has just made a decision which is one of the most important that he will make as president, with repercussions that we just don't know. There's no way to know at this point. But he did not appear to me like he was, the possibility of those repercussions was weighing heavily on him. He was very much touting this as a successful operation.
All right, Jonathan, Carl, thank you for your reporting. Joined now by Marcus Moore in Doha, Qatar. Marcus, we know Qatar was targeted by retaliatory strikes. I understand we now have more details on how the country was attacked, as well as those injuries, right?
Yeah, we are getting a sense of the enormity of this and the impact on Qatar. A diplomat who was briefed on the day's events, telling ABC News that the Iranians fired 44 missiles and 8 drones at Qatar, and that there have been 8 injuries, and that one person suffered critical injuries. And so this is the first time we are learning details about the impact of this on the ground here, of the fact that there have been 8 injuries reported, and that one person is said to be in critical condition. It has been an incredibly active day, Ike, where we were hearing the air defense interceptors being launched into the air to intercept these Iranian missiles that were presumably targeting a number of locations in the region, including the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, the Al Udeid base of Egypt. It's not far from where we are. here tonight. So quite an active day. Here hoping for a bit of calm. The certain concern that this is not over yet.
Marcus, we can see it's late at night where you are right now, but have you noticed any changes to life in Doha since these strikes?
Well, it is Ramadan, so there weren't a lot of people out today, and certainly we've been reporting on this. The emergency alerts that went out, Ike, on all of the phones, that has impacted life here. People told to prepare for incoming missiles, and we're also told to shelter in place. The orders to shelter in place not only went to everyday citizens here in Doha and across Qatar, but also at the U.S. Embassy. The embassy personnel, they were told to shelter in place as well. And so that's had a huge impact on everyday life. Schools are also closed. Children will be doing remote learning for the foreseeable. And public events and gatherings have also been canceled until further notice. So a very huge impact on everyday life for people here in the region.
Now, Marcus, have we heard any further reaction parts of the Middle East or seen any other security measures?
Well, of all of the various countries and the Gulf countries here in the region, everyone is on high alert, and we know that officials throughout all of this have been calling for calm and for diplomacy, because as you were talking with John Carl there, the big question is, will this be contained? Is this over yet? And what is the risk? Potential for this to spread into a regional war, and that's what everyone is paying particular attention to. I can tell you that the U.S. embassies in Bahrain, obviously here in Qatar and in Kuwait and in Egypt, they have all been placed on high alert in days, as this still remains a very fragile situation with no one knowing what's going to happen next.
All right, Marcus Moore, thank you for your reporting. Let's bring in White House correspondents Karen Travers and Selena Lang. Selena, I want to start with you. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there since the onset of these strikes. What are you learning about his movements?
Yeah, that's right. Here in Mar-a-Lago, we're told by the White House press secretary that the president was monitoring the situation along with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and other national security leaders. We've also learned that the president has spoken to some allies in the region, including with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, as well as NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Now, it appears that this was really a unilateral U.S. action along with Israel. It's unclear just how much of a heads up our allies received ahead of this major U.S.-Israeli operation. But look, President Trump, he is speaking to reporters from here in Mar-a-Lago. You just spoke to John Carl about the brief phone call they had. He also had a brief phone call with Axios where he made some remarkable comments about how despite this major military action, he still believes that there could be an off-ramp here and an opening still for negotiations. The president said, I can go long and take over the whole thing, or, quote, end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding our nuclear and missile program. In any case, it will take them several years to recover from this attack. Now, finally, after the strikes happened, the president laid out exactly what his justification was for this major military operation. It is not just the Iranian nuclear program. It is not just the ballistic missile program. It is also the president explicitly saying, encouraging the Iranian people to seize this moment for regime change. But again, after weeks of threats and building military in the region, it was only after the fact that the president told the American people why this is justified.
Now, Karen, the White House has said diplomacy was the first option. President Trump was even saying that this week during his State of the Union address. But yesterday, he made clear his patience was running out. So what appeared to change his mind so fast?
The president told reporters yesterday here at the White House, Ike, that he had not made a final decision about whether he would launch a military strike, but he had very strong words about the state of the negotiations, saying he wasn't happy with where the talks had been after that round of indirect talks on Thursday between the U.S. and Iran. That was in Geneva, mediated by Oman. The president said, I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. Now, the White House has said for weeks that diplomacy was still the first option for the president. But about 10 days days ago, the president issued an ultimatum to Iran. He said that they had 15 days to make a deal. This is what he told me on Air Force One. And he said that if Iran did not make a deal with the United States, things would be really bad for them. It would be very unfortunate. Now, that window did not get closed for Iran. He launched these strikes before the 15 days came up due. But Ike, we're also hearing from senior administration officials that they felt that the negotiations were just not going anywhere, specifically on the issue of enrichment of uranium that Selena was mentioning there. One senior official said that Iran basically said enriched uranium, no uranium enrichment, that didn't work for them, that they needed to do it, and that the administration was saying back, that makes absolutely no sense to us. So there were significant sticking points, significant gaps after those 3 rounds of indirect talks. That is likely why the president was saying yesterday he just didn't like the direction they were going.
Now, Selena, you're also learning more from your sources about plans for the White House to speak to Congress this week. Is that so?
Yeah, that's right. I just spoke to an administration official who told me that the White House is working to arrange full Senate and House member briefings on Iran this week. That is according to an administration official. And this comes after we have learned from the U.S. official as well that the U.S. did notify the Gang of Eight on Tuesday ahead of time to brief them on the situation. It's unclear, though, just what level of detail they received, if they were given notice about the time.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and see if they go for it, because we've already heard the information like 20 times over. Did anybody have any comments?
I think, the information is moving so fast, we just all trying to take it all in, But I appreciate the video clip, audio.
I was just talking to people I know on the ground there and, checking to make sure they're good. And they're saying, yeah, it's just odd watching missiles explode over your head. It's just crazy to me.
And Ms. Cleo, the crazy thing is, in the clips, you can see it. Like, people are outside, like, in some places where the missiles have actually made contact with buildings, you see maybe the building on fire, but like you see them in the air and then they just like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he said it was
in the air. Angels?
What? Missiles.
Missiles. Oh, missiles? Okay, missiles in the air. Okay. But
have been exploding.
Yeah.
Like,
have
because they're intercepted.
Okay, so have you seen the Kanye video from yesterday of him in Mexico? And Jesus comes back to life with the missile.
I've seen no Jesus propaganda. Sorry. Thank you. I'm like, what is happening?
I've experienced missile attacks in Iraq. It's not nothing to be. What do I want to say? There's nothing celebratory about that.
Yeah, I wasn't celebrating. I was.
Oh no, I know you weren't. No. I'm not saying it that way. I'm just.
Yeah, they've definitely pivoted to online. They're hoping it's for a couple of days, but yeah, it's kind of sad to me. But like knowing people there and that being a place like I once lived,
Is it true that Ayatollah is dead? Is that true, or the reports are
conflicting?
I don't think we reported that yet. I did see someone put in the chat that his family members are dead and a lot of their leadership is dead. So they definitely suffered some losses. Oh shit, Gemini, what's up, brother?
I mean, until there is a confirmation from Iranian sources, this should all be treated with caution.
Hey, because neoliberal, my timeline has Canadian, Iranian celebrating. That's what my timeline's got right now. Celebrating the death of the Ayatollah, but I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure there will be people celebrating.
Yeah, this was in Ontario, Toronto.
MG says Fox News reporting he's dead. I don't know. I'm running around. Does anybody else see that?
They're getting the information from Israel, who's not there to see, so it's like unconfirmed. Is it likely?
Yeah, Israel has put out a strong statement saying that their intelligence services have confirmed the body of Khamenei, so they have confirmation of death. They have a video. They haven't shared the video. That's what they're saying, right? The Iranian government spokesperson saying Ali Khamenei is well and good.
Yeah, well, there's 77 virgins.
You know, a question would be, if they get regime, let's play this out. If they get regime change, could they start using nuclear technology for advancement of power and different things? If you take away the Ayatollah, would they be treated any different?
They're not gonna let someone take power that's gonna do the same shit. You would think.
You see what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear, the Ayatollah is not a friendly thing to be doing, but I'm just saying, the rest of the world uses nuclear power for a bunch of things, whether it's energy and all other things, but to say that somebody just can't have it just because they're Iranian is, you know what I mean? That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, okay, let's change everything. Let's say they become a democracy. You think they still gonna allow them to have it?
Nuclear power or nuclear weapons?
Nuclear power. Hell, they can't even have nuclear power at this point.
Iran is a signatory. Anyway, I don't know. Why are we discussing this hypothetical?
I do see where they have started reporting that 60 students at the girls' school were killed, which is up from, I believe I heard the number 40 earlier.
It's gonna keep going up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's in the number 80 again.
What do people think? Say he is dead. What do people think that says about what's going to happen next?
Guess who was gonna replace him? You know what I mean? We'll figure out what that's gonna be.
Some people think that they're going to install the Shah's son. Like, they don't know. Like, we don't know. I'm just trying to see if I can find something. So,
yeah, no, we don't know. I was just curious about people's thinkings about possibilities of like where different ways.
Is nobody asking the people who live in Iran under this shit who they want in charge versus what the American government wants?
It's divided.
It's not going to be anybody from the inside making decisions. When the last time you seen that happen where the country that's involved is part of decision making?
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm bringing that up as a point to, in some stories, there ain't no fucking good guys. And listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sick of the U.S. trying to be fucking imperialistic and just fucking with people for no fucking reason sometimes.
Yeah, when has the U.S. ever asked anybody who do you want to replace the leader when we kill it?
Right, that's my point. That's my point.
Uncle, option A, option B, or option C? Which one y'all?
That's my point.
Or is it going to be option C, option C, option C?
Well, like I said earlier, I think anybody they try to like force on them, not everybody's gonna be on board. So you're still gonna have the same Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan situation all over again. You're trying to force one person. So,
another power vacuum.
Yeah. But from what I know about the way they operate, they will usually have, except they've taken out the whole leadership completely, they usually have like people in line to take over from once one person goes.
Of course, yeah. Of course, they have somebody that's going to take over to succeed. Now, who the unlucky son of a bitch is going to be? We have to wait.
So I thought I might be mistaken. I'm not the best with this stuff. I thought one of Trump's positions was like no wars.
Well, it's not a war, Miss Cleo. It's not war. This is Trump being Trump. That was a MAGA push.
You're absolutely right. No new wars.
So you said technically this one's not news, yeah?
And I thought it was no prolonged wars as well, like never-ending wars. And I thought his statement, did he actually say it could end quickly or go on forever? Was that him who actually said that?
Not that was someone from Israeli.
You said, wait.
Someone spoke with him, and then he basically told them either they comply, it ends quickly, or it could go on forever.
Okay. So, also a forever war. Okay.
Yeah, Barack Ravid, the guy from Axios, had a 5-minute phone conversation with Trump about an hour ago. And quoting from Trump, I can go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile programs. And end of quote.
Thank you.
Hell, I've heard something else. Basically, him saying, be back in a few years. Well, that only implies that he's still going to be in the fucking White House in a few years. Or the next election. Or the election after that.
Okay. U.S. official confirms to Fox that the United States believes Khamenei and 5 top Iranian leaders killed in initial Israeli strike on compound agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. This is a senior U.S. defense official. So this is the first confirmation of the Israeli confirmation by the United States.
ABC News is talking with the retired Army colonel, I believe. Did we win or?
Sure. That's cool.
Okay, let me cue it up.
He's now the vice president of the United States and Israel against Iran. Iran retaliating with its own missile strikes against countries across the Middle East. Let's bring in retired Army Colonel Seth Crumbrick. He's now the vice president of Global Guardian. Colonel Crumbrick, thank you for joining me. Your firm is conducting evacuations from multiple countries in and around Iran. How's that effort going?
Hi, thank you. So it's been going very well today because we've spent the last few weeks preparing our clients for this very day. As we've seen the force buildup occur, it became obvious that action was going to happen. So we let the clients know exactly what the plan was. Ahead of time, hey, look, have your bags ready to go, your passports set. And so when this morning kicked off, we were able to move right away to begin to get our clients out of harm's way. And we've been doing it across the entire Middle Eastern region and Israel. Because make no mistake, this is just the beginning. This is like the prologue. We're not even at chapter 1 of this fight, because we're talking about regime change, which is the most extreme option for the United States. This is a massive shift from the last 47 years. We're prepared with teams in every single country in the Middle East and in Israel and 145 countries to be able to respond. Because the threat's real, it's going to grow. There's going to see more threats, more globally. So we're protecting our clients around the world in real time, and they're prepared to evacuate if that's what should happen.
You know, Colonel Crumbrick, we know the United States air defenses are robust in the region. However, we've already seen missiles hit some U.S. bases. So how vulnerable are those U.S. bases in the region right now?
If you're in the U.S. military, there's always a level of risk in the Middle East.
I'm not sure what happened.
What kinds of retaliation from Iran concerns you the most?
This is a true unconventional adversary. No one has done more with less than Iran. We've seen it with Hamas and Hezbollah, but they can do that and replicate that around the world. And so think about what they can do with all of the networks that they've been building for decades. 47 years of friction with the United States. They've been investing all over the world to be able to put in action arms should they need to use them. Well, today's that day. And so we're going to see in the days and weeks exactly how far that network really went and how far the Iranian regime is ready to go. But if you're an American traveler, business interest anywhere around the world, you need to be prepared for any eventuality because today's the day for it.
Colonel, how do you think the U.S. can avoid a prolonged conflict here?
I don't think we get to decide that. Honestly, it's up to the Iranian population and the Iranian military. If they break away from the regime, then that is going to shorten the conflict for sure. If they don't break away and they stay with the regime, this is going to drag on. Remember, we can start a war, but there's two sides to this. They get a vote too on how long this is going to go. So we've entered into that dark room, and we're going to figure out exactly what's in there the hard way. And if the Iranian population and the Iranian military don't break away from the regime, I don't see how we achieve our strategic goal.
Colonel Seth Crumrick, thank you for your time. I'm Mike Gajachi. Thanks for streaming with us. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you're on the go, we're on the ABC News app and abcnews.com. And you're looking at a live picture of Tel Aviv as night falls after missiles striking the Middle East. We'll be right back.
So killing, what was it, 63 of their children is what's going to make them potentially break away? Or are we hoping that's going to make all the people just break away from the regime? I'm not saying that's what he is insinuating, but I wonder what he is trying to communicate here. That it depends on whether the Iranians are willing to walk away from the regime all of a sudden, then things are going to be just normal. This Warhawk Kool-Aid, whatever it is that some of these people drink, is pretty bizarre. And he started off his entire thing like he was making a sales pitch about his business. We've been prepared. We've been doing a lot of evacuation. We were waiting for this day. Our company has been doing... What the hell? This is weird. The one piece of good information he left, though, is if you're an American citizen that does business internationally, or you love to travel around the world, watch your back. Our government is making us literally targets of countries that, for all I know, there's going to be some kind of retaliation. In what form, fashion, I can't predict exactly. And I'm not hoping for any innocent American, because I don't think American civilians want this. But if you have a dumbass government and a head of state, whatever catastrophic consequences we're going to face, you do know our national security comprises of Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, and this for the homeland, and Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth. These are the people that are supposed to ensure we are protected, we're safe around the world. Good luck with that.
Head to your pickup.
Uncle, were you planning to say something?
Oh, no, it's not like you're driving Uber. That's an Uber. It's not like an Uber.
I put on the Uber app because I wanted to do Uber on my way home. But I was going to say something, and everything just clicked in together at the same time. So I was struggling. But I wanted to say, well, at least they have diplomats and, career civil servants to advise them if they're going to listen to the advice. But that's where they are political figureheads and probably don't know shit. So the civil servants will do the rest.
where the civil servants are going to do the rest. And the fact is, though, I'm not comfortable with individuals like this, people that openly defy actual technocrats that know this stuff.
100%, I agree with you.
Yeah,
100%.
and these are the decision makers. So whether you can dismiss them all you want, but these are Senate confirmed individuals. And let's say we just ignore all of them. We still have Donald Trump, the ultimate decision maker. I don't know if I trust Donald Trump with my safety and security based on his ability to be, his tendency to be a reckless human being. That's all I'm saying. So while I was dismissive of that colonel or general, whatever he is, the one piece of advice he did give out is something worth listening to. If you're an American, be careful wherever you go around the world. It doesn't matter. You could be traveling to London, or no American likes to go to London unless they're fish and chips. But you know,
how about you can travel within the U.S.?
Exactly. Yeah. You know,
don't forget the World Cup is around the corner.
Yeah,
Lord, Donald Trump does not drink, and I still don't trust him with a cup of beer. So, yeah, don't worry about that.
It seems Trump is talking right now. I'm getting a bunch of Twitter alerts, but I can't read it because I'm heading home. Neoliberal. Your boy Walter Bloomberg is tweeting from his terminal.
Thank you, my lord.
You know, that's blasphemy. You have one Lord. Don't ever call me my Lord. Astaghfirullah.
My liege.
Okay, even better. I can't change my name again. I was going to go with El Balfour after that Mexican operation, but apparently Clubhouse has a 15-day thing, so I got to wait for 15 days before I can remove the Lord thing because it's blasphemous. I don't know what I was thinking.
And I was going to say, when we tried to call you your previous name, you said, don't call me that. Call me my new name.
You got to understand. Sometimes I have a... Oh man, what was I going to say? What's the terminology for the individual that flip-flops back and forth? If I figure it out, I'll tell you. That's what happens. I forgot to take my medication, that's all.
I was just going to say, you picked the weirdest hills to die on.
Bipolar?
Yep. Neoliberal to the rescue. That's exactly what that was.
You gotta...
But Johnny's decided to
what
take...
were you reading? Were you reading the... Balfour Declaration?
No. I'm talking about the Balfour Declaration, the one from the Old Testament, the one Mike Huckabee was talking about a few days ago. Oh, we had a whole room here, Neoliberal. You remember this, right?
Yeah.
when Ben was trolling Mike Huckabee, that's how Lord Balfour came about. Yep.
And next day you woke up and realized that it wasn't as cool as you thought it.
Nope. That's what I realized. I was like,
it was a few days later.
Mexico happened, and I decided, you know what? El Mencho, El Balfour. I was like, okay, that's what I was gonna go with. But then Clubhouse was like, nope, son, you're gonna have to wait a few more days before you can change this bitch again. So there's that. Balfour is not going away anytime soon, so you better get used to calling me that.
You're gonna change your mind again. Like, what are you talking about?
Clubhouse. It's every 6 months. You gotta come up with something new, character, new personality. You know, you change with the times.
Okay, we have a poll from YouGov. Approval for bombing Iran on Saturday. Disapprove 44%, approve 34%.
Well, the Wicked Witch of the West is dead. Or I guess the East. The Middle East.
Sorry? I'm directionally confused now.
Well, TC, did you have anything else to say besides that?
Well, no. Did you guys hear that Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed? They shared the photos of his dead body with Trump. 14-hour operation. Gone. Just like that.
Do we have a statement on it from Trump?
He hasn't issued a statement yet, but the reports are coming in that he has viewed the body, and and the military has confirmed that it's Ayatollah Khomeini. But again,
I'm sorry. Did Trump have a carnal knowledge of Ali Khamenei's body to identify? What is going?
Well, I guess some assets in Iran has provided the verification that it's him, and they provided the video or the footage to Trump to confirm, for him to see it for himself. So I guess a statement will be soon coming, but there's really no way of guaranteeing that this represents regime change. This simply shows that the Ayatollah is dead and that somebody else is going to come and take his place. And we know that the Khomeini has said to the IRGC that if I'm assassinated, you guys take over. So it's not as if there's a vacuum in Iran right now. There's not as if the United States has any type of operational insight into a opposition strategy to the Ayatollah. So I think this is chapter 1 in a very long saga of what's going to happen in Iran and how does it affect the United States geopolitically.
Yeah, I agree. We're just following the news.
Did you see von der Leyen thing saying that she's going to convene something on Monday, and people are trolling her saying, "Oh, the Europeans can't be bothered."
They're very concerned.
Yep.
They're expressing concern.
Right.
Can you hear me? Is somebody speaking?
We can hear you now.
Oh.
I guess this begs the question: what does this say of the United States, and the Trump doctrine abroad in terms of his ability to simply strike wherever he wants to strike, and it creates a ripple effects around the world, but nobody can do anything about it. He's done it in Iran now twice. He's done it in Nigeria. He's done it in Venezuela. Of course, he's done it in other areas, and it's just like, this is the new Trump doctrine. He draws the red line, they cross it, there's military repercussions to pay. Seems pretty effective, if you ask me.
Nigeria is a little bit
different.
What's the effect that in terms of
deterrence?
You said it was effective in terms of changing the world. So in Venezuela, they got rid of Maduro, but all the Maduro people are still there. So what is it? Just personal?
Make no mistake about it. The Maduro people that are, quote, still there are 100% puppets of the United States. The vice president is filing licenses for U.S. oil companies to reopen business in Venezuela. There's been a bilateral opening of relationship between Venezuela and the United States recently. And of course, we know that Venezuela's interested in resurging their economy through investments from the United States, particularly related to oil. So that's a big example you have right there.
So
Go ahead.
I'm in a little delay. I apologize. My signal's crazy. I'm sorry.
No, the answer to your question is deterrence, right? You draw the red line, you engage in negotiation, the negotiation goes nowhere. It creates a natural deterrence for bad actors on a geopolitical scale from crossing the Trump administration. I think that's highly effective, at least demonstrably so. You can look at what's going on in Iran. They engaged in negotiation, drew the line was drawn, the line was crossed, and effectively you have uprising in the middle in Iran.
So I don't know what's going on in Iran because it just happened a few hours ago. So that doesn't tell me about its effect in like 6 months, a year, 3 years, 4 years. So it's hard for me to say. I remember when they captured Saddam Hussein and people were also exuberant and we saw the sinkhole of ISIL, etc.
Wait, Bam, are you talking about when the Brits caught Saddam Hussein and handed him over to us? That part?
No, I think it was some ragtag dudes in the desert. They found him hiding in the garden of his girl in the back, one of the side pieces. But anyway, no, I remember. But anyway, I said so Maduro had a bunch of bloodthirsty, repressive lieutenants who were bigger chavistas than he was. And because they decided to do oil contracts with the United States, during the Trump administration, by the way. I mean, I know many people think Trump's going to live forever, but he's not. He'll be president forever. Because of that, that means that it's a puppet. Remember, Diaz actually still calls Maduro the legitimate and is a bigger Chavista than he was. She was the head of their secret, the secret police or whatever. There's no torture game she didn't like. Anyway, so because they're doing oil contracts with some American companies, that means that things had changed, that one, the government is a puppet of the United States. I'm not asking the question, I'm just getting my mind around it. And two, Venezuela's ill effects in the region and the hemisphere are no more. Okay. So I'm understanding that. And then in this instance, I'm just keeping up. I'm not asking a question. I'm just keeping up. I just want to make sure I get it. And in this instance, I don't know what red line they crossed, but okay. They crossed a red line. The old man is dead. Looks like the old man is dead. The old man is dead. He's 80 years old. Obviously, they have a secession plan put in because they're not stupid. The people will, in between bombings, rise up to install something like a Jeffersonian-style democracy, perhaps, or constitutional monarchy, like the British, with Pahlavi at the head. And all it took is the assassination of a leader. Okay, I'll wait to see. Maybe it will open up Iran to all kinds of, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral agreements. Maybe this will also solve the Sunni-Shia conflict because we all know that Trump can solve that too. All right, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, you've said that you don't know what's going on in Iran, but one thing I'm sure you understand is that Iran has just gotten bombed in the last 14 hours, massively so, and there are reports that Khamenei is dead. And those
yes, I know that. I'm talking about the conditions of installing a democratic or constitutional monarchy.
Well, nobody's saying there's going to be an installation of a democratic or.
Well, that's what. Did you hear Netanyahu's speech?
No, but
Did you hear Trump's speech?
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying that the people. This is the time, I guess, in between the bombings, to go and overthrow the regime and to install a democratic, that is, demos-led, people-led government. That's what they said. Something about the lion whole thing around the lion, Israel, the lion of Persia, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, putting that to the side, like I said, nobody knows what's going to happen. This could be Afghanistan all over again, right?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
But at the very least, we know that, again, you were asking me what was the effectiveness of Trump's strategy and his positions on these issues. And I said, clear as day, and it's proven here, it's deterrence. Deterrence.
Okay.
And as long as you have a strong leader, especially a strong American leader, that's able to draw a red line and effectuate some sort of now, I'm not suggesting that he continues to engage in this conduct here without an authorization of military force or some sort of congressional declaration of war.
Why not?
I'm not advocating for that. I would be advocating for more. Well, let me finish, Goat, and then I'll entertain your questions.
It's banned.
Okay, banned. So, fuck, I lost my train of thought. The idea is that if Trump continues to conduct himself this way, I think it portends positive ramifications for American foreign policy in the future.
Right, but you're saying that while also admitting you don't know what the future will bring. So if it becomes an Afghanistan, it was not positive. So when I say I don't know what's going on, it's because it happened today, between, what I've been doing today and following on the news and listening to the news or whatever. That's when I say I don't know what's going on. I'm following the bombing stuff very closely. I know the specifics of that. Like, I listened to the Netanyahu speech. I understand that. I'm just saying that I don't find, and I thought we understood this, but it now turns out that MAGA is a neoconservative movement. And anybody suggesting they're not neocons is just being disingenuous and no neocons is. This is full neocon stuff. We're back in neocon territory, right?
Well, it would be a Trojan horse to the MAGA movement because MAGA certainly wasn't neocon. The whole
I know, it's a betrayal.
The whole reason why MAGA brought Trump in was because he campaigned on non-interventionalism.
I know.
So
it's a betrayal.
Trojan horse for that. But I guess you could argue the same thing for the Epstein files.
No, I'm saying it's a betrayal of the MAGA movement, and there are MAGA people who are very upset about it. But I was just going to say, it could be effective, but I learned the lesson that simply by removing the head of the snake, or who you think is the head of the snake, I'm going to be honest with you. Now I'm going to give you my conspiracy theory. I don't think Khomeini was running things anyway. I think he was an old guy.
He was never.
That was who inspired awe. He was a religious figure, and people were in thrall of him. But I think he was having dinners and delicious tea. They had delicious tea in Iran, and delicious teas and stuff. I think a lot of the people who were in charge for the day-to-day operations of the repression of the Iranian people are still very much alive, and there's a chance that they may get even more power. So I thought the lesson of the neocons was one of the major lessons was that just removing a head, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, doesn't mean the outcomes are going to be any better, especially from an America First perspective. But now that everybody generally, obviously there's some critics, now that MAGA is full neocon, I see where we stand. It's fine. I get it.
Well, there are some cracks in that armor, and I don't know if I wholeheartedly disagree with you. There are some cracks in that armor. Again, I would point to Venezuela as an example. Venezuela, the vice president, I forget her name,
Jesse Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you. She is proven to be a strong ally of the United States, particularly as it relates to the economic strategy that the United States wants to engage in extraction of oil resources from Venezuela. They're starting to stand up an entire 2027 plan to re-cement the licenses that the oil companies in the U.S. have with Venezuela. That's 100% consistent with Trump's strategy, and that's why they're not, criticizing her leadership. And she's put it on a face to criticize America, but everything she's doing, she just had a tour not too long ago. She was doing a walkthrough with American companies. It was video. It was spread via media, in the United States, on social media and everywhere. So I think at the very least, if you're going to make the argument that MAGA has been taken by neocons, and that it's going to prove to be fruitless. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily proven at this point.
Yeah, I got a question. Oh, go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
I don't know if it's going to be fruitless. What I'm saying is whether there's neocon or political ramifications. I don't know what it looks like 6 months, 18 months, 24, 36 months from now, because again, I remember when I remember where I was. Kimberly Foster would be interested in this. I was in the dorm room, the Adams house. Shout out to that sister, but that's a different discussion. I remember where I was. And I remember, Saddam Hussein is gone, and it leaves this vacuum there. So it'll be interesting to see. I think it will be foolish of the American citizens, because the government knows this. They're thinking just getting rid of this Ayatollah means the whole thing crumbles. I was told Iran had this sophisticated ballistics missiles program. I was told they were the #1 funders of terror. I was told that their terror networks and ability to strike in the Middle East, in the Western Hemisphere, and the Eastern Hemisphere, but no one's going to strike in the Eastern Hemisphere, at least Iran would, from the Hezbollah, from the Hamas, and from other unaffiliated entities, was real, and it was substantial. And so for me to now listen to everything I've been told and to think just because this one guy is gone, all of that stuff goes away, I don't know, man. But somebody else wanted a question.
Yeah, on Venezuela, quickly. If the United States unilaterally first imposes sanctions, exit the country, all of that, and then unilaterally lifts the sanctions and starts doing business, that is not something that has changed in Venezuela, right? It is all United States. Trump is selling it as if companies are driven out of Venezuela when he sanctioned American companies doing business in Venezuela. Later, more or less giving some exceptions to Chevron, etc., etc. You can look for videos of Maduro saying he's open for business with the United States, right? So United States had to, because some sanctions are still in place, had to concoct Qatari business account to circumvent its own sanctions to do business in Venezuela, which Venezuela was open to doing business even under Maduro. And now Trump is selling it as some type of a outcome of Maduro kidnapping. Like, come on.
That's one of the consequences of Americans not wanting to read or being interested in the details of actually what happens around the world. And the other thing is, let's just say everything neoliberal just stated wasn't a thing, and whatever Trump said was actually true. Don't you think Delcy Rodriguez, in her calculations, understands that this is going to be Trump's final term and that there will be a future US presidency that might not give two shits about Venezuela, and that she and her people can continue doing whatever the hell they wanted to do? That's one thing. And the second thing, you brought up Nigeria earlier and said that this proves Trump's doctrine of, he's a strong leader. Whenever he, basically when he draws a red line, he will act on it. Again, if you were really interested in the details, you'd find out that the Nigerian government not only orchestrated the whole thing, they actually have used that as a pretext to get more money that they've been dying to try to get from the US government for so-called counterterrorism efforts. That the whole thing, from the intelligence end up, was something that the Nigerians provided to the US military. Trump didn't just wake up and start bombing Nigeria. But that's what he led his supporters to believe, because that's the kind of crap he would tweet on Truth Social. Anyway, I'm done.
The Nigerian one is an interesting one to me because, and I'll never understand it, and it feels like somebody got played, and I'm not sure who. Bello was here, he may be able to correct me. Even though he's an Edo boy, he might know this. He's been Americanized enough to maybe know this. But Boko Haram, if I recall, is in the northeastern part of Nigeria. The bombings, I believe, were in Sokoto and other northwestern. Hold on, bro. Oh, sorry. And Sokoto and other northwestern areas. So much so that they didn't really hit anything of consequence. I don't know if people remember it. It was kind of a. I like to use the word performative incorrectly, so I'll use performative incorrectly as well. It was, to the degree a bombing can be performative, they didn't even hit the strongholds. And what has come as a result is the releasing kinds of monies in the commitment to fight terror from the Tinubu government. So I just think that if you just kind of go with the headline, oh, they bombed. I mean, he may be dead. That may be dead. I'm not sure. There may be somebody now who already in charge. I have no idea. So, we'll see. He may have already been dead. I have no idea. Like, I believe George Soros is dead. I don't know. But when we put our understanding of geopolitics, I think, in like one man is running it all, and when that one man falls, the good thing comes after it. That's never happened in at least my lifetime. But maybe it will happen this time, and maybe people in Iran will be able to install a secular Muslim who's westernized, who is a trust fund baby, and who hasn't been in the country in nearly a half century. Like, in what world would he have the majority of the people's support? What are you going to deal with the people who were chanting death to America? They weren't just doing that simply because they were because they had to. Those people exist. There are actual enemies of Israel in Iran, but none of that matters, I guess, because the Khomeini is dead. So I don't know, man. I hope y'all are right and I'm wrong.
I don't know why we have to do this thing where we jump to massive conclusions that are not even proven or even demonstrably could be suggested. Nobody's expecting for this westernized Muslim savior to fly into Iran and everybody rally around this puppet and says, yes, this is the new supreme leader of Iran, and he's gonna usher us into the modern age with his Western ideology on Islam. That's the weird thing. Maybe if we do some sort of constructive analysis, we could come to the conclusion that maybe, possibly, the strategy is not to completely supplant the regime and supplant the IRGC or Ayatollahs or what have you. Maybe the strategy is just to fracture it enough to where it devolves into chaos, and they beg for outside intervention from a political lens to help stabilize the country. Possibly it's not all out complete regime change and changing them into Zara wearing Muslims. Maybe the idea is that we fracture the regime enough that it devolves into chaos, and then the inevitability of their need for Western support creates the perfect conditions for the Trump administration to sweep in with economic, revitalization of Iran. Maybe that's a strategy, but I'm just a dreamer.
The problem with all of that.
One second, Neil, there, but let me just finish and you can follow up. So, in fact, and this probably not be your fault. In fact, there are lots and lots of people who are expecting that very thing to happen. That's exactly what respectfully, maybe you didn't read about it. That's exactly what this big millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars campaign that these people have been pushing online, that people talk about, they come in here with their scripts. That's exactly what people expect. So that's the first piece.
Well, you'd be silly to believe them, though. I mean, come on, be honest. Where has that happened? We're going to go back to the de-Baathification of Iraq, right? That shit worked.
That's exactly what. It's so funny you put that. If you go and listen to Netanyahu's speech, which to me is insane to think that. Like, if you were in the middle, well, anyway, I don't do that. But if you had his speech, that's exactly what Netanyahu was suggesting. That's exactly what they're saying. That's exactly what they think could happen. But I want to go back to the larger point. I think it's the more important one, because the Pahlavi stuff is kind of silly. I agree with you. This is fascinating to me. So, you said maybe you, I don't know, do something to the regime so that they like are fractured enough that Trump can. I mean, well, here's the issue. Almost 100 million.
Is it just me or is he in the Matrix?
It is.
Is it me?
No.
Nah, he's chilling with Neo.
Ben, you're in the Matrix right now. Try again.
Sounded like he had something really important he wanted to say, he just couldn't get it out. Anyways, yeah, look, this isn't the first time that Netanyahu has come out and tried to create subterfuge and convince everybody that, hey, there's a political expect here that we're going to see, and then we know again political subterfuge. Nobody believes him. The fact that you're using him for evidence, exhibit number A, as to what these people believe, is kind of demonstrates why you guys believe that Trump was going to lose the election. It's not believable, and you should be able to see. You should have pattern recognition by this point. This is not new. This is not, there's nothing new under the sun here. This is the same play over and over and over again. We come in, we blow shit up, we take their oil, we introduce new economic realities, and America benefits. And that's why I'm saying this is such a great position for Trump to be in.
All right, I heard the second part. Being able to predict an election has nothing to do with recognizing patterns from studying something.
So much, a little sore.
So, not sore at all, brother.
It does.
What?
It does.
Well, I am sore. No, I'm not sore that I got the wrong. I'm sore that the country is where it is. Poor president. Poor outcomes.
Man, you're like heavily in the Matrix.
I'm sore about that. A lot of
I'm getting every other word. I'm not hearing anything you're saying.
I'm almost done, bro. Oh. What's going on? Like, what is going on?
You're in the Matrix, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I got full bars. Y'all go ahead. I'm in the Matrix.
Can y'all hear him, or is it just me?
No, I'm in the Matrix. I'm in the Matrix.
Good now. You're good. Go finish your submission. You're back.
Hey, you back out of the Matrix, man, if you could hear us.
I can hear you guys. I apologize, y'all. I was in and out of the Matrix, but I had full bars. I don't know what's going on.
I think it's good.
Can you hear me, Omari?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, I don't see, so you said this is what America does. So I guess it's what they do with Trump. How is the United States benefiting from Venezuela? I don't see it. The oil money that they seized, the $500 million worth of oil, we didn't get that. In fact, what Donald Trump did, Mr. America First, was to put the money in the Qatari bank account and sign an executive order that shielded the money, because Venezuela still owes American companies monies. Shielded American companies from suing Venezuela. How's that America First? What has been the benefit? Stocks haven't, skyrocketed for Schlumberger and Halliburton and with the Chevron or Citgo, I forget which one is traded. I think Chevron, etc. So I don't really see the benefit. Now you just made a claim, so you're the first to make this claim. I'm kind of interested in this. This is about seizing Iranian oil? Good luck. There's no world in which the United States is seizing Iranian oil.
We don't even have Iraqi oil.
I know. I always go back to the Iraq.
What's going on here? Why is he in metrics constantly? And it's funny, like when he starts talking,
we heard everything.
and I can understand him, and then I get a call.
we heard a majority of what he said. You might have missed out, but
Can you summarize it for me, please?
well, Devon brought up a good point.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, he popped out. He's driving, but Devon brought up.
Just summarize what he said so I can understand, because I got a call when he was talking.
He was in the matrix for the last 3 seconds. You didn't hear the rest of it?
No, I literally got a call. Yes, when he was out of it. What was it? What was his point? Was he arguing? I missed it.
Oh, don't worry about it. You guys can do your own point. It's okay. We'll see how it plays out. It's good to talk to you. It's good to talk to everybody.
I think we agree on more than we disagree on this. I mean, I don't think there's going to be this savior coming in from the West. So I think we don't disagree there. But I think where we do disagree is the argument that I made earlier, which is that this shows that Donald Trump is effective at creating deterrence through military intervention. Be it as limited as it has been, it's been effective. And, maybe when you come back, you might want to...
What is he deterring?
Well, I said it a minute ago, right? He creates a red line in conflict negotiations. That if that red line gets crossed, as is the case in Venezuela and in Iran and in Palestine, there's repercussions and consequences that ultimately lend to better geopolitical outcomes for the United States of America.
So what is he deterring again?
But guys, I'm not going to keep answering the same God bless America question. I said it like three times already. You engage in negotiation on some threat to, an America or its allies. You cross a red line. There's military consequences for crossing that red line. Deterrence being that China sits tight and doesn't move a muscle. Deterrence that Russia effectively acquiesces to American alignment with Ukraine and don't engage in more, potential nuclear rhetoric, right? Deterrence being that the corrupt governments in South America, like that of the Maduro regime, as evidenced by Colombia, reducing its efforts to interfere with United States national security and our and the waters that surround our trade routes. So those are the deterrences that I'm referring to.
Okay, do we have any evidence of any of those things? And by the way, I'm open to the argument. I think the deterrence, it's fair to bring up madman theory and credibility of United States threats of use of force. I think that's a fair point. But again, when we talk about deterrence, let's go one by one. Let's choose China, Taiwan, and
China.
Ukraine.
China.
Yeah, let's do China. How is any of this deterring China?
Well, let's see. The pundit said that China would invade Taiwan if Donald Trump was elected president, and we know that's not the case. It's not been the case. Stop it. That was the governing wisdom on the left.
No, it wasn't.
Right? That we were going to lose democracy.
No, we're not talking about punditry. We're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about, right? The wisdom was that if in fact Donald Trump was to get elected president, that Russia would take Ukraine, which hasn't happened, that China would take Taiwan, which hasn't happened, and that Iran would take Israel, which hasn't happened. And so all three of those things demonstrate effective deterrence.
Iran would take Israel? Who said that?
Iran, through its proxies, would take Israel, yes.
Who said that?
Okay, well, maybe you're...
I'm just asking, that's really silly. Who said that?
Because remember the JCPOA? Remember that?
Yes.
Remember when Trump completely demolished the JCPOA? You remember that? Remember they said that would create. Remember they said that would create a pathway for Iran to get a nuclear weapon. Remember that? Remember the doomsday clock that they were 11 days away from acquiring uranium, from the ability to enrich uranium to nuclear grade levels. Remember that?
Well,
none of that shit happened.
Well, hold on, calm down. You said remember that. Can I respond to it or no? Okay, go ahead, man. You're doing your rhetoric now because you're not actually making the point.
I'm trying to find. Give me a second.
China from Taiwan. Did you hear about the weapons cancellation with Taiwan recently? Did you hear about the weapons with Taiwan this week?
How is generally U.S. Asia policy doing? Have you read about the?
No, he hasn't read about any of it. He doesn't know about what the weapons.
Have you read
Things
about
are wrong.
North Korean new nuclear policy? Like, United States has been going through the worst strategic, self-inflicted environment in what supposed to be. Sorry. Yeah, United States is going through the worst strategic self-imposed environment in Asia, thanks to Donald Trump and North Korea policy, right? The strategic posture of United States,
No, not right.
just
but
because of North Korea, has worsened so bad.
I don't think
right?
it has worsened, actually. We have a denuclearization pact between the United States and North Korea. So I actually think nuclear relationship has gotten better between North Korea and the United States after Trump.
Okay, but great point, DC. Can you talk more about that? How is it gotten better?
Yeah, so here's this thing, right, guys? This liberal thing that you guys do where you ask questions of conservatives. Hold on. Where you ask questions of those.
Yeah, it was cool till you turn Mr. Left and Right. We're not doing this liberal thing that you do. You're only here because Patty's not in here. I'm gonna turn. You're going against the pundits. Man, we was having a good conversation. You said he was deterring. Was it on the brink of invasion? You're just saying stuff. Nobody here to thank you, sir. I don't hear that dumb shit. This is that liberal thing you guys do. You should be a liberal. We've seen your writings online of when you were a liberal. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Iran was going to take over Israel.
Donald Trump said that Iran was going to take over Israel, and they saved them. What are they talking about? Through their proxies, they were going to take over. So the anti-Trump people were saying they were like pro-Israel. They were nervous that Hamas and the Hezbollah were going to take over. That doesn't even make any sense. Man, with that guy, you can only go for about 10 minutes. And what happens is he exhausts his prepared statements and his rhetoric, and he begins to crash because he doesn't know the issues. And we just heard it. We use the liberal thing. What nobody talking like that? That was insane.
By the way, for people
we have a denuclearization pact. When did North Korea denuclearize? Where's he getting this stuff from? That's what happens, y'all. He runs out of rhetoric. When people run out of rhetoric, you can tell. He was like, nobody believes that they're going to install this guy. There are millions of people who believe that this guy is going to go back and take over as the head of state.
So for people that don't know, North Korea has shifted to a 5-year plan of nuclear weapons development and moving to preemptive strike capabilities. Nuclear strike.
I was going to say, right now, Poly Market has Kim Jong-un at 6% chance he'll be out as a leader by 2027. So very low. So yeah, that's not a good bet, but.
Oh, that's free money.
Yeah, that's free money like a motherfucker.
I'm still trying to get my head around the idea that the United States had sanctions. They removed their own sanctions. And somehow that's a result of getting rid of Maduro. They could have removed the sanctions with Maduro if they wanted to. So there was no deterrence. That one is still puzzling. I don't know, man. spitballing. That makes no sense. The United States put sanctions, whatever. This is the, go ahead.
No, I was going to just tell Neo that it's Putin had a higher chance. He had 11%. So, there you go. Go ahead.
Ben, it makes sense because Marco Rubio became Secretary of State and he couldn't leave his Florida politics aside and just decided to go with this. You know, he might come off as this smart fella, but he's still like a... him, basically... You're cutting off. Ben, I can't hear you.
Breaking news.
What makes sense?
The United States not even removing the sanctions and just doing what Trump wanted to do in the first place. Because any other Secretary of State outside of Marco Rubio maybe would have taken a different approach. So I'm arguing that because Marco couldn't set aside his Florida politics, he decided to kind of take it a step further.
Yeah, I think oil narrative ran away from Marco Rubio. It became kind of a Trump thing, and it became how to sell it as a narrative, and that's where you get all of this weirdness.
What was the breaking news, Leo?
Oh yeah, Dubai airport has reportedly been hit in the latest Iranian attack against UAE.
Oh yeah, I saw that shit. That shit was blown up.
To the tourism sector.
UN Security Council, I'm not sure we want to listen to it because it's going to be a lot of posturing. It's ongoing now.
Who's speaking? Is it Russia? What country speaking?
Well, I don't remember all the non-permanent members of the Security Council, but let me see. Apparently it's...
to shoulder its responsibilities
Second.
these grave violations and to adopting a firm position to end these
Bahrain. Its opening statement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that country was hit today, right? They're like...
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I felt bad for them.
That's them Abraham Accords. Mm-hmm. You and the Abraham Accords, it's on like popcorn for you.
Yeah, we'll see what I want to see what Saudi Arabia is gonna do. Are they going? I mean, maybe they did strike back yet. If I haven't seen anything, I've been doing some work outside, so I've been away from the TV. So
did we want to go back to the news?
Well, what do you got the latest? I'm seeing on Fox 40 top leaders killed. What is the latest you got?
They're talking about people in Iran celebrating.
Breaking news. Some Europeans are condemning Israeli and United States strikes on Iran. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and Spain.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty. That's pretty. I want to see what France is. France. I think Germany would probably jump in and be like, we can. They'll probably do the same. But France and UK might be with America, right? For the most part. This might be a question for y'all. So if they do Article 5, let's say something happens. That means that these countries got to jump in, right? That means they got to.
If United States does Article 5 in context of Iran?
Yeah.
No. It's not a self-defense war. So there's no self-defense argument for Article 5 being invoked.
So I was mischaracterized earlier when I used the word liberal, neoliberal's name. I was being characterized as
saying something other than what I was saying. I was referring to liberal as in need.
And just so the people, I know that the people in the chat are super irrelevant in the scheme of things. But I was talking about, like, if they did attack America or something happened, that's what I was referring to. So,
well, if Iran retaliates,
right?
Yeah,
like let's say they hit New York City or something, or they do something, suicide bomber or some shit like that, right?
I don't think there is a valid Article 5 in that case. Like that may not matter politically, they may come to aid, right? But they don't have to under Article 5. This is like blatantly illegal what the United States and Israel are doing.
That's fair. I don't know why people care if you're a scholar or not. I mean, if you're successful in life, it doesn't matter if you're a scholar or not. I mean, I don't even pretend to be a scholar. I'm not one of these people that come.
Don't respond. Don't respond, because it was a fine question. Now everybody hears it. It was a fine question. Some people know about Article 5. Some people didn't know the self-defense thing. You have people who can contribute, like Brother Messi, and so and Roger. And so they just hate from the goo. And so all they can do is troll and hate from the goo. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. Brother Messi was getting buck broke last night by a bunch of people talking about religion, not knowing what it was. Just ignore them. It was a good question, brother. Hey, Brother Mayo, how you doing, man?
Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing?
Wow.
Good and you.
I had a question. So Trump in his earlier speech spoke about giving the Iranians immunity if they lay down their arms. Can the president do that? And when he mentions immunity, what does he actually mean?
What was the question?
Trump said,
I'm sorry.
Trump said that he was telling the Iranian military that he would give them immunity.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. That was just immunity.
Sainwash and speculate what it means, but I don't think Trump knows what lustration means. But generally, if you're doing a regime change and you want to bring like an internal division and foment division, and so people side with you, right? Like lustration is one of the ways to do that, which is like a procedure in the new government of dividing between people who would have immunity and people who would not, right? Like, and going through that process so that some people can get immunity, but that's kind of a discussion for a new government. So again, this is saying washing Trump, but lustration is one of those ways to do that.
That's fair. And I just had no idea what he could possibly be speaking about. Did he mean if you ended up pressing the button and sending the drone to go strike the Iranian hotel, does he give you immunity from prosecution for the new government that they form? Is he going to give you immunity as it relates to Americans going in and trying to enforce some transitional law? Is he going to give you immunity when it comes to some human rights council going in and trying to prosecute Iranian officials? I have no idea.
One of the odd things about, it's like now all of a sudden they believe in some kind of international law. So they're going to go to, I don't know, the courts that Trump is trying to break up and sanction and give them immunity in those courts. It's kind of all over the place. He just kind of talks. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe Nuremberg style thing they're going to have in Iran and try to give the people immunity. It makes no sense. One of the things I find so fascinating about today is regime change as a trope is something we only get in our common tongue because of the neocons. Anybody ever thought about that? Now, all the America First people.
I have to disagree with you.
All right, go ahead, Toad. When do we use? Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. We only use that term, that phrase only entered our common parlance because of the neocons, regime change. That's the only reason why we as regular people would use the term. Right? And it's odd because regime change, being against regime change, was one of the rallying cries. And so what's fascinating to me is I'm interested in hearing from the MAGA people and other people on the right who were against foreign wars, why this regime change was necessary from an America First standpoint. From an Israel First standpoint, I understand. But if I were America First, I'd be searching because I don't see it. You see it. So it's fascinating days because, you know, didn't Trump say, neoliberal, that Iran was close to developing some sort of intercontinental missile system that would hit the American homeland?
Yep.
Yes, Cap.
That's totally insane.
I don't know. There's been a Hoolitzer, a Horwitzer, or a whore who drinks white wine spritzers. But I know that shit is not true. I don't know if it's a warhead, an airhead, or a Laffy Taffy. Shout out to Candies from the 90s. But I know that's not true. That's what I know. And at a certain point, push is going to have to come to shove. And what's so frustrating about this, and this is going to be slightly strange, I'm going to say this. The people who gave us Iraq and Afghanistan, they were alive and had to deal with whatever psychic, psychological, and emotional demons for decades. A lot of these people are going to be dead in 5 years. We have to live with these boomers. Must go. No one should be voting for anybody at this point over the age, for president in particular, over the age of 60 years old. I'm sorry, this is bad. It's bad. It's really bad. In 2028, because of this, the neocon wing is going to find itself palatable again. There's a new right-wing front around regime change. Drop bombs and then bounce. We haven't gotten anything from it. Whose life is... There's still Venezuelans in America. They all didn't flood back after Maduro left. Oh, we got to get rid of Maduro. All the Venezuelans flee because it was so terrible there. They're going to flee back. They're not leaving the United States unless you force them back. Remember, that was one of the arguments for regime change. I heard from an America First perspective, Israel First for sure. From an America First perspective, the justification of this action. I'm actually really open to it. I'd like to hear it. Can anybody give it? Neoliberal, you're our sane washer. You know, you do it for a living when you have to sane wash Soviet and post-Soviet policies and discourses. Can you sane?
I mean, it's hard. It's getting harder, right, to get to sane wash any of it. But they would say they're not going to, like, the regime change is bluster, right? Like using that argument that whatever is convenient of what Trump is saying and people around are saying, that is bluster. and the actual strategy is Libya, like basically create chaos, and then we don't care what regime comes in as long as they are responding to the pressures, constraints, and the experience that the previous regime went through, and whatever the characters of the regime, if they comply with those parameters, we're fine with them. We don't care about human rights. We don't care about state building, capacity building, developing the country, like any of that stuff. That can be like side narratives, but if it's Libya scenario, we're happy with that too. And the mistake of the Iraq wasn't the regime change. Regime change actually succeeded in Iraq, right? The problem was the nation building after that. Something like that.
You know what's funny about this is the fact that you're the only one that can make this argument. I see no MAGA person responding and articulating this the way you did. That's not what they're saying.
Yeah, the problem with that argument is, why is that in strategic interest of the United States?
That's not, yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, you can't answer that.
I actually thought, and people say I always hate on the MAGA, which I do, but I actually give them credit from my perspective when I give them credit. I thought one of the best things about the MAGA movement was the ways in which it moved people to be more honest and open, frank and explicit and candid and direct and conspicuous in the ways in which they hated on America being the police in the world. I thought that was one of the things that they did a good job, because you would have Democrats, center left, center right, Democrats and Republicans kind of, toe, looking like they're doing a little soft shoe from T for two or two for T, just me for you and me for me, just me for you and you for me alone, and doing a little soft shoe. I mean, yeah, it was bad, but Saddam Hussein was bad. And what they did was, which is great, they had Americans. They created a permission structure. By the way, this is going to be Andrew Yang's longest legacy, even more the use of permission. Created permission for people to say, leave it alone. We'll support people how we can, but we shouldn't do regime change. We should do nation building, and so forth and so on. I actually respected that about them, and I thought it was healthy, because the Democrats weren't doing it. Mainstream Republicans weren't doing it. The far left wasn't doing it to the degree, well, nobody listens to the far left anyway. And this was actually a big thing with a critical mass of people. They can't say that anymore. Instead, they're in here, not in here, but people are trying to defend it. And I don't see the U.S. Advantage that they get. So now you open yourselves up to all kinds of terroristic reprisals. So your claim is that these people are the number one funders of terror in the world. Cool. So you take a bunch of them and their family members out and think the people that they've activated, that they've gotten active, you think they're just gonna go to the Baskin Robbins and get pralines and cream like the one I used to get in Parkchester all the time, right around the Hollywood video? Like, what's going on? I don't get it, man. It's a weird foreign policy. And I mean, so with respect to Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump likes the bluster. I think he likes being out front. I think he likes now in the history books, if the guy's dead, he's going to get it when he's dead. So, but I'm going to be honest with you. Donald Trump is listening to people like Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham. These are neocons. This is a government that is captured by neocons, not MAGA people. They're mad at MTG because with the Epstein files, that was the core of MAGA. Now they don't like her, they don't like her and MAGA anymore. So instead, he's golfing with Lindsey Graham? I thought MAGA hated Lindsey Graham. I thought they hated the ideas that Lindsey Graham embodied alongside, what's the man's name? He died, John McCain. Did y'all see Meghan McCain's tweet this morning? It was dead on. It was a dead on tweet, reminding people about how her dad used to be this neocon bomb Mama Ran was the joke. She's like, well, now it's all of us. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the party, pal. And y'all know about that. That's from Die Hard 1. It's a mess, y'all. I don't want to go on and on. Y'all do your thing.
Explain your, now I'm going to take you to task. Explain your fascination with Leo Strauss.
This is not the room to do that. But I will say, Leo Strauss's mind was a legendary mind.
I mean, I can't agree with that, but the consequences of that mind.
They are horrific. They're horrific. To the degree, academics can do that, but this is not the space for this. I don't know why you would subject these people to this.
It's the teaser.
I mean, I also think that, Burke is the best political writer in the history of the English language, if you don't include Whitman. So, I don't agree with their ideas, but I can still respect them.
Yeah, I think the collapse of MAGA back into neoconservatism is very easily explained by their shared Straussian disposition, combined with a healthy dose of Nazi Jurism. Why am I blanking on his name? What's his name? Oh, God.
Anybody?
I think the reason they're circulating this news about the Supreme Leader being dead, I just read multiple very conflicting statements. Trump said he's dead. Now is the time for Iranian people to come out and overthrow their government. And then an Israeli official has said, we will decide the time and when to share the images of his dead body. Now, this is not me disputing the fact that he might be dead, but the fact is it possible they're trying to use this as a ploy to see if the Iranians will take a bait and record a video to actually get to the man himself? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. We don't know. I mean, he could have been in there. We were told by Trent, who now is in here, that he was in Russia. Remember that? Remember gone to Russia with the fam a couple months ago? You could have been right about that. I don't know if that's a big double. I don't know if they had bodies down there to blow up and this is all an elaborate ruse. I have no idea. Yes, Trent, you said they were on a family on a plane to Russia. This was maybe back in December or November. You may have said that in a Johnny Walker Hayes, but you did say it. Yeah, the family. Okay, maybe not him. Okay, the family. That's fair. They were killed today. I mean, they could have. But I have no idea. But again, it's not an individual who holds up the stuff. So I don't know. It's a mess. Go ahead, Trent. Do you think?
No, thank you. Yeah, it's a mess, but it is a spectacular day for the people of Iran who've been looking forward to this moment. I just got off the phone with one of my Iranian friends in Austin, and look for the.
Were they in Austin, Tehran, or Austin, Texas?
Austin, Texas.
Who have you talked to in Iran? Because it's pretty fucked up there right now.
Iran's fucked up. I mean, he's got family in Iran still.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I believe he's dead because I believe at this point, I mean, he was supposed to make a speech in minutes,
6-7 hours ago. And I think he would have, to put this to bed, I think the Iranians would have brought him out. So I don't think that this is a lie at this point. But I think this is a tremendous day for, not for everybody, but for a lot of Americans like myself who didn't know long.
For you?
I'll say for you.
How's it a tremendous day for you're Persian?
You say such things like this is.
Hold on, man, bro. Hold on.
Let him answer. How's it a good day for you? That confused me.
I said this is a good day for Americans like myself who found this theocracy to be a terrible thing, and all of the protesters and people who wanted to freedom from this regime for years. I am glad to see this.
So the theocracy is over?
I think it is. I think we'll see the crumble of this regime.
Wait, why do you think it's over?
Why would the theocracy be over because of one guy? Like kings have died in battle throughout history, for example, oftentimes on the battlefield, and then I don't know if you know the very famous the king is dead, long live the king. It's the next sentence. As soon as someone dies, there's other people. How do you know the theocracy's over? Like, how do you know these things? I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm asking, how do you know the theocracy's over?
I look at this one very similar to, since you're, history well. I look at this very similar to the Tsar
to who?
The Tsar of Russia.
This is in 1917?
In 1917, yeah.
This is nothing like the Tsar of Russia. Oh my God! Are you doing this to trigger me? Are you joking? Okay, he's joking.
No, he's not. He's not. You can't say he's joking. He's not. He's actually very serious.
No, I'm very. I'm looking at this in the same way, and then if we can look at the way that the Saddam regime was toppled. Now, whether or not the
which one was the second one? I didn't hear it. What was the second one he said?
The Saddam Hussein regime was.
All right, do Nicholas II. Do Nicholas II first before we move to Saddam. Just break that down for us. How's this like Nicholas II?
In the sense that there was fealty and loyalty to one person, one person was put above everyone else, and as that person was out was displaced, the system, the monarchy system crumbled, and that's a little bit to me. You can get it if you want, it's okay. I'm just trying
to understand. So you're saying that there was in Russia, there was all this fealty to. Well, what about how do you account for the Duma?
The Duma.
You think he knows what the Duma is?
Well, let him answer. I mean, because he brought it up, so you should know about the instruction of the Duma and the Socialist Workers' Party. And what about the Octobers and the Decembers of 1905? What would the parallel be there?
I don't know. But
okay. What about the Duma? What about the Duma?
Okay, well, we gotta have a history lesson.
Yes, you're the one that brought it. So this okay. We're having a chill room, bro. Okay, you can't come in here and hold on a second, Trent. Hold on, we're having a cool room. Hold on a second, Trent. Let me moderate the space. You can't come in here and make a claim and make the historical case, and then when we ask basic questions about the case you made, pretend to be insouciantly outraged.
So listen, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, Professor, I understand. But I'm just making a statement.
Not a condescending laugh again.
I don't agree or disagree. I'm asking. Hold on, bro. I don't agree or disagree. I'm almost done, bro. I'm almost done. I'm asking. It's not whether I agree or disagree. I thought it was interesting, so I wanted you to make the connections. I'm not quizzing you. You couldn't afford the tuition where I work. So again, and you certainly wouldn't get in. So again, I'll ask you again. What is the connection to 1917? That was your point.
I don't know. I think I can get in. You're right. I don't know if I could get it. I don't know if I can get into some of the East Coast colleges. I probably don't have.
It's a university. But keep going. I'm just asking how it's like that one, because that one kind of threw me off, because that was internal. There was also the World War that was going on. Like it was a whole different thing. They had extended themselves. Excuse me, Nichols had extended themselves. He was command stuff. Rasputin was creating all kinds of shit back on the domestic front. You had the stuff from what 05. It's like I don't see the parallels. I was just asking.
The parallels that I'm making is there was loyalty towards one individual, right? I mean, I think there was just loyalty towards Tsar Nicholas, and once that person fell, it created the power vacuum, which allowed Lenin and others. And I can't go through the whole Bolshevik revolution because I don't remember it all. But
you talking about Trotsky's people?
Trotsky and Lenin's people. So if I could just go back to where I was at, because I wasn't ready to debate, the fall of Russia. But I do think that this is going to create a power vacuum. Now, what I would question, I don't know without ground forces, whether or not you can dethrone, similar to like what's happened in Venezuela, whether or not you can dethrone the regime. But the forces that I've seen and the amount of destruction that has happened to the apparatus and the military, I don't foresee this bureaucracy continuing with this amount of destruction to their military capabilities.
What destruction? What has been? So what reports are you seeing? What destruction are you? What has been? What capabilities have been destroyed?
From what I've seen, they're within a day of losing total air supremacy. We in conjunction with Israel basically have near air dominance. If they can't control the Strait of Hormuz, which I don't think they will be able to. It's hard to fund the regime. It's hard for them economically to stay up. And the protests against the regime were massive. So I just don't foresee somebody else being able to step up into the echelon and maintain the type of control that Khomeini was able to command.
Okay, so on air supremacy, Iran isn't even attempting to maintain air supremacy. Like everybody knows that, right? So when somebody says the United States and Israel have reached air supremacy over Iran, they do not attempt, the Iranians do not attempt to maintain air supremacy. They didn't attempt it during the last time either.
I mean, the fall of the Tsar, it was totally, how would you, I don't know, man. It's hard to get my mind around it. That's fine. And people want to know, do you know there's been more than one Ayatollah?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So do you not think they have a succession plan in place? Everybody knows the HBO show.
I don't think from what we've seen over the past 3 months in Iran, and it's not just the Ayatollah that's been killed. The defense minister is dead. The leader of the army is dead. I mean, they have wiped out. They wiped out some of the family. They killed the son-in-law. They killed the daughter-in-law. It's just a decimation of their forces, not only from the strike from last year, but till today. And I don't know who would even want to take the throne. If you can't protect the Ayatollah, what makes you think you can protect yourself? It's kind of same thing with the cartel. If you can't lead, then you got to make a deal. And I don't foresee this theocracy maintaining the force that it's had. It's been exploded.
Okay.
You taught at a university. I thought you were
Can you explain why it's similar to Saddam Hussein?
I don't teach anywhere. I teach on Clubhouse. Go ahead.
I thought you were at Rutgers.
No, I'm not. Go ahead. Whoever's next.
Oh, Trent, do you mind explaining why the Iranian operation is similar to the Saddam Hussein operation, the sequence of events?
And it's good to see. It's good to see you, though, bro.
Trent, are you in the Matrix? Mel just asked you a question.
I probably am a little bit in the Matrix. Can you say that again, Mel? It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too, Trent. So you mentioned, sorry, you compared the Ayatollah's death today to Nicholas in Russia and also Saddam Hussein. Do you mind breaking down the comparison to Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, same thing. Like with they one by one picked off the leadership in Iraq. You know, you had a power vacuum, and they had to reconvene under things that were favorable to the United States. Now, of course, the difference, me and you both know the difference. There was ground forces. There was total control over Baghdad and Tikrit and Fallujah. You know, all their cities. They couldn't access the oil. So there was no income to come in. But I think we're seeing the same scenario. I don't know what country can maintain without air superiority.
Recently, I was at a protest that some Iraqi people were doing in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Parthenon there. And they were saying that some of their family members back in Iraq, this is just a couple of years ago, their family members still didn't have electricity. The Americans had put a totally corrupt regime in. They were extorting money out of everything. It made their life there in Iraq even worse. So they were trying to get people's attention. I think it was 2019, 2020, around that time.
Sorry, I was away from my phone. Yeah, so Trent, like in one breath, like you say that there's this like, there's like this focus on the loyalty, right? And in another breath, you're speaking to the distinct differences as it relates to like there being a ground campaign, there being tons of military people, boots on the ground. I don't really see the Saddam Hussein comparison just yet. I don't know. I guess we'll see in a couple of days. But I'm struggling a bit to make a connection right now.
Saddam also didn't mail. Saddam didn't have tens of thousands of people prior to the invasion of the United States protesting his regime and trying to get his overthrow outside of the Kurds, I think, in the north. But there was pretty much total control of the nation. This was already a nation that was influxed, and there was already a desire for a revolution. So I just when you got the police in the city, when the police force is with the protesters, I don't see how anybody can maintain this, but we'll see.
So you don't believe the reports that 20 to 30,000 or whatever the number is of people were killed over the past couple of months?
Yeah, no, I do believe that. I do believe those reports. I believe it's 20 to 30,000. Yes.
Okay, but the police didn't. So okay, all right.
Maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you didn't hear me. What I said, when the police in some places were also seen participating or being hands off with these protesters for quite some time. I won't say participating, but they were not going in and trying to make arrests because they feel some of the same things too. I just don't think we can maintain it. And you know, when you cut off the lights and you cut off the money, people change.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to sound Islamophobic. I don't want to sound like a new world subject.
I was gonna say it.
What's up?
I was gonna say it. Maybe I don't know what I'm gonna say, but I was gonna say just I also don't want to sound Islamophobic, but like there's this like rallying, like I guess solidifying effect that religion has on people that allows them to like, you know, go through the dungeons and like go through all the bullshit, right? And so in my mind at least, like there's something to Islam that would in my head at least allow the Iranians to like, you know, dig their heels in a way that wouldn't necessarily be true for other countries.
I think a lot of people imagine the people of Iran to be one represent that the excuse me. Many people believe that the Iranians abroad in the so-called diaspora are representative of a critical mass, perhaps even the majority of the people in the country. And I'm not an expert enough to know if that's true, but my suspicion makes me feel like that's not true. The other thing, relatedly, I think a lot of times people in moments like this, they project themselves or their subjectivity or our sort of Western subjectivity onto people in other parts of the world that don't have that subjectivity. And it is possible that there are people in Iran, I would probably argue a critical mass of them, who did not like the regime, but also don't like the United States or Israel. Those people are never accounted for in these conversations, ever. And I don't know what the future looks like with them. They might be the plurality. I have no idea. But the binaristic thinking, because, you know, you're under the sway of a president in the bully pulpit who only thinks in binaries. Speaking of which, did y'all see those tonsil stones that were flying out of the back of his mouth during the State of the Union? Absolutely disgusting. About 7 tonsil stones during the State of the Union flew out of the back of Donald Trump's mouth while he was speaking. And people have zoomed in. You could see it land on the podium and where they kept the book with the speech. And you all know what tonsil stones are. I don't know if there's anything more disgusting than tonsil stones that come out of the human body. I mean, that all things considered, blood, shit, feces, spooge, squirt, urine, etc. Tonsil stones are absolutely, at least, I saw videos, at least 7 tonsil stones come out of his mouth if it's not AI. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. So I don't know why people forget there's another category of people who don't like the regime, but they also don't like Israel and the United States doing this. And the way the Israelis, but Netanyahu in particular, they might actually not have an issue with Israelis. They just don't like people like Netanyahu. Like that speech he gives, and this is your moment, your rallying cry, we're the lions and all that stuff. These are people that are bombing their homeland. I don't know. I think that these analyses are too simplistic, but maybe you guys are right.
And all that, like, threat levels to bring them together to consolidate, like, oh, we're all in this, like, we're the victims, you know. And remember back in 2020, like, they were some of the most compliant people, but then a few of them started to rise up and gonna question the government in Israel. Then the whole thing with Palestine broke out, and then, you know, we've never gotten any kind of resolution or justice for anything that the police state's done here, much less anywhere else. No one seems like they're going to.
So, Ben, I just got this from Rachel Scott from ABC News. President Trump just told me he believes the Supreme Leader is dead. When I asked if the Supreme Leader is dead, the President said, "We believe so." I asked if he knew definitely. He said, I don't want to say anything definitively until I see things, but we believe he is, and much of their leaders are gone, not only from the one side, but the other two sides that we attacked. We had great intelligence, and so we think much of the leadership is gone.
So I just saw across my screen Trump, Iran Supreme Leader is dead. So that's the statement that he made. It's 5:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the breaking news.
Hey Ben, I've been wanting you to ask a question, and just pardon me for my ignorance. Can you explain for me, the slow people in the room, what is the UAE connection? Why they catching strays?
Oh, it's just anybody, anybody that is allied with the United States. There are U.S. assets there. Neil, but they're Sunni, right?
Mm-hmm.
And UAE, they're Sunni.
Yeah.
Yes. That always helps too. What? Iran's not Sunni.
No, not Iran. I'm talking about Saudi and.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So that doesn't hurt either. You know, you get a little twofer. And so there's a bunch of assets, bases, installations, etc. And they've been tearing up Bahrain. My best friend's brother's in Bahrain. Hey, he's nervous. He could die. I mean, this is going all off all around him. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. So, you know, that's what it is. It's that they're their partners. And they said they were going to do this. They said they were going to. They said it would be a regional. If you do something like this, not hit the so-and-so. They said they would do it. And they've done it. Just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he said these things would come to pass, they came to pass.
Yes, that's you know, I stay out of this kind of stuff because you guys know way more than me, but when you start hitting resorts and stuff like that, now it's costing people that really don't care what you have to say money at this point.
Well, the problem is these are the repercussions when you have when you have a quote preemptive strike. You weren't preempting anything. Look, Donald Trump gave a speech last night, and he said that he said troops, that people could die. They don't give a shit. Boomer brain. And he does the bidding of Benjamin Netanyahu, and he wants to go down in history as the guy that killed, whatever. They don't care. So yeah, they're going to blow up the malls, the airports. They're going to blow up a bunch of shit. They can't reach the United States, notwithstanding the propaganda that they have some missile system that could across the ocean. That's kind of stupid. But they don't care. Look, I don't know why. 1 second, G. I don't know why you guys are so enamored with vacationing in that part of the world. This shit could pop off at any moment. I would not. Oh, I gotta go to Dubai. I gotta go see somebody get shat on. You can do that shit in Atlantic City. You can do it in Columbia, South Carolina. You could do it in Nevada. You don't need to go over there and do that. If you want to see somebody get shat on and play some blackjack and drink alcohol, you could do that here. I don't know why people want to go to that desert. I don't get it at all. I'll never go to the Middle East in my life. Hello?
Columbia, South Carolina is the king of getting shitted on.
Well, the reason why I asked the question, man, is because, I don't know whether it's verified, cost of people, but I heard that the Palm Hotel and Resorts got hit. I'm like, is that a military installation? Or is it just a lashing out? Hey, everybody can get it.
So
I don't know whether that's verified. It
is verified, but here's what's happening. They can't hit like Ben said, they can't hit Israel, they can't hit the American targets.
What do you mean they can't hit Israel? Are you seeing the videos?
Of course they can hit Israel. They're hitting Israel as we speak.
Let me finish. So they have to expend so much to try to hit Israel, and because of the Iron Dome and American targets, that they're going after the soft targets. And what landed in front of the Bahrain Hotel? Well, it got hit in the front. It wasn't like a major strike. You got one strike on the I think the Kuwait airport, and so it's here and there. But to me, all it's done is unite Saudi Arabia and the UAE and these other countries against them. And I actually think that's their biggest mistake.
So it's pretty much what I said. Everybody can get it.
Yes, everybody. And they told you. Okay. Yeah, everybody can get it, and they told you. We knew this was going to happen last night because that it was going to happen, or 2 days ago, whenever it was, because Huckabee, Ambassador Huckabee, in between channeling Jesus and misreading Genesis, told all his people to get out of there. So we knew it was going to happen then.
This is what happens. They don't have. I don't think they have their command and control. I don't think they know what to do.
Trent, stop this. You don't think they have their command and control? How the hell? How are they responding?
So
you think they're doing it from Clubhouse? Like it's just bombs flying from anywhere? What are you saying, bro?
What I'm saying is their top leadership, right, has been eliminated, and so I don't think they have the best and brightest at the helm, because I didn't understand the attacks on the phone.
Yeah, I really think. Here's what I think. I think it's very helpful sometimes before we open our mouths, we really think about what we're saying, especially in a room full of people, because individuals will jump at the opportunity to make you look stupid. Like, come on, bro.
Dude, Baku, Azerbaijan, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm probably way off. The former Trump Tower Baku project is the closest Trump-branded development to Iran. It's located approximately 180 miles north of the Iranian border. So y'all know they got missiles that could hit that. Why aren't they doing it?
No one cares about the Trump Hotel in Azerbaijan.
It's just a name on the hotel, like.
It's branded.
It's not even a Trump hotel. It's just a brand. It's not even own the hotel. It's just branded. Who else is next? Come on, y'all. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. So to what Trent was saying previously, if you count the number of missiles from different statements of U.S. government, which said something like, CENTCOM said it fielded 300 missiles. Bahrain said 100. If you combine all of those statements together, you'll get a number that is approaching in one day more missiles than, and this is the reported one, more missiles than in all of the 12-day war combined. Which means, and we're still getting the news, right, from the airport strike, and then drones are not counted in any of those statements. This points to that Iran was ready, and it was retaliating with quite a large capacity.
Like hotels would be a good place for human trafficking, though, people.
I'm just trying to look through all of the rhetoric, trying to see behind the rhetoric and see, because I know that real estate investors invested heavy in Dubai because this is where a lot of money is. I'm trying to figure out what's the play, because I know that I know people have got to be losing money. It's just like anything else. If you even though that particular hotel is owned by the whatever the royal family or whatever, it's privately owned. If it goes to crap, everything around it loses value, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the play. Wow.
The play, I'll tell you.
It can lose value. I think that would be the play. Why you bomb it?
Just make it a smart city rebuild like they do every.
No, that's what I'm saying, because a lot of people that support Trump also have investments heavily over there. So if they're saying, yeah, Trump, go do this, and they're going to retaliate and bomb places where we have we're heavily invested and we're going to lose money, there has to be something behind that. There has to be a play behind.
Yeah, the play is stay away from the Middle East. Dan said it right.
Okay, you're not hearing my point, man. Jeez, you're not hearing my point. I'm not emotional at all. If they support Trump to actually do what he's doing, knowing Iran is going to say anybody can get it, and they have heavy investments in the Middle East already and have for a long time. The real estate is a great investment over there. They have been putting money over there. I own REITs and things over there. My point is, what is the play to say, yeah, Trump, go do this. Iran is going to hit everybody around there. They may hit Dubai. We're going to lose money. There has to be a play after that.
Remember the Bin Laden family got a lot of money in construction when stuff got fucked up in the Middle East already?
I'm sorry, what is the play with tariffs? You can do with every Trump policy, which seems to be counter economic prosperity of the United States. Like, why would his foreign policy be pro-business? Is tariff policy pro-business? Have you seen what he's doing with Anthropic, the AI company? Is that pro-business? Why are we expecting pro-business foreign policy from Donald Trump? Or economic development of Middle East from Donald Trump? If you read the statements from Qatar and like everybody else, the second line is about this harms the economic development of the region. Like they're all complaining about it.
GA, you need to move your money out to Dubai, brother.
There's nothing to move now. He's blown up.
So they're gonna kill the Ayatollah and bring in some dude who never lived in Iran, and he's just gonna be accepted as the fucking president?
I mean, it's the strangest thing. Well, maybe it'd be prime minister. I don't know. No, king. No, they want a constitutional monarchy. He would be the king. And Miss Queen, the Bin Laden family, it was his Bin Laden's daddy. They were really, 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 really wealthy long before what you're talking about. In fact, if I recall correctly, they were responsible for the refurbishments and building up of the holy cities, Mecca and Medina. They were massive construction and building company along all of that. So you're off only by about 30 years, maybe 40 years. Otherwise, I take you.
Got their business going now?
Well, yeah, they still have some business. I mean, Osama was kicked out. He was involved in the businesses. I believe he had holdings and did some work when he was in Khartoum. I'm doing this from memory. I apologize. I think he was in Khartoum.
Destroying the shit right there. They could build it back, I guess, and get like if you're like who's benefiting out of it?
Israel. That's who's benefiting.
I don't know how they're benefiting. I really don't. I understand.
They want that temple rebuilt, and now we're like, please fuck us up so we can rebuild this temple. Like, what do you think? Like, I really think it has a lot to do with this smart city, all this build back better stuff, building, all that kind of.
Smart city, build back better. That's a crossover.
Wait. Smart city. You think that the new temple for the Jews is going to be a smart city? Herodotus couldn't have written about
I mean,
that.
it is some,
15 minutes.
Everybody consolidated in these small spaces, so if they can just like, they flooded Nashville and then they built it back better, a smart city. And they
Nashville,
just built
Tennessee?
lots of places. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. I think they're doing this all over the world. They're just
No,
fucking
but
shit
connect
up
that
so
to
they
the
can
temple.
get construction going.
You said the temple, though. What's it got to do with the temple?
to be fair, the temple is is a little bit of a smart city because they need a genetically engineered heifer, like a red heifer. So that part is smart.
Not just any red heifer, one from Texas, by the way.
Exactly.
Can they just throw some paint on it, some bear paint on it?
No, then it won't work. It has to be an
And they
original.
found like a white hair on it.
You know, I used to know a red heifer once. I called her Candy. I met her in Southeast D.C. She was a docent at the Frederick Douglass Museum. Yeah, she was a red heifer.
Earlier, you got interrupted. You were talking about something interesting, and you asked a question. Yes, it was in Khartoum.
Yeah, it was in Khartoum in Sudan. Yeah, they had big holdings there. It was a very big, definitely his monies. The money he got from there definitely helped finance Al Qaeda, or the base, as it was known from early on, for sure.
Yeah, and what we know from the remaining bin Laden family, especially the niece of Osama bin Laden, Noor bin Laden, she is at least a rabid Donald Trump supporter and is part of the MAGA movement, and he's into QAnon.
It's all coming full circle now.
Yes, the bin Ladens love Trump. I don't know. People probably don't know that. But yeah, they love Trump.
Who would benefit all the things like getting destroyed? People that gotta be in constructing stuff back in its open property like that,
Their CEO and neoliberal are responsible here, and I'd love for you to explain your theory. How does Iran maintain its missile and drone complex? By the way, they just destroyed the police. They just destroyed the ballistic missile complex in Tehran, Iran. So how, without air superiority, does Iran refuel and resupply its drones and missile complexes?
You put the missiles on a Toyota Hilux and you launch them from there.
Yeah, so Trent, I don't have a theory. All I said was, up to this point, if you combine the number of missiles that have been circulating in media, like Bahrain said, so many missiles were launched from Iran on Bahrain, and then the United States says 300, they fielded 300 missiles, and you combine all of those things, it shows that at least for the majority of the day, right, Iran maintained the capability to launch those missiles, which if you count them, would be approaching the total number of missiles they launched during the 12-day war, which means the capability, at least for today, was there. And given that the majority of the strikes occurred simultaneously on Iranian time in the morning, right, it means that those strikes, majority of them, still, whatever capability they destroyed, they maintained enough to make that type of a show of force.
Well, I mean, Mel, I thought you were joking. Like, to me, the problem is once you lose air superiority, very similar to trying to deliver drugs across the ocean. Once those Reaper drones are out and they can hit you at any moment, it gets really difficult. Plus, I would assume that Mossad has tremendous amounts of intel, and I think the populace will begin to rat out the other folks, and you'll start to have people traitors to the regime. Because to be honest, I don't know what they're serving at this point. I don't know that, without Khomeini, I don't know who you're serving, what you're serving.
Who were they serving before?
That's a great question. That's a great point. It reminds me of the Nazis. Wait now. No, wait, so let me finish what I'm saying. It reminds me of the Nazis.
What happened?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it reminds me of the Nazis in 1945, how they continued to, even especially like February of 45, when it was clear that the war was lost and there was nothing to fight for outside of fealty for.
This is terrible, and it's.
Trent, that doesn't really say anything though. Many groups.
I don't know what these people are. I don't know what the people serving the old theocracy of. To me now, the old theocracy of Iran are fighting out.
Monty could be. I appreciate the pause, but.
It's kind of dope. I kind of don't like it though.
Yeah, let it cook. Let it cook. Let's go. It's giving like Miami Vice / Middle East.
Iranian regime is kaput.
Thanks. Trent, Nazi comparison was absolutely insane and doesn't really tell us anything, right? Because throughout history, like many groups, will continue to fight for a particular idea or institution, even though the survivability of institution can be called into question.
Well, wait, hold on. You're wrong because, there were still monarchists after the American Revolution.
Well, again, get with me on the analogy. January 1945, February 45. It's very clear that Germany going to lose. However, people still go out and sacrifice themselves, for Hitler. But I think like once Hitler was gone, right? I don't know what these people are serving. Are serving. So that's I think the psychological thought of when you lose your leader. I think it's the fact that
it's not just the leader. It's also the ideas, Trent. Right? And
I don't think they agree. So Mel, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they agree with the ideals of the regime, because that's why they have the protest. You know what I'm saying?
But what proportion of the population, is agrees with the protests? And then secondly, what proportion of the population, who may agree with the protest but disagree with foreign intervention? Like, just because they're with the protest doesn't mean that they're going to be gung-ho about the U.S. coming in and dictating terms to them.
100%. I don't disagree with you there at all. I would love to hear from neoliberals closest. I've heard estimations that it's 30 to 40% of the population that is vehemently against the regime, but I'd love to, these are American figures. I'd love to know what or anybody thinks.
Remember, he said you were closest because, like Iranians, you're a favorite.
I mean, how can we believe any numbers that are coming out about favorability or whatever in Iran? I just don't trust it at all. The Shah was looking pretty popular too, and then a bunch of fucking people in rural communities came in and they fucked them up. We don't know how popular the Ayatollah is in Iran.
And we don't know how popular the protests are either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how people, I think Big Sister put in chat. Everybody on the internet is now expert in Iran. Wouldn't know Farsi if it came out of their ass with a farty. But all of a sudden, everybody knows everything about Iran. It's insane.
By virtue of geographical placement, I have a higher ontological access to Iranian protests.
Yeah, That's what I was surmising. I would think that you.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, I know it was a joke. I was saying you would know more than me because, again, I will take, like what everybody is saying, protest and videos can sometimes be misleading to, like, what the actual majority is. But I would love to know what, you think as far as what do most people think there?
I don't. That's why I'm not making forecasts. That's why I'm surprised you're making
There are only
forecasts.
people that I had come into contact with that were protesting anything about over there were Iraqis that are relocated in Nashville, Tennessee area, and they were protesting
At the Parthenon. Yeah, the Parthenon.
Parthenon, yeah. And they gave me one of the flyers, and on the flyer it talks about they still, after all these years of war, they still don't got electricity back. All this horrible stuff, like people can't make any money. They're starving still, and they put corrupt people in power and left everything up to corrupt.
I hear you. What's up, Trent?
Well, I'm all right. Good to see you, man.
You too.
I do have to say some of the Trump tweets about Obama attacking Iran before an election. There really is a tweet for everything. I know that's a cliche, but it's totally insane to look at some of the tweets of what he said about Obama and attacking Iran.
And that's when
even Stephen Miller from a year and a half ago,
Yeah, he was like, if you vote for Kamala, she's gonna send your kids to die in Iran or something like that. Right?
Yeah, MAGA is okay. We're America first, but when Trump changes and comes up with a new initiative, whether right or wrong,
they're MAGA first.
Yeah, we just recalibrate whatever beliefs or principles we had to align with whatever Trump says, and that changes by the minute. So he could turn around 2 days from now and say, you know what, okay, the whole bombing campaign in Iran is done. We've achieved some victory, and MAGA will be like, yeah, you don't mess with Donald Trump, We now have a Trump doctrine. We had TC come in here earlier, tell us about a Trump doctrine and use Nigeria as an example. He hadn't read a damn thing about the Nigeria thing. Clubhouse, man.
Let's steal man, as the Black Muses and other failed debate bros and failed podcasters say. Let's steal man. So let's say the regime was hated, and the regime and the leader of the regime and his top captains and lieutenants are dead. Hey man, this should be over in a week.
No. Was the Iraq war over in a week after you captured Saddam Hussein?
The military part of it was more than a week. I think 3
It's
weeks.
not the military part that has to be considered as of right now. Military part is always easy for the USA. It's the part that comes later.
Yeah,
like
What
Afghanistan.
are you gonna do? What are you gonna do after you are done with them?
So I completely concur with you on that. The insurgency, the internal strife.
You created ISIS because you toppled Saddam. ISIS, whatever you want to call that.
Well, the one in Iraq was ISIL.
Daesh fighters were created out of ex-Iraqi army.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is when does Iran lose capability to fire off missiles and drones and threaten its neighbor?
A week at most.
Go ahead.
I would say a week. They would lose the capability to fire any kind of missiles and drones into Israel or any Arab state.
Yeah, that's about what I think as well.
So here's the thing, and people. I'm with y'all. I'm with you. All right. So there was a fear, and there were intelligence, everything that said Iran has these capabilities. They have these terror networks that Hezbollah, that Hamas has pretty much done that. the Hezbollah and these other terror networks, and and the reason for not doing what they did today, last night and today, is so they wouldn't unleash that stuff.
That stuff was
So now
actually.
1 second.
Yes.
So and so 1 second. And so they were holding back. Now there's nothing to hold back. So either two things are true. Either all the reports were wrong and they were a lot weaker and not nearly as threatening as everybody said. That's a real possibility, by the way. Let me get through the two options. Can I get through the two options?
Please.
Cool. One, and that's a possibility. Or two, it's still coming. So let's say, they blew out how you pronounce it, Shahaz, or how you pronounce it. They blew out the ballistic missiles, all that stuff. Apparently, although they have terror cells all over the country.
I'll tell you what.
Not all over the country, all over the world, excuse me. All over the world?
After October 7th, 2023.
All over the world, right? Huh?
Israel started to unravel all of the Iranian
proxies. Why do I do this? I can't even understand what you're saying. What language are you speaking?
You don't understand me.
What language are you speaking?
It's called English. Do you understand?
I can't understand you. Start over. I understand that. I couldn't understand. Start over.
After the 7th October attacks on Israel, Israel started to unravel the Iranian proxies all over the world. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, the Syrian rebels. They were all the part of the great axis created by Iranians.
But the proxies were only in the Middle East? I thought they were all over the world.
No, they were only in the Middle East. They do not have proxies all over the world. Nobody has proxies all over the world.
Oh, so this was America doesn't have proxies all over the world?
America definitely has proxies.
What are you saying? The British don't have proxies all over the world?
No.
France doesn't have proxies all over the world?
What proxies do you think they have in India?
China doesn't have any proxies all over the world?
Starbucks is a proxy of the United States.
Let me just, you gotta keep going.
Yeah, the two options. I think to get back to the idea of quote unquote straw manning, I think best case scenario is IRGC taking, if the leadership is dead, whatever IRGC leadership might be dead, they are easily replaced. IRGC takes over and it becomes something like a more military dominated state like Pakistan. Right. I'm speaking.
Please.
Shah of Iran doesn't matter. I did the Harris thing. Sorry. And it becomes Pakistan type of a state where the United States does not necessarily have a good relationship, but it has good enough a relationship on intelligence level. And IRGC accommodates it in that sense, right? Because it's maybe in their best interest, and the only problem for that is the nuclear weapon thing that become more of a reality than not.
Yeah.
Because the person blocking the nuclear weapons development was the fatwa by the supreme leader.
Can you imagine Trump's legacy if him killing the Ayatollah leads to a world where the IRGC invests as much as they can into developing nukes and they get a nuke in 15, 20 years?
Yeah, whether it is Ayatollah or not Ayatollah, isn't that like what every state is currently thinking?
But neoliberal, what's stopping them from becoming more like maybe Saudi Arabia as well, and maybe some of those other countries that are
You mean
more
You mean
Yeah,
more
like-
monarchist?
Well, I mean, just like now they're starting to have more tourism, and they seem to be, I would say, normal, where it just seems like one of those chill, Middle East countries.
Just want to say that Saudi Arabia is not normal. It's a shithole. Don't go. But continue.
I mean, I see people.
You don't think that Trump will buy the property when it gets to?
Hold on, Queen. Hold on. All right, continue.
I'm saying I see people going out to Saudi Arabia. I got friends who've been to Saudi Arabia multiple times. I don't really have people, at least in my world, that say like, hey, you know what, we want to go to Iran, but people want to go to Dubai. People want to go to these other, Middle East countries. I'm saying what's stopping Iran from just
U.S. sanctions.
U.S. sanction? Okay, well. Maybe the new government will.
The people, if sanctions were not there, the people who would go to Saudi Arabia would have no problem going to Iran.
They prefer going to Iran.
Yeah, but you got to understand that Iran is ancient Persia. This thing is not. I think a lot of people's heads are hurting at this conversation because it's like, what are we really even talking about? This has already been prophesied about. Iran is actually Persia. And the Persians.
Can you explain the exonym and endonym differences between Iran and Persia?
Not the exonym in the English. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're not gonna do all that.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying,
please.
Is that
What's the difference?
All of this stuff is already been prophesied, right? The people who read the stars. Whatever your religion is, if you read the stars, you look at the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever. Yeah, at the end of the day, we got to understand that war is inevitable because war is profitable.
Okay, if it's all foreseen, then we shouldn't do anything. Like, shouldn't talk about it. It's all this is going to happen.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question, if you guys don't mind. And
the sun and moon.
And it was some good words by man, yo. I enjoyed listening to you, bro. It sounds like you got a lot of knowledge on your shoulders. I want to ask just anybody, and you can have a question, I'll just listen. Do you think this really would start World War III? I know a lot of people do the same things, like North Korea may jump in, but I haven't seen anything. Or they may attack Japan, or China might make an attempt at Taiwan. Like, what do you think of, like, the world? Are they going to react to America in this way? Or,
I think they're just going to buy the property once it gets devalued and redeveloped.
Can we stop on the property, please?
I really believe that's the core of it.
Yeah, of course.
It depends what's in their best interest economically.
I mean, there is a pathway.
Building back.
There is a pathway to like escalation into a regional war, but it's unlikely. Right, like if mostly because the regional actors, despite somewhat like either being neutral or slightly siding with the United States or giving both sides statements, the real regional player is Turkey. Right, Turkey is very pissed about what the United States is doing. They consider it attack on Iran. Yeah, it's very different from every other statement that other countries issued, right? In their statement, Turkey said that they consider this attack an attack on their sovereignty, not on the Iranian sovereignty, but on their sovereignty. So this is also a challenge to Turkey's rise as the preeminent regional player, right? And they went through this stuff with Syria, right, and Syrian refugees and destabilization in Syria. They just recently basically succeeded with al-Shara government in Syria of stabilizing this situation. They don't want the repeat of that in Iran, right? So the pathway to World War III is constrained by, on one side, Azerbaijan, the other side, Turkey, that are probably not really interested in regional escalation whatsoever.
So when you say that, is it because Turkey was the leader of the last caliphate? It was the Sunni caliphate, which was under or the leading of the Ottoman Empire. And no, brother said something about prophecy. I'm into theology and stuff, but I don't want to bring that into the mix. I just want to talk about the politics side and the event side of it. But do you think that Turkey may have an interest in retaliating more than any other country in the region, even Iran itself, because of that?
Everybody other than Israel and United States are interested in regional stability.
Yeah, I didn't think Turkey would, have any type of response with that. Israel, Iran are, and as far as I know, with this how this is going, I mean, it's really crazy, and to the point where Iran and Israel can actually take care, and Iraq can take care of themselves to the point they don't need America. I don't even know why. And I'm trying to figure out what America has to do with any of this, rather than what we need to be doing here. But I'm getting people telling me America's trying to take over Iran, Iraq, Trump, whatever, and then I'm getting people telling me, because of the oil and all that. Then I got people telling me, no, we're trying to help Iran, Iraq, or whatever. But if they can help themselves, because they're rich, they have money. Matter of fact, we're dealing with them personally with that level. I know that for a fact. But I mean, are people, Americans, really concerned about the deaths that are going out there, or is this really about taking over?
Well, some Americans are concerned about the death, but I'd like to answer Kevin's question.
Okay, breaking news, sorry. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will speak within minutes. Iran Al-Alam TV reports after Trump Netanyahu claimed he was killed in ongoing U.S. Israel.
I thought they said that minutes ago, like hours ago, though.
They've been saying he's going to speak for.
Oh, wow, no, right?
Yeah. I'm still waiting on him. So the answer.
What I'm reading was 2 minutes ago. Within.
I get it, but they've been saying since literally 7:16 this morning.
Official U.S. Official Iranian news channel saying it.
Yeah, I think it came out. Is it Con News? Is that the? I don't know the abbreviation, but they have been saying. I think their foreign minister was on this morning on saying that the minister was going to speak. Like again, they've been saying that for a while now. I'll believe it when I see it. But to answer Kevin's question on what could happen. Now, I will say I don't think I agree with neoliberal. I think the chances of a true regional conflict are unlikely, just because Iran doesn't have the fighting power, and Russia's already tied up in Ukraine, and China really hasn't come to their great aid. But what I do think could possibly happen. I think we've opened the door for China now to attack Taiwan. They would have the justification, just based upon the way the United States has carried itself as well as Russia, and I think they could make that move just based upon those things. I'm not going to say that it's
so now Taiwan is in it, right?
Well, no. So Taiwan has always been an interest of China.
Oh my God! So we're just starting. We're just creating World War III, basically, right? I mean, like this is what's going on. Y'all can hit all the politics. I'm 51. I've been in politics too long and dealt with shit. But everybody doesn't want to everybody wants to go around like the real shit. Everybody wants to make all this political bullshit and stuff. Just say it. Just be simple about it. I mean, America's going for them, Iran, Iraq for the oil, for the riches, and pretty much we're not helping them. We're just pretty much trying to control those two countries, right? I know you're ready for World War III. Of course, I heard that. Yeah, that comment we're ready for. Everybody's ready for World War III because it's going to happen. Eventually, people want it to happen because this is ridiculous, dude.
It's both oil and World War III.
Why do we keep talking
So,
about oil?
so basically, it's come on, man. Stop.
Maybe I don't think that there's going to be a world war. I don't think this is going to spark.
Dude, we've been saying that for like 2 years. I don't think it's gonna be, but every freaking time, each year, if y'all don't even think about it, it's another president or something. Yeah, it's about to be another World War III. We might end up going to World War III. That's all I'm fucking concerned about. Because in that case, I want to get my family and friends out of here. I don't care about the politics of this bullshit that everybody's getting on and dealing with it. That's so ignorant that we can just talk the shit out. Really, we really can, compared to what country's trying to take over another country because they either feel they're more powerful or we're looking for fucking their oil. We trying to grab this shit. I care about my fucking family and shit and shit like that. If the shit gonna happen, I want to know. I don't care about Bruce.
Hey, Bruce, I got bad news for you, bro. This is World War V, bro. World War III was COVID. Like, you gotta understand that.
No, you know what? You can get all that dumb shit.
Okay,
I'm just saying, bro.
Excuse
That's a disease. That's a disease. You get with all that stupid ass shit. I'm talking about World War III.
You said World War.
Come on, dude.
COVID was a World War?
It wasn't a world war, nigga. It was just something.
It was a world war.
It was not a world war. It was just something.
COVID was a world war.
Oh my God, kill yourself. Kill yourself right now, dude.
No, I ain't got to kill myself. Listen. Bro, I'm not trying to come against you. I'm not trying to come against you, bro. I just think that you're late. World War III's already been passed.
Come on, man.
We're in World War V.
What was the fourth?
Listen though. Hold on.
Why are you talking about my name so loud?
Let me talk to this man.
Stop talking to me. Don't talk to me. No, I don't want to talk to you. Dude, you're not making any sense. That's a disease. You're not even, shut up, dude. Shit don't even make sense what you're saying.
Hey, did we miss World War IV?
You're late, bro. Bro, you got a ticket in the room. Bruce, you got a ticket, bro. You got a ticket, bro. You're talking to me crazy. You got a ticket. You got a ticket.
You were
I'm telling you.
I got a ticket, nigga. I'm way older than you, nigga. I'm way older than you.
Listen. Bruce, calm down.
Listen, man.
No. You calm down.
I can't stand loud niggas. You too loud, nigga. You kill yourself. You mute up, nigga. You mute up.
World War III's been over, nigga. Shut the fuck up. World War III's over, bro. We're not in World War III.
I know you hear me.
Y'all got ignorant ass niggas, bro.
I know you hear me saying one mic.
Go die.
One mic. I'm gonna drop you. All right, Bruce and Galen.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Y'all gotta go one at a time, bro. We don't want to. Okay, I'm talking.
I was rocking with
Oh my! I'm gonna drop you. Please, sir, respect them. Trying to maintain order. Please. Go ahead, Ben.
Neoliberal, some breaking news in the chat. Looks like we have a new leader of Iran. Neoliberal, you want to break that?
Yeah, president is assuming power during the wartime. But again, still no confirmation of the Supreme Leader either way.
What about the president? They have the governmental president.
Yeah, that's the question. Where is the Pezeshkian? Currently, also unanswered.
It's so funny, too, because I remember the Iranian president, even with sanctions and everything, used to have a pretty visible presence in the West. I don't know if y'all remember Ahmadinejad. Yeah. He would always come to the U.S. all the time. So this is interesting. So maybe the Ayatollah did and the President is dead. There you go.
Ben, I got a
question. So just another. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry about that, Lord.
Yeah, Ben, I was going to tell you in 2006, I prayed at the same masjid with Ahmadinejad and got my ass whooped for calling out a soldier because he walked into the masjid with his shoes on. He was one of the representatives for the AU summit that was held in Banjul. And you're not used to seeing them, basically. Not his people, I'm talking about Gambian soldiers. And I almost got my ass whooped for that because I had the audacity to tell the guy, take off your fucking shoes, you're walking by stuff. And immediately after that, it didn't take long. His regime went away. But one of the things he did was actually, from that region, was help some of those so-called friendly governments to get training, military training, to Iran. Now, I don't know what their rationale behind it was, but I don't think it's kind of produced any sort of benefit because I don't think any of those so-called militaries will come out and help them. But that was some funny, weird thing. You brought up his name and I just remembered that thing. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm with you guys. Is it true that Israel got hit as well?
Yeah, they made a ton today.
Can I put my 2 cents in, if you guys don't mind? I believe it's about China. The war is about China becoming powerful and Russia.
I mean, if you're saying...
Wait, let me give him some change. Hold on, Neil, bro. Because if he thinks that was 2 cents, that was no more than a cent. Here's a penny back, bro. Your 2 cents weren't even worth the 2 pennies, bro. Like, that's all you got? It's about China, it's about Russia, that's it? Like, how, in what way? Explain how it's about them. Like,
Iran is getting a lot of resources. All right. Okay.
Can I get my 2 cents on the issue?
Well, China and U.S., they've been in a war. They've been to, technology war. They've been to a lot already. And then they're both using each other. Russia already defeat the NATO. They're defeating them on the other side,
No.
America understands.
Russia's doing what? Russia's not fighting NATO.
What do you think your war in Ukraine is? They're defeating NATO.
It's not NATO because
America.
there are no NATO troops. Hold on, bro. Calm down. There are no NATO troops involved. NATO involved. Now, there are NATO countries and non-NATO countries
China's
that are
taking
giving
over
weapons
America.
and money to... All right.
China's becoming #1 country in this earth,
No, bro. I think you're so disconnected from geopolitics.
It's power.
No, it has nothing to do with that. The situation with Russia and Ukraine it goes back historically, because Russia actually started with the native land, Rus Kiev. So, and it's also about the former USSR and the former surrounding and border of countries that actually separated, because Russia's not good strategically from a military standpoint. They're landlocked, and pretty much like any invasion from what they would call the threat of West Europe was very easy. Russia historically under the USSR was under the comfort of having bordering countries that actually kept them from being invaded or having to deal with the politics, but the loyalty was still to Russia. So when the Ukraine war actually got started, which really goes back to 2013, 2014, it was to obtain those 3 territories in Ukraine. But then eventually there's this historical claim back to Rus Kiev, because Kiev, which is the capital of Ukraine, used to be the center of the Slavic empire, if you want to call it that. So it's just trying to get back to a form of USSR, a form of loyalty with bordering countries like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Latvia, Estonia. Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania already switched over to the NATO. I mean, Russia didn't attack them, so then that theory kind of goes out the window that they're at war with NATO. So what it is more so is just getting back ground and an advantage back in Western Europe. And Russia doesn't like the sphere of influence of the Western Europe to be that close. That's just pretty much it on that.
Yeah, Kevin, that's a great assessment. If I can chime in, because to neoliberals news, you sir? Oh yeah. And Ben, I think you're gonna find this interesting, because Trump just made a very telling statement, saying a lot of the Iranian leadership is dead. We know, we don't know it all, but a lot of it is. It was a very powerful strike. But we have a very good idea who the next leader will be. Which I don't want to read. Well, I'm gonna read into that, because I know Mossad thinks far ahead. There may be a possibility. The reason why this vice president was spared, but we'll see.
Trent, it's very beautiful to see contorting that you do with any use of information. Why? Okay, so this is some type of a 3D chess plan, and this vice president specifically is Delcy Rodriguez. Okay.
Well,
what do you know about what do you know about RF?
I don't know anything about RF.
So how are you making that judgment?
How am I making that judgment?
Yes.
I don't know anything about RF, but I know about Trump, and Trump is he just makes statements that, like, you kind of his hints. He drops hints because he can't keep his mouth closed. And when he says we have a very good idea who the next leader will be, I would not put it past them to have gone in, to have infiltrated the government and tried to find a friendly. It's basically what they did in Venezuela.
That could also just mean that they know how power's going to flow.
Well, they could know the success. Yeah, I'm with you. They could know the succession plan, but I think if you do this, you don't do this without having somebody that you, either a general or somebody in power that you can look to gain control. So I don't. Like I said, I'm not going to go too far into it. It's just one statement from Trump, but he always leaves little tidbits.
I mean, if that's true, honestly, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. RF supported the Green Revolution. He's a reformist. But you know what's ridiculous? The rest of the government was also reformist. Like Pezeshkian, who's dead. Well, presumably, since Vice President is taking over the presidency. Both Pezeshkian and RF are reformists. Do you think the reformist movement in Iran will have higher or lower credibility after this? Or the hardliners would have higher credibility?
Can I ask a question that might hurt people feeling? Is the American Empire fall?
Hold on, J-Fresh. Hold on. Trent, can you answer neoliberal? I'm curious when you answer this.
I need to do this question.
Like, sorry?
I didn't completely hear your question, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm saying if what you're saying is true, your reading of situation, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. So I hope it's true. I hope you're right? But both RF and Masoud Pezeshkian, which is presumably dead. That's why Vice President RF was the Vice President. Is now assuming presidency and control, right? So let's assume Pezeshkian is dead. Both of them are reformists. RF supported the Green Movement, right? So do you think the reformist movement after this war will have higher credibility or lower credibility vis-a-vis the hardliners, let's say in IRGC?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know enough about Iranian politics to comment to you guys on that. So I couldn't even make it. You would know better than me.
Well, it would be strange to bomb a government that is reformist to keep the government that is reformist, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot that happened. There's BRICS. There's something that's against dollar. There's a lot that happened.
J-Fresh, please, brother, please.
The petrodollar.
So I had a follow-up question to that, or another question regarding the region. If you guys, I mean, I don't know if somebody would just come that question. On that last question, right? Okay, I'll go ahead and ask. Does anybody suspect, and I think this is actual real evidence for it, that this has been a long agenda of Israel's with the backing of the U.S. for the idea of Greater Israel? And is anyone familiar with the idea of Greater Israel?
Are you talking about the Zionist movement?
Yeah, so Theodore Herzl, I believe it is, in 96, wrote about Zionism, and it's been a long agenda that's been for him. Even when you look at some of the Israeli IDF coat of arms and some of the badges they have a map of what they will call Greater Israel, which is pretty much, it will show the region between the two rivers. So the Israeli flag is rumored to portray that artistically, about the two blue lines that you see on the flag, which actually involves the Nile River and the Euphrates River. So there's this idea. So what I'll do, I'll actually post it in my PTR now, and you guys can check it out. So I have it in there now. If you refresh your PTR, you'll see that the lower badge below the flag of Israel, they have this badge that they wear was called the Greater Israel. And this badge actually shows the regions between the two rivers, what encompasses what they will call Greater Israel. My question is, do you guys think that the destabilization of major, I wouldn't say like to say Arab because there's different ethnic groups, and I think that would be unfair to say that, but let's just say Middle Eastern countries, do you think that the fall of these in secession was to achieve the goal of getting this?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, no problem. I was just wondering, what do you think your opinion is as far as, do you think it's totally about Iran and their enrichment levels and their nuclear program and things like that?
I think that the Israelis have lost their minds and in their heart of hearts believe that, in order to guarantee their security, they need to lord over the region. And in order to do that, they need to put down all of their enemies, with the big enemy being Iran. And to the extent that they and the Americans can work together to, cordon off and restrict Iran, they'll do whatever they can to do that.
I think that what you said was pretty much like a summary and a circumlocution to what it is I just said. You said they do it so that they can have control over the region, and Greater Israel is that.
No. But control from a security standpoint is different from having control of the actual land, right?
You can have peace, and that would be control.
Okay, no, thank you. No.
You're welcome.
So like them getting whipping Iran into shape doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna go and commandeer or conquer territory from Jordan and Egypt, etc.
Yeah, I'm not saying occupy it, but whatever the case may be, what I hope though is that Israel is just stopping the nuclear program, allowing the government to reform itself, and then hopefully Iran will turn back to the way it was.
Well, there is no nuclear program to stop because Israel's nuclear program is already done and it's good to go. So.
No, we're stopping Iran's nuclear program.
Right.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Okay. No problem. No, it's all right. I was just wondering, that's my hope, that they allow Iran to get back to the way it was, I think, in the 70s. And I think, because Iran was pretty great in the 70s from what I remember. I think they had their own form of Hollywood. The women were pretty free. Education was really high.
They have fantastic cinema, actually. We could all watch a great Iranian film. I think it's called Wild Cherries. It's beautiful films. Great art, great...
Wait, wasn't
great food?
Wasn't the presumed nuclear program stopped by Trump already?
No, they took down the facilities and they delayed it, but they didn't eliminate it.
It was obliterated, right?
But
no, not necessarily. So a nuclear program is in several parts.
We all understand that America is getting controlled by the Israelis, of course.
Please,
Trump does not allow himself to be controlled. That's a myth.
So Iran, I think, is still mining uranium, right? So to make a nuclear weapon,
the word is enriching.
No, it's enriching the process.
So the
No, so
Trump lied?
mining uranium is different. Enrichment is different. Enrichment is when you separate a uranium 235 from 238. The heavier 238 funnels out, and that's via the centrifuge. The center actually sends up to 235. You must get the 235 to 90 plus or 96+% for it to be weapons grade. So it's all about removing the heavier elements. And then the idea of making the weapon, whether it's fission or thermonuclear, that the payload delivery and all that is something they have to figure out all together on their own. And then there's delivery of the payload. Like they can make a bomb, but can they make an efficient bomb to put in the payload small enough for a rocket to carry a certain? It takes a lot to do that. But the enrichment and the centrifuges, we may not. Well, it's not about lying. It may be limited intelligence, but.
It's okay, man. You can tell the truth. He exaggerated. It's okay, man. You can say it. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
he exaggerated. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I think they have some sort of nuclear program still. Like.
So why does IAEA say they don't have a nuclear weapons program?
Well, nuclear weapons program is specific. We found it. Nuclear enrichment of uranium is different. Mining and enriching uranium is different.
You just got here and you're talking over everyone. You need to relax.
Okay,
you need to relax. You just got here. People are having a conversation and you're talking over people.
So when you say
information, I know more
it's
about
fine. You can do that without interrupting people.
That's right. I'm not interrupting. I'm just adding.
You are interrupting me right now.
People do it.
You're interrupting me right now. Thank you. Okay. So when he said we found it, is it like he and his homies went to Iran and found it? What does that mean? United States own intelligence said they don't have nuclear weapons program before the 12-day war.
It's different. So a nuclear weapons program is military and government intent to weaponize a nuclear weapon. However, mining and enrichment is totally different. That's where the centrifuges are.
Thank you. That was my point. So there is a difference between nuclear weapons program and then enriching uranium, right?
Correct. Yes, sir. Yep.
So U.S. own government said that there is no nuclear weapons program. Then Trump said that the nuclear weapons program was decimated and obliterated, right? And then
he said the facilities were decimated, which is true.
Whatever.
Well,
Whatever. The facilities of what? The facilities of what?
Facilities would be like centrifuges, so that's what you need, right? So,
okay,
yeah. Yep.
So if they were eliminated and decimated, then what is happening right now?
They reconstituted.
They reconstituted it in what time period?
In the period since June.
Oh, do we have any non-Israeli intelligence for that?
Yes,
because it seems that just now, right? A senior U.S. official and speaking to Fox News said the reason for this attack has nothing to do with nuclear weapons threat, and it's about ballistic weapons.
That's inaccurate. That's one of the major acts.
Yeah, that's actually not.
Let me just work with neoliberals' point here. So that's the PR story they're saying about the nuclear program. But this was a regime change thing. I'd be like, why are we playing games? Like, it's fine, right? And maybe, hold on, let me make this point. And maybe if this exact war plan had been presented to Biden and it said, we can take out senior leadership in 12 hours, I don't know, maybe Biden would have went for that.
It's just a regime change.
But we don't hide. But we don't need to hide and say, it was the nuclear program. That's like very, very, very secondary. Very, very, very secondary.
Wait, CEO, hold on. How is this a regime change? How has the regime been changed?
You've taken out senior leadership. You've taken people to do. Yeah.
That's not regime. That's not regime.
Okay. So you're saying, so I just want to get this right. You're saying taking out 10 of the highest ranking people in one government is not a regime change strategy? What the hell is it? What the hell is it?
Okay, so
decapitation.
Decapitation. Command and control. You can say decapitation or command and control.
Yeah, it's not just regime change if the deputies just step in and have the same plans and the same aims.
Correct.
Well, now, hold on though. What Trump said in his speech overnight is that this is about regime change. I completely agree with you.
Correct.
It is about regime change, but the question is, did regime change take place?
Yes.
That's not what we were talking about. We talked about what the purpose of it was. We said what the purpose of the strike was.
The purpose of
Kevin, let me just say
Okay, one at a time. Trent, go. Then who wants to speak next?
If you took out the entire cabinet, basically, right? You took out the cabinet of the Trump administration, including Trump, and the only person left was J.D. Vance. Then I would call that regime. We would call that a regime.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Just Eric Trump or Danya could step in. No, just killing the top guys doesn't mean it's a regime change.
Why did he say it? So he said it.
Trump
He said
does a lot of
what the
stuff.
purpose is.
No.
He said that's what the purpose is.
Trump's statements was in regards to the goal, the telos of the entire mission. The airstrikes and everything is not the thing that actually brought regime change, but it's the start or the mechanism to bring a future regime change.
Correct. Correct. Oh my God. Oh, you're just being semantic. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Everyone is being semantic right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. You don't even have to make your point. I don't disagree.
No. It's not about that. I just wanted to say, to Trent's point, is that when you take out, let's say, the whole cabinet, for example, in 1947, we have the Presidential Succession Act, right? So it's not like things are not in place that if, let's say, a whole cabinet or leadership were to be eliminated, that all of a sudden now the government will fall apart and that'll be it. There are secession plans. And to act as if Iran does not have one would be kind of...
Well, Trent, can I just say why? Can I just say, hold on one second. Just one second, Trent, 1 second. So y'all work too hard to disagree. Okay, I'm in agreement. This was to put the ball in motion for regime change. Okay, now do we have disagreement?
I disagree.
No, we don't.
That is one of the goals. Yes, to offer the Persian people the opportunity for that. But taking out the ballistic missiles and taking out the nuclear facilities are also key. If at any point they had agreed that they wouldn't develop a nuclear weapon, that might have prevented what happened overnight.
Okay, I have a question. So what comes after? First it was nuclear, then it was ballistic, then are you going to take away their guns? Like
that's not on
working through the ladder. Working through the ladder. What I'm just interested in. What comes after the ballistic weapons?
It's about Israel interest. Have nothing to do with the United States.
The strategy could be...
Does AK-47s qualify as?
It's not on the list. Let's listen to the speech. Terror proxies are on the list. AKs are not.
Yeah, I think that's kind of jumping the gun.
Well, ballistic weapons weren't on the list when the conversation was about the nuclear weapons.
Ballistic weapons are on the list. Ballistic missiles are
Well,
on.
they are on the list now. They weren't on the list before.
They were part of the negotiation. Yes, they've always been part.
They weren't. No, they weren't.
Because
it was about the nuclear weapons program.
Yeah, they are.
Exactly.
They've always been.
Now they are, but before they weren't.
You might not have
neoliberals.
I'm just interested. What comes on the list after the ballistic weapon.
No, they would never have a nuclear weapon. They would never do that. They say that's the end of religion. They would never do that.
Correct. There is a.
But it's about Israel interest because
that's a conflict over that because they're clearly developing them. That's what the centrifuge is.
Oh man, I don't think that's the thing at all. I think what the U.S. and Israel is trying to do.
I thought they bombed it a few months ago, 8 months ago, right?
Hold on, let me just
yes, they bombed some of those sites, not all of them.
So it's a lie.
I think Kevin is speaking, so let's have.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick, right? So I just think that they're decapitated the government. I think they want to shift from a direct war to a proxy war at this point. If the public of Iran forms some type of rebellion, and they're going to arm the rebels, they're not going to go in there themselves, and they're going to allow the rebels and probably some of the people from the military and the higher echelons of the military to pretty much say we turn our backs on the former government and we're going to force a regime change. American Israel's not going to touch that. They're just going to support a proxy war. That's all they're going to do at that point.
Okay, we're falling into a real-time strategy game.
I'm after neoliberal.
That's a domestic uprising, not a proxy war.
Okay,
so-
can we
Yeah, well, neoliberal. Go ahead.
Yeah, can we please stop with the
Domestic uprising
time
across the war are
strategy?
not mutually
Can
exclusive.
we stop
Can we
speaking out
stop-
of turn? Neoliberal.
Can we
And
stop
then I'm
with
going quickly.
Age of Empires, real-time strategy, fantasy
Bro, come on,
scenarios?
bro. You know you picked the Japanese and let that get.
Okay, neoliberal. You done?
Yes.
Okay, cool. If we want to keep it all the way, if we want to keep it all the way real on
God bless Trump.
Oh my God, just stop. If we want to keep it all the way real, the real reason Trump did this was for his ego, to show that he could do something the other presidents before him said was a goal and never got done. So if we want to keep it all the way real, that was the true motivation.
Well, you're doing a psychological eval, which is personal, but he actually does want to get things done that other people said they wanted to do and couldn't. We've been struggling with this since 1979. I just want to correct you on Greater Israel or Israel Gadol or Big Israel. So the whole idea of the patches, I see it's an AI thing and it's a myth. The real Greater Israel is including what some people call the West Bank, which we call Judea and Samaria through Gaza. That's the Greater Israel that's referred to. And it's considered an extreme position, but it's certainly not off the table. The river is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. That's the Greater Israel, and it includes the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. And the Golan Heights, by the way, which, and, of course, East Jerusalem.
Like I said,
So
it's about China. It's about resources.
Yeah, it's about China. It's the petrodollar. Norm, what are the current borders of Israel?
Well, the current borders of Israel are the Green Line to the Mediterranean, not including Gaza, and then there's some disputed territory between Jordan, which occupied Judea and Samaria from 48 to 67. There is land that's disputed between the Jordan and, say, Jerusalem going north to south. So that area.
And what about?
Hang on. That area was offered to people who emerged as calling themselves Palestinians during a series of negotiations. That area was offered to them, but they never accepted it. In 1988, Jordan withdrew from that region, some people call the West Bank, and canceled the passports until 1988.
Can you answer my question? What are the current
Jordanian
borders of
passports.
Israel? Well, you didn't
hear my answer?
Historical soliloquy. I want to answer to you.
What did you hear the very first sentence? You didn't hear the very first sentence?
Part of Israel?
Parts of the West Bank have been settled by Israelis. They're not officially part of Israel.
What about Golan Heights?
You're interrupting. You may have heard Golan Heights have been added. That's officially part of Israel. You may have heard me mention that disputed area.
I'm just interested. I don't care about the history. I'm just interested in the current borders.
That's where the border is.
It's the geography.
I'm literally telling you where the border is. I'm literally giving it to you.
You're giving me a historical lesson. I'm not interested.
No, I'm not giving it.
It's okay.
Can you do it? Just point as if somebody's at a gas station and ask for directions. Don't give the history about it.
From the beginning end.
Yeah,
It's not
It's
the
just really
history.
simple.
You have to understand what I'm referring to.
Is it hard to answer the
For
question?
example.
What are the current borders of
No,
the
I mean,
country?
you keep it. It's only hard because you cut me off more times.
It seems it's hard
You
for
really
another
want the
reason.
answer? No, it's easy. You don't interrupt. Since you asked,
that you,
since you asked,
the person I'm talking
hang on.
to,
Since you've asked, I'll try again.
I'm very slow. I need to point. I need a map. Yeah,
Very
go ahead.
slow. So Israel, it is more capable of
Israel is the U.S. most capable ally.
Just listen.
The only democracy.
You're insane.
So
The only democracy
no,
in the Middle
this is
East.
what Trump has said. You can disagree with
Israel is the
this.
most capable ally of the U.S. in the world.
Yes, that's recently rated. Yeah, because the European allies don't have armies, and they're not willing to use them.
Okay, Norm.
Diego Garcia.
Okay,
So
Norm.
anyway, Golan Heights have been annexed. East Jerusalem.
So if Golan Heights was annexed, how is that
to the question about Greater Israel.
Right. So
Why is Golan Heights annexed?
right, good point. And the thing about it is, I was going to ask him, can he read Hebrew? I can a little bit. The badge there on the bottom, he says, "Oh, that's not talking about the two rivers." It's not true. The badge there on the bottom literally says Eretz Israel Ha-Meshivkak. Or if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, somebody can just correct my pronunciation. But Ha-Muvtakat actually means the promised land of Israel. That's literally what it says. That's the little translation of the badge below that. It says the promised land of Israel, right? So now, why do soldiers have this flag or this badge that shows from the Nile River all the way encompassing Iraq, even going far as Iran, and then it's called the promised land of Israel? If it's not, that's why I asked the question. It's just a question. It's not anti-Semitic. It's not anything. It's just I've seen this badge. I recognize this symbol a lot, and I'm just asking about it.
Well, there is an argument that the symbol is anti-Semitic, but whatever. It's very strange when people crash from a simple answer of what are the borders of the country.
Not crashing. He literally was trying to answer your question.
Okay, Trent.
Yeah, he wasn't answering it though. That was a problem.
And I'll say this. I'm hard pressed to find a more formidable ally past 25 years.
The Canadians.
What?
The Europeans.
The Europeans? Which country?
I don't know, France, the UK. Like, why do you believe that Israeli military is of all militaries that are allied with the US, the Israeli military stands ahead above?
Because they have the best Air Force. Outside of the United States, they have the best Air Force.
Good question. That's a great question.
Outside of the
It's not a
Israel
silly statement. I'm not sure it's accurate, but it's not a ridiculous statement.
Yeah. I was gonna look. Yes, France may be the strongest military-wise out of all our allies, but formidable. If you use that term, the one that you don't want to cross over the past 26 years, Israel.
Formidable because the Israelis have. Oh my God! Formidable because the Israelis are fighting what? Hamas and some kids and some young adults. What are we talking about?
What are you talking about? Oh, they really got those kids up in Golan Heights and Hezbollah. Like, what are we doing?
Black men saying this is insane.
Name another U.S. ally. Name another U.S. ally.
There's some people that want to
signed.
J-Fish, hold on, J-Fish.
1 second. Trent, name another ally that has a regional conflict at its border that has signed a deal that has internationalized that conflict with its own enemies. Right? Egypt, Turkey are not friends of Israel, right? Name another U.S. ally that has signed a deal that has internationalized a conflict at its own borders on which the guarantors to that deal are its own enemies or adversaries.
Maybe Korea.
How is that formidable? How in any world is that formidable?
I'll tell you how. Maybe South Korea.
No, absolutely not. U.S. bases are the bulk of South Korea's force.
Okay, so he was asking about the something about borders, another ally that has something similar to Israel, and I guess Korea is the only one I can think close. But anyway, formidable. The term formidable.
Yeah, how is that formidable? If France
it's a sixth ranked Air Force, not the whole military, but they have the 6th ranked Air Force.
So what? Hold on. The claim was that the Israeli military is hold on, Chad. I'm just going to reiterate it. The claim was that Israel was the most formidable ally of the United States of America.
That's not true.
That was the claim.
So and here's what I'm going to say.
Is that why they spy on us, by the way? Or no?
Here's what I'm going to say. Considering the side, if I look back to the Iraq War and partly who got us into the Iraq War. It is Israel. So if you look at Iraq and the regime change that happened in Iraq, and now I look at today, the country that I would least like to have a problem with is Israel.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, we can just do it easy. There's rankings, right? Israel's ranked 14th overall. Their Air Force is ranked 6th. There's rankings.
Who's above Israel and Air
Let me
Force?
put it this way.
Hold on, let me just answer his question. So U.S., Russia, India, China, and Japan.
Okay, so
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. CEO, who does the vote for the rankings? Is it the coaches?
No, it's a media outlet.
No, it's U.S. News and World Report. U.S. News and World Report.
No. Israel probably have
that was a good one,
number 2. They're probably number 2 as far as Air Force. You got to understand, when you're doing sorties as much as Israel does, with air to ground, air superiority is like the thing now. If you don't have air superiority, you might as well just check out. Like if Israel alone, just the country alone, could go in and wipe out all of Iran's anti-air, all of that. They can do it alone.
Then if they can do it alone, why would it bitching crying to the U.S. about who should strike first? Like, I never get this point where, like, Israel, that's, on one hand, has such a great military and they're all-stars, and on the other hand, Israel is so weak and they're so bullied.
You know the
and,
answer,
they really need help.
You know the answer. Don't ask questions. You know the answer to. Like, why are you playing with us? You know the answer.
They do control U.S. They control they control the
But we're not on anti-Semitism right now. Please stop.
Yeah, what I'm saying in terms of formidable, if we look at what has happened in Iraq and then look at now what has happened in Iran in the last, 25 to 30 years, it would be, I don't remember us getting into a war with France.
That's called influence. That's called influence.
That's called influence. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying formidable, right? I'm not saying they got the most powerful military. The Mossad and their Air Force, to whoever's at that point, is true. But if there is an enemy that I would not like to be an enemy of in terms of country, it would be Israel. Because I don't think Canada's ever gotten us into a war.
So you think they got us into Iraq? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my God, what is this, yo? Let's get to common sense. Why are we talking about this? Israel control American politics. Common sense. Everything.
Please.
Money-wise, everything.
J-Fresh, please.
Yes,
I mean, just
Knishes everywhere.
practical. Influence, just say influence, doesn't control, it influences. No need to be hyperbolic.
No, we're not being hyperbolic. But the formidable is a great term. Now, yes, I think France is probably the most powerful of our military allies, but who had the influence and capability to push regime change in Iraq and partially Syria. I forgot about Syria. Basically, our entire Middle East strategy over the past 25 years has been heavily driven in conjunction with Israel and Mossad, and today is probably the culmination of it.
So if Israel wasn't there in the Middle East, then America wouldn't be involved in any of this. Iraq war, Iran, Kuwait, none of that.
Probably not.
That's facts. That's true.
No, it would be.
Yeah, you're all wrong. Okay, just proved my point.
That's a interesting hypothetical spirit.
No,
That's a very interesting hypothetical.
American government.
Go ahead, drill down on it. Drill down on it, you wizards. Let's go, foreign policy analysts. Drill.
So I can just clear up one thing. When you guys talk about capability as far as Air Force is concerned, and you also say Israel is number 2, they do have F-35s like Britain and the other countries. Their pilots are very much capable. But as far as the best pilots outside of the United States, they're not. South Korea beats them. And I know that because I used to go to joint exercise with a lot of them. And Singapore beats them. Singapore acts a pretty capable Air Force. So the Saudis, they're flying against stationary targets in the West Bank, Gaza Strip. Doesn't make them our best ally or more capable ally. Some of our allies are nuclear, even though Israel is undeclared. England has more capable. They have submarines. They have aircraft carriers. And so
Thank you, ML. Thank you. I'm just
Israel
so
does not have
tired.
aircraft
Can I ask a
carriers.
question? Why Iran? Like,
Hold on, Jay Fresh.
How are they formidable? They don't have aircraft carriers, and they definitely don't have submarines.
So here's the thing.
They only have aircraft.
Yeah, when you're talking about joint extra,
they left North Korea alone, right?
Yeah, when you're talking
about
about
bombs, the little nigga.
South Korea has a pretty
hold
capable
on,
air force
ML,
because we train
ML.
them, and they train with us.
Okay, so ML, so you're talking about joint exercises. You're talking about like dogfighting.
Yeah, a joint exercises.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Air Force really doesn't shine in dogfighting. The dogfighting is just a
Oh, come on.
Hold on.
New topic. I
Bro,
can't.
hold on. Okay, so Air Force is not really rated in its dogfighting capabilities. That's just competition or taking over air to air. Air Force is really measured by its ability to gain air superiority in ground combat. Like for example,
how do you measure that? Okay, when did Israel gain air superiority? What? Because Gaza doesn't have an air force?
No, so it's the repetition.
So they have air superiority? What are you talking about? I'm curious.
It's because the pilots have more hours and repetitive, regular sorties of ground attacks.
That doesn't mean they're more formidable.
No, bro. You gotta understand how that works.
Okay, the Saudi pilots have the most hours in the world. They spend unlimited amount of money on airtime. Are they some of the better pilots? No, they suck.
What kind of sorties do they do?
The Saudi pilots
they do bomb raids.
Yeah, they're bombing Yemen.
Money to practice, and they suck as pilots. You telling somebody who lived in Saudi Arabia, who lived in South Korea, and who went to a lot of those joint exercises? Yes, they suck. Because I was.
No, bro. So here's what I'm trying to get at, right? So it's about intelligence gathering, it's about intelligence gathering, targeting. Like America has the best when it comes to targeting. Being able to identify targets and things like that.
I'm so sorry, but the Israelis bombing some young adults. Hold on, ML. Hold on. I'm so sorry, but people citing the Israelis bombing Gaza and Hamas as some pin on their capabilities does not impress me.
I agree. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
Yeah, and that's so male.
And I'm not saying that Israeli military is not capable, but they're kind of a one-dimensional military, well, two-dimensional. They have pretty good foot soldiers, and they have a pretty capable air force. They're two-dimensional. So how they're the most formidable if they have two avenues of failure. That's it. But when you look at the British, you look at
the French,
the French, even the Japanese has a
Japanese,
military. You know that, It's South Korea. So when you talk about allies, Canada has more capable military.
I believe every country should have a nuclear weapon, so America can give them a
Ukraine.
So no, it's good.
Ukraine definitely has a pretty capable military now.
The Ukraine use all the fighter jets.
Again, when I'm talking about formidable, and somebody said it, I don't know who said it. I think Kuwait in 1991 happens whether Israel exists or not. But I don't know. I don't know if the second Iraq War happens, and I think absolutely not. Does today happen if there's not an Israel?
So that
has nothing to do with.
Wait, so that means that 9/11. So 9/11 wouldn't happen if Israel didn't exist in the Middle East, and therefore we wouldn't have gone to Afghanistan.
That's an
Iraq. Okay, cool.
Behind the bullshit.
Go ahead. I'll yield to the experts. Go ahead.
Can we move on from this? Like, this is not super interesting.
I agree with Neil. New topic.
I gotta give you that. That's an excellent question that I'd really have to think about.
It was satire. Go ahead. Think about it on.
You have to think about whether Israel is in some way connected to 9/11.
No.
Okay, moving on.
No. What? Well, I mean, it's a difficult question because one of the reasons that Osama bin Laden uses is our support for Israel. So that's a difficult question for me to or for anybody to contemplate.
are they still striking each other?
Yeah, Iran is being bombed right now.
Iran.
Iran is being bombed right now as of about 27 minutes ago, and there are celebrations all around Iran. Mass celebrations.
Do we have some type of feed that
Everybody beat US ass.
sided
You know?
information?
They got-
There are videos of Israel.
To be honest,
getting bombed.
let's speak
There are
facts.
videos-
Let's not speak about media.
Do you hear me
Everybody
speaking?
beat US ass,
Videos.
100%.
Dude.
You know it's coming right now.
Why
They're
are
not
you
reporting
speaking
it.
over dude? What are you doing?
Just go ahead. Go ahead, different.
No, go ahead, neoliberal. Go ahead.
There are videos of bombing of all types of places, including.
US doesn't have enough
Just go ahead. Yeah.
weapons over there. They're gonna have to come back. Iran by the bomb over and over non-stop from China. Watch, just watch. They're gonna come lie to you, social media.
Thank you, Jay Fresh. Neoliberal, what were you asking? Sorry.
Oh no. Anyway, does anybody have any news?
No, is Jay Fresh one of your friends? Because you seem like the only person that can wrangle him together.
I have my third eye open right now, so I can communicate with my African brothers.
Okay, so you're his wrangler. I get it. Now y'all could continue. Y'all was worked up today. Finish it.
Hey, Brooklyn. I'm Brooklyn.
Hey, Spirit, I just been listening.
Yeah. I'm just saying what other bullshit can be spewed, but go on.
There's plenty of breaking news. There are, obviously
I'm
still
treating you back. They was looking for you, Trent. Don't let these people, Trent, don't let these people make it seem like they ain't fuck with you, because they was looking for you when you was growing. I just want you to
Because
know.
Trent is the highest ranking military expert on Clubhouse. His track record beats all y'all.
And foreign policy, and economics, and cause, and AI, and extraterrestrial. I got everything covered.
No, he got a pretty good record on these military strikes.
No, he does not.
And the border, yeah, the border. They was looking for you. They was looking for you. So don't let them make it seem like they don't want you around. They want you around, Trent. Okay.
What is your news?
Trent,
I told everybody that you were embedded over in the Middle East, getting intel.
No, Trent is politically corrects Christiane Amanpour. So
You're welcome, and thank you, Brooklyn. I will say, Scotty, I don't know how.
I didn't say none of those things about you, Trent. Because you're
Alright,
not drop us a dime.
So Scotty, who was more right? Hold on, Scotty, who was more right on Clubhouse over the last two Iran skirmishes and Venezuela than Trent? Name the person.
let's take Iran. If you say something like, I think we're going to bomb Iran, and it was 8 months ago, that doesn't apply for 8 months. Like he said 48 hours, then he said next week.
around April.
So you don't get like 8 months of leeway on this. So the Venezuela thing, I don't really know, but you know, I bought a little Chevron stock. You know, I'm up about $100. So that's.
Yeah. So thank you, and I mean, you can look at my Facebook, you can see it. But Scotty, so yes, I was about 3 weeks off.
Why are you still on Facebook?
Huh?
Why are you still on Facebook?
You don't got no Facebook account, neoliberal? Like, you actually don't have one?
Because this is why he makes neoliberal. This is why he makes his predictions.
No, Facebook is not allowed in this country.
That time when Trump bombed Iran 8 months ago, Israel got 12 days of work of non-stopping. They will never report the truth. They're going to lie to you regardless of what. And they have to like make peace agreement
Jay, what the fuck are you talking about, buddy?
Brooklyn, if you can figure it out, let us know. Will you be his translator,
I
Brooklyn?
don't even know what the fuck
CEO, you're Trump's
Jay.
translator. Come on, you should be able to translate this dude too.
No, Mel is his translator. And I don't know what he's saying, Mel. What is he talking about?
So, yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. So what I'll say this:
Israel got the work. America could drop the bomb and dip, but Israel got the work for 12 days straight.
Yeah,
okay. Knock the power down.
Hold on, let me translate. JFS is saying that the Americans can go in and, you know, spank Iran on the butt, but Israel has to deal with the consequences.
And y'all not,
and that's what happened. That's what happened 12 years. It's called 12 days war. Israel, they run out of weapons, you know, because America provide Israel with weapons. They run out of weapons, and they have to like sign agreement for not to do it again. They just lie to you on social media. They lie to you.
Hey, Jay Fresh, what country are you in right now?
He's in the People's Republic of Minnesota.
Is he?
You gotta kill me, sister. You gotta kill me. I'm on my way to Arizona. I'm going back home.
I just wanted to know the country. I didn't ask you where. I didn't say drop your fucking pin. Y'all kill me. I don't care about y'all so much to be trying to stop none of y'all. Just know that.
I pay attention to politics. I do have a degree in political science, and I pay attention to politics. I know, but when bully becomes bully, it's too much. You know, I don't understand why they're doing this.
Yeah. So to address Scotty, you are correct. I was 3 weeks off on the strikes in Iran.
Chinese flowers.
You really want credit, Trent. That's okay.
Let me.
It's all you. Thank you, Richard Engel. I really appreciate.
Wait a minute. So Trent predicted this. You predicted it.
He predicted both Iran's and Venezuela.
Brooklyn, you better go check his Facebook.
He didn't predict them. That was in the news.
I didn't predict them. I just looked at.
Sorry, he had the best analysis. My bad.
No, what are you talking?
So what I was wrong. What I didn't take into account was the second aircraft carrier in the Gerald Ford that would have to come in. So that's what made it off. But if you had, the reason I'm saying this, and I don't bet on war. I don't agree with betting on war. It's just like a thing with me. But if you're taking the poly market today on
no.
Just listen, man. Why are you so amped up? You're the most
Go ahead. Don't interrupt the expert.
If you'd have taken that poly market that had Kamani going out of power, I think earlier this month, it was like at 17%.
I fucked up.
You dropped 500 on
I
that
fucked up
today?
on that one.
Yeah, you'd be making some money. So I'll just land right there.
That's why I'm looking at Kim Jong.
This is why it's not funny, because you guys report and gleefully come on stage and talk about numbers and this amount of people died and these places were hit. And it's the cavalier attitude of this that, for me, is really fucking disgusting. And I know you're joking about the bets and everything, but it's really fucking disgusting.
Who's joking about the bets?
Dead, and people are dying, and you're joking about making bets, and then running and saying, "Oh, breaking news! 4 more people died here. 100 people here. Some were children. This was happening." It's violent.
Wait a minute, Scott.
No, that's sick. No, that's sick.
Are they really betting on the war if it's gonna be a war or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that a
100%. Yeah, there's markets for Brooklyn. Yeah, and I do agree with Scotty. I think it's pretty foul. It is pretty foul to bet on something like that.
Yeah, I think y'all can at least keep that part a secret. If y'all gonna do that, you could do it silently.
Well, no one's betting on kids dying. We're just betting on who's going to get.
You wish you would have had
pretty sure I can find a market for that.
You just
yeah, we're talking about the leader.
You said
We're talking about the leader the leader being removed.
No. You said you wish you'd had some $500 on it.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
So Brooklyn the bet is would Kamani still be in power through 2027? That was the bet. that doesn't mean that there's going to be, U.S. strikes or Israel strikes. That could be people inside the country overthrowing commodity. It's just, do you think he could maintain power throughout the rest of the year? And had you put that bet, actually, I'm a problem with that bet. Had you put that bet that he would be out, you would have made a substantial amount of money today.
I do think it's one of the great signs of how society has evolved that there is even a market like that and people wager on it.
Shit is sick like back in Roman times when they used to bet on who's gonna die in the fucking arena.
That is a good point, actually.
Well, let me say, hold up, see now. Let's not act like that hasn't been happening for years. You just haven't had access. We, as regular people, haven't had access to that market. But that has been happening through the stock market for quite some time.
Okay. But how do I? But hold on. So one, even if that's true, I kind of expect it from like a small group of people. But the fact that it's gone mainstream and people are comfortable with it, that is my issue.
The fact that the elites can benefit, but regular people can't. Okay.
Benefit from
No. It's that those people are pigs. I expect them to be pigs. There's always going to be.
If that world continue, America will fall. Inflation is coming.
As long as a pigs is a small group of people, I'm good because there's depravity in society, right? But the fact that that is now mainstream, that is a problem.
I have to agree.
Like Trump impeachment is like 91% right now.
Yeah.
On poly market. Like that was, a Captain Obvious bet.
Yeah, that's an excellent bet. What is the Republicans taking the House and Senate? Like 52% now, right? Or 47%. It's actually a lot higher than it was. I know that.
The crazy part, there's no point. It doesn't make sense when
Shit, they got Trump. It's up 14% that Trump will be impeached by 20 before the Democrats take over. It's crazy.
I don't think we need to be on that person.
Trump is evil. He's ready to invest in all these countries. Him and his family, they're ready to invest in these countries, Arab countries. He's doing it for his own interest. I don't think he really cares about it.
She done been impeached before. What about removed? We not bet that. Who betting on that? Nobody. I'm scared. See. Why y'all scared to talk about that? Why you quiet now?
I'm trying to see that I have one, but where Trent, I think you may be. I don't know if you're wrong or not, but on the issue in regards to Venezuela, I think you said by April they're going to come out and announce that it's all about the oil. So you got 2 months. You got about a month left. You said about around the first week of April.
We don't need to go back on trends.
Scotty, we don't need you to tell us what we need to do, please.
Well, because it sucks because we have a title in the room. Thank you. We don't need to go back
in this room for like 200
This is
hours
not
now.
a Trent prediction room. So he just got back here. Let him breathe.
Yeah, this is also not a Scotty make let him breathe room either.
Another Trump prediction. What about the aliens? This child got said
more of an alien talk this month. We do not need to go down there.
We'll wait for that.
It was a big month on the alien conversation.
Wait, I think Iran said they hacked into it.
So let me give just a 20-second version of it. So Obama came out and said aliens are real, and then he walked it back a few days later and said, oh, he was just talking about probabilities. And then Trump said Obama was giving out state secrets and he shouldn't have did that. And maybe I'll release the information so he's not in trouble. And then he later that night announced that he was going to release all the alien-related files at some point.
Why is he trying to release it? We don't really care that much about it.
Let's be honest. Trump is a racist piece of shit. He was talking about how one was born in Kenya, all the fucking weird shit,
Jesus Christ, Jay Fresh. First
We
of all,
have no morals. Obama have no I mean, not Obama. Trump have no morals.
Do you have political Tourette's?
Yeah, can I?
Sorry.
Can you
I'm
hear
just
me?
speaking the.
See, Jay Fresh, can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking right now?
Yes, I hear you. Yes, I hear you.
I get CEO's commentary about aliens. I went to Trent, so go ahead, Trent.
Thank you, Brooklyn. And let me just say one thing to Amari. It's not whether or not I don't know what you said. Take over oil. It was because they've already told you it's all about oil. It's whether or not a major American corporation or a major corporation will begin pumping the oil. There'll be an announcement of contracts in Venezuela by April. That was bad. Just so we don't.
Yeah, you said on January 15th. I mean, I was paraphrasing, but I had to go find the notes. On January 15th, you made that statement. So I just wanted to make sure they have.
Wait, you got record keeping notes? Dang.
You got record keeping notes on me.
You're a record keeper for PC?
I'll take.
Just for Trent, yeah, because he make and then so I want to make sure if his predictions come true and if he comes.
The prediction is wrong. The prediction is wrong.
And they have not told me it's all about the oil yet. I have not heard that come from
an oil company sitting in the White House didn't tell you it was all about oil. Okay.
They weren't, but they were invited though. I don't think they said it was, and in that meeting, if I recall, they said that right now it's not. And I'm paraphrasing that right now. It would take them a while to get that oil out, from my understanding. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to Venezuela because let's go to aliens because that's what Brooklyn wants to say.
Yeah.
So.
Brooklyn.
Alien. Hey. What they're going to release the file like CEO said. NASA has already said that there's nothing in their file. I do not expect.
Yo, his wife, he got it from Steve. His wife right now.
He's telling me
he does have political correct.
Yeah, he literally does.
I can't even remember my thoughts. I don't expect that you're going to see them come out with like evidence of like the U.S. government has interacted with. Who is off mic? Kyle, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait, what do you mean?
You in the bathroom.
You're off mic.
Oh, I'm outside there.
Mute up.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trent.
You said I'm outside. So Brooklyn, I don't expect that we're going to get evidence of aliens. So what I think we are going to end up with, though, is we're going to see some pictures of craft that are more pictures of craft and more things that are unexplainable. But I don't think that the world is ready for an announcement that we've interacted with alien craft. However, the last thing I'll say, Laura Trump, which is Trump's CEO, is she the daughter-in-law? She's the daughter-in-law, right? Not the actual daughter. She says that Trump has a speech prepared to announce alien presence or interactions on July 4th or somewhere around there on the nation's birthday. I'll land right there.
So we doing the Independence Day this time?
Omari, did you record that one, Omari?
I did not. Oh my God, because I'm doing a change request on the project. What did he say?
He said alien announcement around July 4th.
Okay, on the birthday. Gotcha.
Yeah, Independence Day. And to be clear, you don't mean like illegal aliens. You mean like outer space aliens, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Got it.
All right, cool. Thanks. All right, Omari, write that down.
Yeah, I'm making my day.
Like, why somebody made a joke and said that they should have the illegal aliens go after like child predators and name the series Aliens versus Predators. That shit was funny as hell when they said it. It's not funny when I say it though.
Another ballistic missile just hit Bahrain.
Sleep most of the time.
Love you guys, man. You guys making my day. I was smiling the whole time. You know?
Why? What did we do?
Jay Fresh, you that bastard man They yelled out nigga in the middle of the thing. Because you just keep talking for no reason.
We know Trump. We know, I can't say nothing a lot, but it just, he's funny.
And then what? What else happened? Come on, political niggas, let's go.
What is there to say when we know, it's going to be all the people that love him, they're going to protect him, but we know his behavior, We know everything about Trump is true,
Man, fuck it. Go USA. Congratulations, Donald Trump. I'm proud of everything.
We know he's a pedophile, too, So he's a pedophile, 100%. Wait till Iran start leaking his stuff.
All right. Okay, all right. Jesus. Here's a question. Are we hearing anything about Khomeini loyalists? Because yes, we know that Khomeini, the leader of Iran, I'm sure he had a following. Not everybody wants this, right? We know this.
Fuck him.
Oh shit. Okay.
Fuck.
I'm going on you.
They need to blow his ass up next. Congratulations, USA.
Is that Gemini?
No,
I
it's
like my
Trent.
red, white, and blue.
So, Trent, what you know about what happened today? Tell us.
All I know is them niggas hit the school. All us was first goddamn happy, and then everybody started crying. So I'm confused. But I don't give a damn. I know you hit their ass, and their ass is motherfucking gone. Congratulations, USA. I'm about to go.
So you celebrating a bunch of little girls dying today?
Man, I'm about to go get a red, white, and blue Nike Tech. Buy me a new motherfucking Glock and go outside and show them I'm American. Fuck them niggas.
This is the political analysis we need.
Divine, there is some news on the low.
That's baby Gemini right there, yo.
In North
Not baby Gemini.
It sounds like it's not him, but it sounds like him. Trap, are you from Southern California, by chance?
No, he's from South Carolina.
I'm from the South.
North Carolina. One of the Carolinas.
Fuck that. Trump come down to the Carolina, you know what we do? We all
Brooklyn, this is your boyfriend?
No.
Nigga, what? That nigga my son.
Trump come to the Carolina, we all get motherfucking crab and motherfucking shrimp, and we got down, set a table up and wait for him. And guess what? When he come across, we all start clapping. Everybody. Hands all in the air. Go Trump. Motherfuckers, yes, Lord. Y'all gotta stop this.
That white wife, that white wife be talking through you, boy. I swear to God. Why would you say that? That's just crazy.
And he got a white wife too, Brooklyn?
I am American. Are y'all not American? Y'all must be from Iran.
Trump is the only president that actually has black communities' best interests in mind.
Nigga, you better shut up talking to us.
Thank you, Kyle Zero Friends.
Cause I let your stupid ass come up here now. You better shut the fuck up.
What? I know why people don't like Trump. He's too nigga. He's too nigga for
your campaign. Let's make America great again. It's not about you. It ain't talking about black people. It's talking about his race,
No, it's not.
And then Marco Rubio went in there. Let's colonize the world again.
Get him, Jay Fresh. Get him.
I know you might be from Africa, so when they say make America great again.
Jay Fresh.
Yeah, your ass.
Don't let her talk to you like that, son.
No, I'm not gonna talk shit, but last month in EU and Germany, what did he say? He said, "Let's colonize the world again. We're not gonna lose our civilization."
Colonize.
You should let them talk trash to you, Jay Fresh.
Our Western civilization.
Jay Fresh, don't let her.
I'm not trying to change that. Fight back. But I have a question. I don't know. This dude's giving me like love while locked up vibes. I don't know something about it.
What?
He a warehouse worker. Just
no, I'm not. I work with a DJ. I'm literally a white collar worker while both of y'all.
Lord, man.
All right. Hold on. Trent, you said you had some news about Khomeini loyalists. Can you wake that up, or was that Omari?
I'm trying to stop the crash. I've been waiting for this.
I can't take it. No, I can't take it. Come on.
So two things. I don't know if we've reported the first death. I don't know if anybody's who said that. If you have, but the first death in Tel Aviv has not been reported. It is a woman in her 40s. And the second thing to the loyalists, they seem to be allowing celebrations in both North and South Iran. I can't read these names of these provinces. One's called Fars. That you can see the celebrations. They're pretty massive, and the police are not anywhere trying to stop them.
Yeah, I literally just came here and said that. I told y'all that they was happy. Like y'all are more upset than them, realistically.
So yes, you were as specific as Trent was. You're right. You gave us all those details.
I'm saying, but who's upset? We get information.
Americans more upset at what happened to Iran than Iran.
So let me ask you a question, Trap. Because maybe you don't worry about it in the warehouse.
I don't work at a warehouse. I work with a Like if you have a house, if you have a house, Brooklyn, I can get you a house.
Are you concerned that Iran will try to get some retaliation?
No, man. Listen, see, look, the way I see this shit is when blood gets shed, the niggas get upset.
So why you not concerned and the government is concerned?
I'm not concerned because listen, if it happens, guess what's gonna happen? That red, white, and blue that I'm over here telling y'all I love so much is gonna put belt to ass.
So at 20, so you 21, right? So you know you still in the age range to get drafted.
Listen, you're a sellout. You're a sellout.
Wait, at 21, at 21, you in the age range to be drafted with 22.
So, Brooklyn, you a cougar with them?
You in the age range to be, nigga, would you stop, mute up?
Yeah, they draft me, Brooklyn. Yeah, if they draft me, Brooklyn, they got me.
You ready to fight? You ready to go to war?
Yeah, they draft me, and if I decide not to go, guess what? I'm gonna sit.
No, you can't. Decide not to go.
Yes, you can, because you'll sit inside.
What you gonna do? How you gonna do that?
You'll sit in the jail cell for a little while. You think I don't
you
know?
gonna go to jail?
Yeah, go red, white, and blue.
You rather go to jail than go and fight for your country?
Go red, white, and blue, sitting in the jail cell watching their ass on the TV.
Hey, Brooklyn.
Call my name. Boy.
This is Orlando. Somebody that fought for this country.
I was a sellout. I was a sellout.
See, this somebody that did fight for this country. That's an interesting question, because I do hear him with the bravado.
Tell us, Orlando. Tell us your take. Go ahead.
But he too old to go back.
You might have to wait a minute, because he done did it already. So he gonna tell you what to do when you have to get drafted.
They not calling him. No arthritis.
But no, young man.
They're not calling him.
Young man.
He ain't old people.
When the bullets, when the bullets,
yes sir.
Young man.
Old man.
When the
don't pay
Young man, when the bullets were flying for you to be able to call me old man.
Old man, yes sir.
When the bullets was flying for you to be able to say that with freedom, it wasn't very nice. But for you to be with such bravado to say, we'll go over there with boots to ass, belt to ass, and not be willing to say, I will not go, that's asinine.
Wake it up.
Factimony, baby. That's a factimony.
Well, clearly, if you heard what I said, I first initially said, I don't have a problem going. But even if I decided not to, the most that they could do to me is give me jail time. And I'm going to still sit there and say, go red, white, and blue.
Nobody that even when I did go, I didn't want to go.
Your President Trump, Trump didn't want to go to war.
It's okay. No, it's a lot of niggas that do want to go. Like, it's a lot of Americans that do want to go. Like, I'm
Trump, your president.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody want to go till the bullets start flying.
Bro, we are from America. This shit happened in your local neighborhood, bro. What are you talking about? See, look, here's the difference between you old niggas and a lot of us young.
Talking about America, the president don't want to go.
You old niggas is crazy work.
Stop, Jay Fresh, because he want to know.
Excuse me, young man. I grew up in the hood.
Orlando.
I grew up in the hood. So what are you talking about? I grew up in the hood.
Okay, Orlando.
What are you talking about?
How desensitized the people are right now compared to then is going to change. You can see the change. We don't give a fuck about a little blood right now. You think we tripping off the little nigga over there dead? No, we've been
This
seeing
is 50 Cent versus T.I. Son battle. Let this go.
Yeah. We've been seeing this shit since little kids. You wanted us to cry about the little girls and shit. We over here to understand that we got little girls getting snatched every fucking day. We're desensitized as fuck. So you are expecting a certain reaction from me. You're expecting a certain nigga. No,
it's called decency.
No,
it's called decency.
That's what I'm telling you.
It's called decency. It's called humanity.
Oh well, I'm sorry. Humanity died a while ago. Did you not realize it? Like this, what like what the fuck?
It did. Tag.
Yes. I don't understand. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
What are we?
We are still humanity, but the humanity that we're walking through right now, y'all don't like it. Because it's desensitized.
Why did it die? What year did it die?
Like I said, we desensitized as fuck. Y'all don't like the desensitized version of humanity.
Are you? I don't think you're using the word right, Trav. I think you're using the word
but when it comes, I hear the bravado. But when it comes to putting some skin in the game, I don't hear that. I hear a lot of bravado.
Bruh, oh my God, this man saying bravado because he don't hear me saying, hey, I got a medal for shooting 40 niggas. I ain't hear me say that I'm a Purple Heart or something. Nigga, nobody talk. I don't give a fuck. I don't hear whatever you're hearing.
You probably ain't even been to jail, let alone done anything else.
Oh my gosh, bro. Nigga, how you know what I
done? He did at least a night in jail.
Even if I haven't, that don't stop what I'm saying from being true. It's niggas.
You ain't been to jail, you ain't been to war. You still got Similac around your mouth, but you got all this bravado.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now, again, like I said before, you continue to keep talking about
bravado. Nigga still got Similac on his breath. What you talking about?
Brooklyn, you ain't too much older than me, Brooklyn.
I'm way older than you. You could be my son. You could be my son. Literally, you could be my son.
Brooklyn, you're literally not too much older than me. Calm down.
I'm so young. I'm really not. But okay.
So again, there's the state that America is in. We're watching these crimes happen, even if it's not on this extreme scale. We're watching these crimes happen all the time. Like niggas in New York. A nigga in New York right now is going to hear about this shit that happened and just be like, oh.
Don't let the top left person hear talking about New York. You don't get the Gemini treatment.
Yeah, nigga in Chicago gonna hear this shit and say, oh, like Florida niggas gonna hear this shit. Oh, some of them might smile and smirk a little bit because, like, nigga, what are you?
What part of Florida? What part of Florida? Because I'm from Miami and I was raised in Miami. So what are you talking about?
So either way it goes, I don't give a damn. Miami has been Miami for a while and it's only increasing.
So when Miami had the cocaine situation, all that, I was in the midst of that. So what are you talking about, young man?
You've been in the midst of a couple things. You're a veteran and that's okay. You're an OG vet at the game, but the game has changed. And I'm telling you, when you walked outside...
When are you doing to change the game?
When you walked outside scared, vet, a lot of these...
Scared of what?
A lot of these new rookies walking outside smiling and cheering, don't give a fuck. Clutching on the motherfucking guns, smiling. This is what I'm telling you. You walked outside...
Just because you strapped don't mean you know how to use it.
You walked outside scared. Orlando, being from Miami...
You lost your everlasting. You a young man with a lot of talk.
Oh, man. Well, I'm telling you, it's a lot of the young niggas out here with the same shit. And not only do they got talk, a lot of these niggas got guns. And not only do they got guns, a lot of these niggas got heart. When you put all three of them bitches together, ooh, that sounds like a motherfucking problem to me. That sounds like a motherfucking problem to me.
Bro, you sound weird, bro. Like, respect the OGs. You don't sound good, you know?
You African, so that's the reason why you hate the fact that America flexing their muscle right now. Sit back.
Oh, don't let him talk to you like that, Jay Frank.
You know you're wrong. I am African, but you know you're wrong. You know?
No, you're African.
Just listen to people that know better than you. Listen to OGs, you know?
And y'all motherfucking people will flex y'all muscle like this. No, we're American. Calm down.
He ageless. He think we all old and stupid with his dumb ass.
Brooklyn, I don't think you're old. Like,
nigga, I am old.
Trap, do you mind if I give some facts before I... Let me get...
Go ahead, Trent.
Thing about the wonderful American military you're talking about. So, Divine, I just put it in the chat, but it is very telling. There have been 137 ballistic missiles. This is from the UAE Defense Ministry. 137 ballistic missiles launched by Iran on the Emirates, and 132 of them were destroyed by their air defenses. 5 went into the Gulf, so it's basically saying none of them hit. 209 drones were launched by Iran. 195 of them were intercepted, and 14 fell into the Gulf and a few into the UAE territory. So, that's about like 98%, of their munitions not making it into these territories. So the reason why I'm bringing this up before I go, the reason why that's significant is, first of all, the air defenses are working. And Iran is depleting its munitions. Instead of firing, they have tried to hit, U.S. bases, but instead of trying to overwhelm American defenses like the aircraft carrier, they're wasting their resources trying to fire at targets like the UAE and soft targets. And I think that's been a huge mistake by them in doing this. And this is why I think this regime's going to fall apart, because they're going to run out of missiles at some point, quite soon. And I'm going to put you, Mark, you want to write this down? I'm going to give this less than a week. And I think there's full regime change in Iran.
We gonna rush back in that bitch.
Less than a week? Okay, I got you.
Somebody in the chat asked, did you have on yoga pants in your PTR?
Do I got yoga pants on in my PTR?
Yeah, like stretch pants.
Are y'all looking at these pants?
That's what they asked. They wanted to know because they look tight. That's what they said. I didn't say it.
So you can look at those pants and get yoga pants. Come on, bro. All right.
That's what these YNs be. I thought these YNs be roasted, Brooklyn. The skinny jeans.
That's what I was afraid of America being there. Because you're gonna run on a missile. Do you have to come back and get the new missile?
Man, Jay Fresh. Americans talking about.
They shouldn't make that.
Fuck is Jay Fresh? Don't you got some hustle, nigga? Nigga, what's up with these niggas? I gotta stop letting these Africans come in this bitch talking about American shit. They don't know what the fuck they talking about.
What do you have? Africa, we have our own problems. I'm not gonna speak about our problems.
Yeah,
we have
you
our
need
own
to go worry
problems.
about y'all goddamn problems. You need to go over there. Nigga, y'all got some.
I'm going back. I came back. I'm going back. But we have our own problems. And when you need African American, we need the good ones. That's back home. We need the good one with the smart brain to come and help us back home. We don't need your dumb ass, we need the good ones.
Man, but these niggas still dressing like 2016 because they just got the clothes. That's what I'm telling y'all. You need to go sit down.
You just getting ready to vote and you
said 2016, my nigga, that's crazy.
You just was gonna get ready to vote and your second just getting ready to vote for the second time in your life.
Orlando.
The second time.
I'm not trying to style on you, but I know I got better style than you.
She said that you got the faux Sachis.
Way better style than you. Way better style.
Bro, come on, bro. Don't
Get him, Jay Fresh.
Don't piss me off, bro.
You see his name is Jay Fresh, nigga. What you talking about?
His dumb ass can't smell me. He can barely smell this.
Yeah, he got everything.
I think I don't even wear the air right now.
Which one you, Jay Fresh?
I'm the one. I am that one.
He the one.
He the one in the red hat.
Big hat. Nigga, you don't even know shit about style. You from the
I'm Jay Fresh.
But I'm about this. I shit peak because I'm not no hating nigga, bro. The only nigga that's fresh in this picture is the nigga with hat. That's the only nigga that's fresh. The nigga with
There's two niggas in red hats.
No, the one with the bucket hat on. That's the only fresh nigga, cuz.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Damn it.
You ain't the one with the faux
Sachi
Sachi on?
For real. In real life, I'm styling you.
Nah, the nigga.
Tell him, Jay Fresh. He don't know.
No. Whoever the fuck this is with the white and black goddamn shirt on underneath that motherfucker.
Checking the picture out.
That shit look ridiculous. That shit look ridiculous. Nigga with the fucking Air Forces on.
It's not about us, bro. I don't want to speak. Let's speak about the real shit going on about the world.
It is kind of funny drinking Coronas on the LA River. It's crazy work.
The niggas is crazy because these niggas is like, what the fuck? Y'all mixing African goddamn clothes with American clothes. That's mixing designers to a whole new extent. everybody drinking Modelo's.
You probably can't even name what
Why
they
does
got
it matter?
on
Like,
underneath
why does it matter? Like, what I'm dressing? Like,
You talking about? You don't even know.
man, my suit game is crazy. My suit game, not even a regular clothes, suit game. I wear suits.
Oh my gosh, niggas go to motherfucking TJ Maxx and get
I wear
suits and now they busting. Oh my god.
That chicken game is crazy too.
Get a fucking suit from TJ
He got a
Maxx.
tailor, nigga. What you talking about? You still shop at Ross?
Oh my god. Well, at least I can shop at Ross. I'm American, right? Good lord.
You act like he's in America, dickhead.
Man, no.
You are just as stupid.
No.
When the last time you left North Carolina, Dre?
But I stay in Atlanta. Why you keep talking about the
And
Carolinas?
now you live in Atlanta.
But I'm the Carolinas, nigga. Okay.
All right. Okay.
White girl.
Oh my God, I know y'all hear me. All right.
I barely hear you, Divine.
I bet you can hear me now.
All right. Tell him, Devon.
Lord have mercy. Y'all talk about going on a tangent. Come on, can we bring it back?
Yeah.
No crashing. We at war. We at war. Let's bring it back to the events of the day. Somebody bring it back. Please.
You want to put us back to sleep?
You're not
All right.
Lord. Okay, y'all do y'all thing.
Thank you, Divine.
In the words of the day, y'all do y'all thing.
Trying this thing. Let me find it. Where is it at? Hold on.
Okay, Divine, were you out protesting with Mamdani?
Hell no. I was out taking care of my mother today.
Being a motherfucking American.
Ain't nobody worry about that, man. Let me read something. Hold on.
What he was protesting for, Scotty?
Oh, there you go. Hold on. Let me read something real quick. We don't want to talk about Mandami.
Wow.
We're going to be all right. I don't want to focus on New York.
You've never heard him word. And plus, I got the Obama walk, you know?
All right, brother. We heard about enough for you. All right. You
I got the Obama walk.
Jay Fresh.
Oh, my God.
Not too much.
Yes, Jay Fresh. Shout out to you. So I'm gonna read some of this. We know most of this, but I'm just trying to put the train back on the tracks. All right. U.S. and Israeli forces have launched large-scale coordinated strikes across Iran, targeting leadership, missile infrastructure, and naval assets in what President Donald Trump termed a major combat operation aimed at regime change and elimination of Iran's missile and maritime capabilities. Explosions and reported Tomahawk impacts have hit multiple sites in Tehran, with satellite imagery and initial U.S. claims indicating severe damage to compounds associated with Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, whom Trump has publicly asserted was killed in the strikes through independent verification and remains incomplete and contested. Well, it seems a lot of American news are saying he's dead. It says this is incomplete, so I don't know. Don't know what to believe. Iran has responded with ballistic missile and drone attacks on U.S. and allied targets across the Gulf, including the U.S. Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain, Dubai, and Kuwait City, prompting wide-scale airspace closures and the evacuation of key civilian infrastructure such as Burj Khalifa. Damn. France has called for an emergency UN Security Council session, while regional and European actors warn of systemic risks to global energy markets, maritime security, and non-proliferation governance arising from explicit U.S.-Israeli pursuit of overt regime change objectives in Tehran. So it seems that U.S. and Israel, the rest of the world seems to be chiming in. The UN is meeting. Like I said, let's try to discuss today's events. I'm going to pass the mic. Let's go.
That shit sound amazing to me, man. That shit sound like music to my ears. Keep going, Trump. Go U.S. fucking goddamn military. Do something. Goddamn. That's probably, look at that. That's probably my brothers and them trying to tell me about the war. Let's hear it.
His brothers is trying to tell him about the.
But you know my brother actually worked for the military.
Nigga,
Hey, Nick.
I don't care.
No, brother,
He ain't say nothing about your brother though.
Hey, Nick, no, my brother actively inside the military right now. Like, I know y'all be hearing me, but Nick, what's going on inside DC right now, nigga? Like, you actively down there right now, right?
We don't care.
Who's Nick, brother? By the way, does anyone know?
No, my brother. Nick, what's going on? Nick
is his brother.
Hold on, stop. Y'all
Nick,
not
don't
in
hit
the
us,
military,
Nick.
so y'all don't know
We don't
anything
care.
that's going on. Calm y'all little asses down.
We don't give a fuck,
In
Nick.
this bitch right
We
now.
got
He's
military
deployed in Washington,
personnel
D.C.
here, Nick, already.
Washington, D.C.
Don't
And if
nobody
none of
give
you
a
niggas
fuck.
are, if none of you niggas are,
Lie.
Brooklyn is not, then that means
Why
shut
is
the hell up.
your little brother
Nick, what's
such
going
a
on?
dope fiend, Nick? That's the question.
You mean he's like patrolling the streets? He's deployed to every time y'all see deployed.
Why is your little brother a dope fiend, Nick? That's the question.
So ML, I don't think I heard from you, ML. If you did speak, I want to hear from you again. We know you're a man with certain experiences.
No,
You're well traveled.
I don't want to divulge my resume because apparently that offense goes.
No, it's going to be used against you, sir.
No, I'm not gonna. No, don't say your resume, but I want to know your thoughts on the day's event.
Well, I am in Brooklyn. I'm in the Bronx right now. Just left Brooklyn.
Okay. Did you go via the Throgs Neck?
The Frog's Neck Bridge, yes.
Avoided the Frog's Neck today. That's only when I have to go to Long Island.
Right. Take the Frog.
That's right. That was a test anyway. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I'm learning the city day by day.
Yeah, if you're coming into the boroughs, you take the Tri-Borough or the RFK Bridge, as they call it.
No, we call it the Tri-Borough. Come on.
Yeah, we do call it the Tri-Borough. But no, ML, what are your thoughts on today's events, bro? I mean, militarily speaking.
I mean, we always knew Trump was bustering to attack Iran, and it happened. I mean, we all think when Bibi flew down to Mar-a-Lago and was talking to Trump, you think they didn't hash out a plan? Because Bibi has been trying to get us to take out Iran for a while now. And Trump is just the right patsy to do that. Yeah, he's just the right patsy to do that.
And hold on, Jay Fresh. ML, what do you say to people that say, they don't need the U.S., Israel has a strong enough army, they could take out Iran 1, 2, 3, no problem.
Israel could bomb the shit out of Iran. That is a fact. Because they have advanced, they have fucking awesome intel about Iran. The thing about Iran and Israel is that there are a lot of Jews that lived in Iran. So therefore, the intel the Jews have on Iran has always been so fucking exact. So they could bomb Iran to oblivion. They could take out all the leaders of the different factions of their military leadership because they know exactly where those people live. They know all their family members. Israel is good at that. The intelligence system in Israel is actually one of the best in the world. But they could bomb the shit out of them, but they could never take Iran. The only country who could take Iran is us. And that's what they need us for. But I don't think Trump is going to put boots on the ground because he needs Congress's authorization for that. So I don't think that's going to happen. And that's my 2 cents.
One more question. What do you say?
That's not 2 cents. You're 2 shekels. Get it right. Israel controls them.
One more question, ML. What do you say to the fact that the rest of the world is kind of like looking at us side-eyed for doing this?
What is your consideration of the rest of the world?
Well, I just read them that said, France is like, hey, are you the only? Why is it just you and Israel? Like when we did Iraq, remember the quote-unquote coalition of the willing? Exactly. Yeah. There's no coalition in this case, so
yeah, because there's not a broad consensus that Iran is near the ability to actually field a bomb. And the thing about Israel, obviously that's the arch nemesis, And Israel is like, fuck it. This is a perfect opportunity. We've been trying to take those motherfuckers out to be king in the region. But the thing about the other Arab countries and the other Middle Eastern countries, they're fucking hypocrites because they all want Iran to bow down too. So don't just blame Israel like Israel wanted this. Israel wants this as much as fucking Saudi Arabia wants it. And I think Saudi Arabia even wants it a little fucking more than Israel for the regime to fall in Iran. So they're a bunch of fucking hypocrites in the region. They're all kneeling down with Israel against Iran. And that's the coalition right there. The fucking countries that have military bases in American military and they're bombing, those are all the co-conspirators in all of this. They all colluded to actually to make this happen. And they all pushed Trump to make this happen. Come on, MBS was probably in Trump's endurance and Trump's every other fucking week to make this happen. But Israel is the one that's going to take majority of the backlash for this.
Thank you, brother. I'm going to fight. I was trying. It's going to seem like that's what y'all want to do. Oh, wait. Spiritus, I do want to know about the Mondami protest today. Briefly, what happened?
I don't know. I wasn't following. I know he only tweeted out about, the war and anti-war stuff and we shouldn't be attacking, and then other people went back and forth. I don't really care about that stuff. That's to be expected anyway.
Right.
All I know is that it was 54 degrees in the city today, and people were acting like it was 80, and everybody was wearing shorts. So all the white guys. All the white guys were.
Everybody had shorts on.
Some white guys with t-shirts.
Spirit from yesterday, I saw white guys with shorts on.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's how you know it's spring. It's not the groundhog. It's the white guys with shorts.
95 in SoCal.
I was like, what's going on here?
That was fun.
Hey, Divine, since Trump did this, do you believe that Greenland is off the plate? Or do you think since he did this, he might just do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
What country bombed Greenland that Trump needs to get involved in?
Jeez.
You had to get.
Greenland have a lot of resources. Trump would have.
But Denmark already bended the knee. It's not like we got anything extra that we didn't have. We literally have control over Greenland already. The fact is that, the way Trump was acting, Trump wanted like full control so he could extract the resources from natural resources from the country. But that doesn't mean we can't now. So it's like, I don't understand why Trump was doing all of this. I think it was more of a distraction for you guys to make sure, TDS, and for Trump to throw off the Epstein files. That's what Trump is doing. Trump is continuing to find distractions so you guys don't talk about the Epstein files. And invading Iran is another distraction.
100%.
Trump's brilliant. I give him that. He follows the Steve Bannon playbook like a good student he is.
And them not releasing the files all at once is some type of psychological warfare, it feels like. Like there's a strategy behind this.
I think the next couple of months is going to be crazy. It's going to be really crazy. But just prepare for it.
Well, maybe it's time to leave America. Because that's what everybody's doing now. There's been a huge, so many people, like there's an article last week about it. So many people actually leaving America and actually moving to other countries. They're like, fuck it, I'm done.
I mean, did you hear about, you probably know this because of what you do, Europe had something with Visa, like they no longer accept like Visa card readers or something. There's something going on that I came across. That would make me want to move to Europe personally.
Wait, why? What?
Oh yeah.
He said it's moving to Europe.
They're canceling their. They're gonna make it where you can't use Visa and MasterCard in Europe.
Like they canceled
Yes.
whatever.
Oh, I thought you meant traveling visas. Yeah,
Oh,
I heard
sorry,
about
I should
that.
have clarified.
Visa,
No, not
MasterCard.
visas. Visas
Wait,
are
what?
Yeah, they come in, they got their own.
What's the beef with Visa and MasterCard? The Euro card?
It's something like the EU card or something like that.
Wait, is it going to be? Was it going to be a charge card or revolving credit
Diners
card?
Club again? What?
We're back to Diners Club.
I mean, they're getting kicked out of Africa. They're not making money no more.
Hold on, let me try to clarify. So they realized that the U.S. kind of had a corner on the market when it came to Visa and MasterCard, and also that we had the ability to kind of sanction individuals, just like we sanction Russia, right? We could do this to anyone in any European nation. So they went, and you have to Google it, ML. I don't know what it's called, but they started their own version of Visa/MasterCard for Europeans only, and millions and millions and millions of Europeans have run over to sign up for it.
Wait, but this doesn't mean Americans can't use Visa, MasterCard in Europe, right?
You're not going to be able to use it.
No, that would be shooting themselves in the foot. That doesn't even make sense.
No,
because
you're not going to be able to use it.
Because everybody here travels, It's not, oh, wait, you might have to get some traveler's checks. That's how people
We're not going back to traveler's checks. It would kill every European city that Americans travel to. That's stupid.
Whoever knows the details, please speak on it. I don't have all the details. Ifani,
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, raise your hand, Ifani. Come to the stage.
We're not going back to traveler's checks, guys. That was the worst thing in the world. I don't know if anybody had to go through it.
I hated traveler's checks. Hey, we're like aging ourselves.
Yeah, traveler's checks are a hassle.
It's not fucking 1980. It's cool.
I think we can still use ours over there, but they're going to have their own version of it. I didn't hear that they won't take it.
They're like, we gonna make them, instead of paying you guys all the money, we're gonna come with our own version. Is that what they're doing?
That makes more sense.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah.
Because I mean, all those networks. All those networks in the world.
True.
I mean, you look about the SWIFT network. You talk about Visa, MasterCard. All those are a bunch of networks in America. Well, the SWIFT is international, but Luxembourg, I think that's where its headquarters are. And but MasterCard and Visa is one of the two richest corporations in the world, and for good reason. They have a monopoly on charge. Well, you have American Express, and I guess you still have Discovery. Is Discovery still a thing?
It is.
I thought they went bankrupt.
It's called Discover. It's called
Discover. Yeah. Who owns that? Didn't Sears own that at one time? I'm like aging myself.
God, you're really aging yourself, bro. Like,
I know.
No, I think you're talking about the Marshall Fields card, but nobody knows about it.
But hey, crazy time. Anything extra exciting happening again apart from the Distrct, the war? Anything else? Any tidbit news? I've been involved in other stuff. I haven't been trying to keep up on the news lately.
I feel like that's about it. You know, since we got up today, that's what it's been all about all day. I don't even know what
stabilization in the region.
It is the last day of Black History Month today. That's not really news. But...
Patty, what was we talking about yesterday? Man, my short term is gone. This war done took over everything.
Look, Trapper's going crazy in the goo.
Who's going crazy in the goo? Trent?
Trap.
What is Trent doing? Trent, what are you doing?
What Trent talking about? He said Trap, ML, not Trent, Trap.
No, Trap.
Trap. Where's Nick? Did you get a hold of Nick so he could tell us about his deployment in DC?
Yeah, bro. I was trying to goddamn figure out who Instagram. But my brother said that they hit Dubai yesterday. I told y'all he's actively inside the military still. So yeah, he's inside DC, but one of his homies is in Dubai, so he got first-hand video of them hitting Dubai. Like he was sitting on one of the little resorts walking around and he's seen the shit hit. My brother is actually one of these dudes that these niggas on stage be acting like they are. You feel me? Like he's in DC right now. You feel me? He just got down. He just came from the bars and the clubs and shit. Like he wear his uniform and shit. You can see his little light skin ass. Yeah, my brother one of those big dogs, man. That's what I'm telling y'all. I'm not worried because he's not worried. He's not worried.
That's funny. Your brother is a big dog and he's not worried?
Yeah, my brother a big dog, man, and he ain't worried, man. Like that's what I'm telling y'all. So
He said I be pretending to be. That's what he said, Patty. You heard me.
No, I don't
Everybody.
Because you know, as a big dog.
Who can I send this to though? Because I want y'all to see the same thing that I seen. I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Your brother's a big dog, and somebody from so your brother's a big dog. He's in the military, and somebody from Qatar or Qatar sent him a video of incoming.
What's this? I'm at the PTR.
You said Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai. This was yesterday.
Check this out.
And his brother is deployed to DC.
What would happen to you as a big dog if somebody
to DC.
videos from overseas?
Man, ain't nobody
during the light of action.
Man, ain't nobody care about all that shit, man.
But your brother's a big dog, though, right?
Yes, he is. He's a big dog, man. That's what I keep telling you.
Is he stationed in DC or is deployed to DC? Which one?
Bro, he's stationed in DC.
Okay, you said deployed.
Why is he in the army if he's a big dog?
What do you mean? Why is he in the army? Because I mean, my brother have all type of shit going on.
What's your brother's rank?
Nick, what's your rank?
Little Bow Wow, ain't no big dog.
Yeah, tell Nick to get on the phone.
Nick, what's your rank? He on the phone talking with my other brother.
Yelling in the kitchen to nobody. There ain't no Nick.
Nigga, I swear to God, my brother's on the phone. Nigga, what the hell? Both of my brothers on the phone. Is y'all crazy?
Give him some grace, man. It's Trap. You know Trap's entertaining this.
Why do y'all always think I be lying like y'all?
Light-skinned brother.
Look. He's an E3 and he works in. What you said, Nick?
He's an E3. I knew he was an E3.
What you said, Nick?
Only a private would send some dumbass.
You can tell him to bomb who else?
Under investigation. How about that? Only a private would do some dumbass shit like that and be put under investigation.
Nah, okay, so y'all see my PTR? Y'all see my PTR?
What's his rank? Trap. No. Trap, what's his rank? Ask him his rank.
Nick, what's your rank? E4.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense too.
Hey, he's a big dog.
And that makes sense, doesn't it, ML?
Yep.
That's a real big dog. That sounds like a chihuahua.
Could you imagine
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's a yes, sir, man.
He one of those.
Hey, man, what were you, ML?
People be on TikTok.
You were E what, ML?
On TikTok.
ML wasn't
man, Nick, you just gotta tell these old niggas to calm down, man. Cause they ain't nothing going on. They think
I was an E nothing.
He said y'all boys don't got shit to worry about, nigga. This is what he telling y'all.
Oh, does he?
He at E4, that's why he said you ain't got shit to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
Because they have no stripes to take Patty.
I'm sorry. Was Dubai bombed yesterday? Is that what I heard?
Yes. He acting like he telling us something we don't already know.
Y'all don't got the video. Y'all ain't seen it. Did y'all see how Dubai got bombed? I saw the video. I'm about to say, let me see one bomb that y'all had. That y'all see.
Bro, it's on Twitter, bro. It's on Twitter. You ain't got no top secret information.
The Twitter video look like my video?
Divine. It's a different video. Why y'all can't drop his grace? Come on.
Exactly. The Twitter one look like mine.
For the shit.
Patty, when the last time you had to consult an E4 for some information?
But what is an E4? What is an E4?
The E4 is equivalent to a corner boy.
It's like E4.
What is an E4? Like, I'm listening to people who are not inside of the military right now saying what it
is. An E4 is nobody. An E4 is not even E4 is not
He
even a
just came
commissioned
out of being a
officer.
private. He hasn't even been boarded. Like,
And what are you?
I'm gonna eat.
You ain't shit.
Which one of y'all ET?
She ain't a motherfucking thing. She's a civilian. She's a civilian sitting at home getting ready to go to Walmart or some shit. Sit your ass down. What the
You
hell?
are content. You know you are content and you don't even know that you're content. This shit is hilarious.
Man, y'all talk about content. I'm over here learning new shit.
Trap, she's a civilian. She's a civilian that if she knew your brother's name, he'll be in the brig before the night is out.
Man, no, he won't, bro. Y'all don't understand. Y'all slow.
Yeah, don't be putting that out there like that. Remember?
We ain't slower than you.
Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Y'all see my PTR though. Y'all see I'm not playing. I'm not playing around. Y'all need the ones over here trying to get the information. I just got to pick up a phone.
Get your ass to school. Get to real education instead of.
You don't know shit. Y'all don't know shit. That's going on.
Real education.
Y'all only think y'all know. Y'all only think I actually know.
Vicariously through his.
I actually know. I don't even got to do shit but pick up the phone. See? Congratulations, me.
Aww.
And he actively inside DC right now.
Yeah,
he's in DC.
Cutting grass, or he's probably.
My brother just was with the president not too long ago, literally.
He probably mopping up the captain's office right now.
Nah, he was
my brother with the president less than 30 days ago.
Hey, so Trump, when you gonna visit him in DC?
I can go visit him anytime I got down want to. Why y'all worrying about my motherfucking brother? Like, what did y'all worry about him for? Y'all don't want to go see my brother. My brother, although he's in the military,
Not your brother, but
what branch is he? What branch is his brother in?
He's in the army.
Embarrassing.
Thank you.
In the reserves, please.
Yes, I'm a very proud brother. Yes.
Man's active duty, man. Give the man his flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, active duty. Now I'm not one of them niggas that's sitting on the couch.
Wait a minute, so who get the congratulations?
Not one of those dudes sitting on the couch because he got arthritis.
Who get the congratulations? You and your brother.
Shit, both of us.
Hold on, breaking news. Hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news,
man.
Breaking news, Trent in the chat. Bahrain airport with a direct hit. You know he got the inside track.
I know Trent is
When did that happen?
Nobody knows where Bahrain is.
We know China is watching everything. Like,
it's Trent there.
It's gonna get ugly and ugly.
Trent there. He there.
Hey, tell Iran, don't be fucking in Bahrain. That's one of my favorite places to go drink.
That's where I used to live.
Hey, Patty, it's lovely. Man, I used to cross that bridge and I'm like, yes, freedom.
But that's only one flight a week. That shit used to suck.
How you say it, Bara?
I mean, I wish American get to the point. China is the one providing all the fucking.
Jay, Fresh, nigga, you an African. I done told you a million times, calm down.
All right, Trav. What does that mean? The trap show is over now.
What does that mean? Yes, I am African. What's that mean?
The trap show is over now. Who's that? The Jay Fresh show is over now. My brother Rambo is here. We gotta catch him up.
Man, look, I'm hearing the analysis. I mean, I know what it is. And so just chilling, listen to the conversation. I promise you, I'm just listening.
He don't know shit about politics. He's not even that level. He's just.
So anyway, yeah, I'm chilling, y'all. I'm just listening.
Rambo about to crash.
Nah, I ain't gonna do it. I'm just chilling. But earlier the room, I love that trend. I love that what was pointed out earlier about neocons. Like, because MAGA has written, first they rode the coattails of the Republican Party, then they were doing their own thing, and then now the neocons have splintered off from them. So this is very unique. But I know a lot of MAGA dudes, and I put it in the chat earlier, they are upset for two reasons. Number one, global strife. They're against that. And number two, the Epstein file. That's another thing. So yeah, they're not happy right now. So I'm just gonna sit back and watch this unfold. This shit is a mess.
Rambo, you mean the Democratic hoax? That's the shit not real.
Well, I didn't say that, but if you, I said what I said.
Nah,
but yeah,
I'm just funny.
I'm sorry, man. Yo, ML, man, I'm so chill right now, man. Like, so pardon me.
You had a puff session, didn't you?
He been smoking.
No, I'm just chilling. I'm
Yo, man, hey, everywhere I go in New York, people just be just lit up. Marijuana is
chilling
everywhere, y'all. I swear.
Be what? What did you say? They be what?
Everywhere I go in New York, people just be smoking. You can just smell the weed. You're driving.
Where do you go, bro?
Everywhere.
Yo, when I'm in the Bronx, when I'm in the Bronx, even in Manhattan, when I'm down in Manhattan, I smell it too. I like, this smells like weed.
Bro, we gotta do lunch next week, ML. Hit me up, man. Let's go.
Well, I don't go to the office because my job is 100% remote. I only go to the office for end of monthly, end of month. So the next time I'll be in
tomorrow.
The next time after the month closed, next time I'll be in the office probably around the 10th or the 11th. I need to check my schedule.
Hey, my brother said unless you an E5 and above, shut the fuck up talking to him. You want to know who the fuck is this telling him that he is not who he is? Like, he want to know
Hey, tell him it's Rambo.
Even care about
First blood on me,
No, because y'all tried to say he was a little nigga. Y'all tried to say he was a little nigga, and I had to relay the message. He said, unless you was an E5 and above, shut the fuck up. I'm just telling you.
He's an E4.
So
He's an E4. That's nobody.
Trap, can you speak for yourself, though?
He's somebody. He a worker bee.
You could listen.
He's somebody. He a worker bee.
You go in the military.
What's a worker bee, Patty? What's a worker bee, Patty?
He makes shit happen. He the one that shoot movies.
Who want to go tell another man that, yes, sir?
Huh? They acting like they're in the military?
Yeah, man.
They acting like they're in the
military. We want to know what you think, Trap. We're like,
hey, he said, answer him. Are y'all in the military?
Niggas on the
Hold on,
There's too much technology now for you to go tell another man, yes, sir.
Tell him to come to the phone.
It's serious question.
He's about to lose that clearance.
Tell him I'm a W1 in Call of Duty.
I can't hear him, but multiple people talking.
Tell him to download the app and come room. Tell him come on over.
Download Clubhouse.
Study science. Don't make it study something that's going to change the world.
He said he ain't getting on it. He said he ain't getting on this last shit.
Yeah, I got a serious question.
Tell him to get on yours real quick.
It's not a serious question.
They gotta be 55 and above to say that they're in it, right?
Can I ask ML and Patty a serious question?
Yeah.
Please. ML and Patty. Patty, it's good to see you, sweetheart.
Hey, babe.
What in the fuck do we have that could drop 30 bombs and not be detected in broad daylight? How did that happen?
What'd you say?
I'm from your.
Wait, hold on, Iran. What was you saying?
What do we have in our arsenal that dropped 30 bombs on the presidential or the Ayatollah's compound in broad daylight and wasn't able to be detected? How could they fly that far and those people not be able to get out?
The new kamikaze drones.
How far do you think Iran is from?
I think they're sitting ducks, you know? I don't even think it's worth it.
I mean, they went for the fake out.
I'm asking the military people.
Before they answer, I knew the game, man. Remember they had them over here?
No. Let the military people answer.
I'm not answering that question. I'm gonna let the military people. But what I'm saying is, they had everyone thinking everything was gonna be cool. You know, their reps are here, we're working it out. And they fell for that shit. I did not. I said
seriously
for that.
I'm asking the military people a serious question.
I know. We're waiting for them to respond. Yeah. In the meantime, they will respond, brother. I'm just doing filler. Trent, relax.
But I'm just asking real quick. Like, how in the world did in broad daylight we have something that they couldn't detect? I mean, what the fuck is that? And what was that orb last night, ML, that was in the air?
Okay, so see the silence that you're getting? That's why I was talking, because if anyone had begun to respond to you, I just would have let them speak. So that's all. I was doing some filler. So it makes sense now, Trent? All right.
Yo, you crazy right now, man.
I'm just saying, like, sheesh.
Yeah, Trent, you hear that silence, you hear that little gap in the conversation. Yeah, that's all.
We always listen to people who are subject matter experts in this room. We shut the fuck up when somebody like is doing what they do. Nobody's gotten off the mic and done that. So I'm curious too. How they get in? How were they that asleep?
Do you want to let them answer? You can let them answer. It's okay. If they want to, but it's kind of a weird question. But that's
Go to silence again.
Well, Patty opened her mic. Hey, Patty.
Hey. You gonna answer Patty or no? Because it seemed like you don't want to.
I missed the whole question, so I don't even know.
I'm trying to gauge like that.
You're in the middle.
There's no such thing.
Said there's no such thing. So that's the response, Trent. I don't know if you heard her. She said there's no such thing.
My app's not working, so there was no such thing that can't be detected?
No. You talking about as far as missiles? No. You can fly them low. Like sometimes, like the ones that come into the fog and we don't detect them, that's because of they flew low. There's no such thing. They give out heat signatures.
Again, this is our technology. I'm not talking about what I
Yeah, I'm talking about our technology too. There's nothing.
What was that orb that was in? Do you know any idea what that orb was in the sky last night? Was that a drone or something?
In what sky? Where?
There was an orb over Tehran last night.
What was that?
Oh, you talking about the UFO? Yeah, it was a UFO. You ain't hear about the UFO?
Yeah, come on.
Come on, man.
They don't want to get into it. They don't want to get into it. Come on, Trent.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about the UFO.
Yeah, we obviously have some technology that is.
Well, you now got some scholars on the stage, Trent, so they gonna help you.
Nope. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Victor.
Hi, thanks a lot. Accepting to be good. I'm born in Iran and I live in Washington. And I just want to say thank you, lots of thanks. You support the Iran, but do you support also Iranian people or not? This is my question I just want to ask. Do you support Iranian people? I'm happy.
Do Iranian people support black people?
Of course, in down of the Iran, Abadan, Bandar, Abbas, all they are black.
Victor, are there black people in Iran?
Glad this thing is being transcribed because I do not understand what.
We have very black people in Iran, but it's not means to just come from another country. We have black people. The weather, how the was in down Iran is not a very small country. We have different with the blue eyes.
Yeah, but I'm asking, do they support the black people?
Yeah, we have many black people. Even in other town, when they go, or they are with the blue eyes, when they see first, they don't know from which country they come, but when they talk same language, they understand, oh, you're from same country. You say, yeah, many things we have. Don't think when we see some black people, I have. Because there is not anything about the color of your skin, anything. We are all the human and we talking. I just want to talk about the...
Victor, is that you in the picture though? Was that you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah, I am. So, I just want to say, because of, I don't know who joined me in the group, but war with Iran, it means, do you support Iranian people or you look at the political, view today, Iran. I want to hear your answer. Do you support Iran as a support Iranian people, or you support Iranian leader? This is important for me. I just want to hear what you're talking about the Iran. Thank you.
I'm a little nauseated by someone asking that question.
So you're asking us?
Come on, man.
Come on, I need some clarity first. Wait. So you said, do we support Iranian people or do we support the leaders?
Yes, exactly. Yes, please.
I don't really know, to be honest. Personally, I hope for the best for all of the people around the world, but I'm black.
Come on.
Again, I'm black too. I'm black too.
Because we are black, you are different. We are all same.
No. I see,
that's America.
That's right. All lives matter.
That's the kind of
my father is black. My mother is white.
Oh my what? Wait a minute now.
So where did Gonzalez come from? I'm looking at your name and I'm like, Gonzalez?
I'm from Iran.
That's not a Farsi name.
Yes, I'm from Iran. And I'm originally from Israel. Yes, I'm originally from.
y'all. Oh, okay. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
I'm Black American, and I don't have.
My father many years.
Salam alaikum.
What Michael Chaya? Tell him, Chaya. What happened there?
No, I think Iran is gonna win. You know, God sometime against. You know.
If I can, I know
God works right now.
Is that my mic is low,
She's
right?
spoken up, brother. Let that lady finish.
Go ahead, Chaya. What Michael?
Victor, hold on a second. Let Chaya's trying to speak. You're not letting her speak. Go ahead, Chaya.
I'm sorry for that. I keep off the camera, the voice microphone.
All right, hold on a second. Okay, all right. Kaya, is it Chaya or Kaya?
Chaya is Kia. No, it's Kia. It's in my profile. Kia. I don't have anything. I don't have anything smart to say. I really don't have anything smart to say. I just was a little irritated by to support Black people, but I really just came off mic and I'm like, in the midst of this Iranian war, it could be the beginning of World War III. But someone said that they saw a UFO, and I'm just like, Black people, get ready, pack up, because they're coming to get us. Let the dumb shit happen on Earth, because we got some.
How do you think that we should?
We made space for that. That's what we made space for.
Kia, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So, Kia, how do you think Black people should feel during this time?
Yeah, I think this is not. I think. I'm looking forward to World War III. I'm looking forward to World War III.
Looking forward to it.
Yes.
Why?
Because this shit's got to end at some point. Most Black people are waiting for Jesus to come back, and this is a good time for him to come back.
Jesus coming back.
And he's come back. We got a lot of Black people waiting, just sitting around waiting, not doing anything, not participating in the protests, not trying to start a revolution, doing nothing but waiting for Jesus to come back. And this is a prime time for Jesus to come back.
I know about 10 people sitting on the sofa right now. They haven't moved in a year. Go ahead.
If people are showing that's Jesus come back, and that might be a good sign, not a bad sign. That's my point.
That's right. Yeah, they sit on the couch. They don't move. They just been waiting.
The shit, just wait.
Who been waiting, brother? What?
The Black people she was talking about, yeah. Even though this is a government with white folks.
I dream to have one black wife. Just like
that's right. Yeah, it's the Black folk who are not doing shit. Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm trying to think because
that's how we got here.
No, we got here because
they've been waiting on Jesus. Sitting on something.
Victor asked us, Black people, do we support the Iranian people or the leaders? Us Black people. So I want to know, do y'all Black people support the Iranians or the leaders?
Yes.
Which one?
Yes.
Brother, one mic on you, brother.
Sorry, can I talk?
Let Victor, the African American Iranian, speak.
Right. Born in Israel, hangs out in Bulgarian clubhouse.
Right, our next version of
I can talk Bulgarian language also. If anybody wants to talk, I
What's
can
your
talk Turkish.
What's your first language, Victor?
You are from Bulgaria, or you can talk Bulgarian?
I can talk Bulgarian.
Ama аз знам много добре български език. I know Turkish, Azerbaijan, Farsi, Arabic.
Yeah, multilingual.
Yeah, because of my work. I was in army. That's why, because of my work, we need to learn before the move us.
But where did you get the name Victor Gonzalez from? Are you trolling us? That's the
Lift
question.
things up and I put them down.
Gonzalez is from the
Shut up. Let him answer.
He's a troll. He got zero
Gonzalez. They come from Spain and down our country from Mexico.
Wait, so you was a worldly man
in Mexico.
What is happening?
Wait.
It's not making sense.
Well, if you talking about the Pangea land bridge, let's ping in RJ. So we can talk about the Pangea land bridge.
RJ's in the group.
Yeah, also I can
come on up, RJ.
Pangea.
Pangea, we respect RJ. And this man is a troll. He got one friend. He got zero friends on the app. How you got zero friends?
Tell us about Pangea. What happened now?
Take a picture of your wristwatch right now and PTR.
I'm just here to give Brother Raheem Morris.
God bless you. God bless you.
Welcome, RJ.
Yeah, I can talk also.
RJ, what you talking about Pangea now? Tell us.
Can I talk Farsi?
RJ, we don't speak Farsi. We Black Americans. We are Black Americans in this room, sir. That's not. We don't speak that way.
About me, please.
Mute up, Victor. Mute up.
I dream to have black friends.
Rambo mute. Everybody just go on mute.
I'm Black African, South Sudanese.
From South Sudan.
The dark of the darkest.
Hey, Fresh, we heard from you.
I am South Sudanese.
All right, thank you, sir. RJ's on stage. Where am I going, RJ? How are you, sir?
RJ?
Excuse me, man. I am from Iran.
Wait, what happened to
RJ? Can I give a shout out to the VPN in Tehran, because all the Iranians are able to get on here despite what's going on, and that VPN is doing great work. Other than that, I'm just here because Brother Messi knows that certain people give me trigger, and I'm here to give him what he wants. He's looking for me to crash out on him one day. I'm a step closer. I know you have to, sir.
For real, I'm tired of bullshit.
But you still ain't tell us about Pangea. That was the whole point.
I mean, really, this is a great brother scholar, activist, concrete, who often talks about Pangea. I was just wondering, the man said he was from Israel and from Iran, but when he said his country and you go straight down, you go to Mexico. I figured there was no
worldly, man. He was the world.
Possible way. I thought maybe the configuration of Pangea at one point might have commingled spaces that made it possible for him to be in Iran and then move to the south to Mexico.
Thank you.
I figured RJ could help us with scholarship.
My Pangean security chief in the GU has told me not to speak on these matters, so I'm very sorry. I'm gonna have to be quiet. unless I get permission.
Bring the content, RJ. Victor's back on stage. Let's have a conversation.
Excuse me, reason moderator. Can I speak? Can I talk or not?
Charlie, you've been up here this whole time, and now you win. What are you going to tell us?
Yeah, let Teddy go. Go ahead, Teddy. What would you like to say? Okay, I want to confirm that the Victor said some things about the black and white. It's easy. You have ChatGPT and Google. You can go search about our history and culture.
Where do you live?
We have documents, formal documents from 2,500 years.
Teddy, where do you live? Where do you live, Teddy?
Every color, every religion is respect for Iranian people. And we have a different area in Iran with a different color. We really don't think about this. Maybe in America you say the black and white and some things. Really, it's out of our culture. What are you saying?
Now let's wake it up now.
It's a joke for us. For Iranian people, it's really joke.
Where do you live, Teddy? Where do you live?
So wait a minute.
I live in Europe. I live in Europe. I'm Iranian. I can speak Farsi with Victor. You are asking him, oh, do you speak Farsi? And you are asking many questions from the Victor.
Do you know why?
I got real questions now.
Do you know why we do that? Do you know why we do that, Teddy? Because a lot of people come in here, dozens and dozens, every time there's an Iranian room open, and they do the same thing that y'all do. So that's why we're asking questions. Some people are lying, some are not. So it's just trying to figure out who's real, who's not. That's all.
Sorry, no. If you want to know about who is real and some things, okay, it's another issue. But right now, I saw many clubs in the clubhouse that they are speaking about the war. They don't know what is the facts because they don't live never in Iran. We know what is happening. We have two issues. We have two different issues. One is the Iranian people. One is another one. It's the supreme leader of the Iran and the terrorist groups that they make the very problems in the world. And now we are happy and want to say thank you so much, Mr. President Trump. Yes. And the TV is in.
They trolling. I know you fucking trolling now for real.
One friend.
You know what? It's kind of crazy because we hear all these people from Iran come in here and talk, and nobody talks about what they're facing on the ground. Nobody talks about the water bankruptcy that they're going to and the shortages that they have, and the fact that people don't have food to eat. The fact that their currency is literally worthless. Like, you can't buy anything with it. It takes millions to capture 50. But we get to hear about how thankful they are for places to get bombed. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, because they just killed 15,000 Iranians in January. 50,000 Iranian civilians were killed.
Oh my God. Army,
here comes Chimu Norm. Go ahead.
Here we go.
They were getting manipulated by United States. United States doing all this shit on purpose.
Wait a minute.
It's US doing this shit.
I'm confused. I'm so confused right now.
Because it's the game. It's manipulation. It's all because of China.
Hold on, Jay Fresh. Hold on, because now my wheels are turning. So you mean to tell me all day that it's been Iranians in here talking about they thankful for President Trump? How does that even make any sense?
They would never tell you the truth.
Y'all trolling. Y'all need
why is it hard to believe that people don't like the Iranian regime? It's been very repressive. I mean, why do you think that why is that so hard to compute?
They literally have bigger fish to fry. They don't have clean drinking water. They don't have food to eat.
In the history of
that can be fixed, but like a repressive regime.
Iran is diverse.
Why would they sell their own people?
Everything they've been feeding you is lie.
Mute out, Fresh. Why would they be celebrating their own people being killed? Like today of all days.
Same thing with give an extreme example. Same thing with Iraq. Something they just lie to you and then destruct. America is there to distrust.
Jay Fresh, we're not asking you.
Jay Fresh, you in America. Mute up. What?
Who's that?
Can I talk also? I apologize.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. We are happy. We are dancing. Iranian people are dancing on the street. You can open the TV and see.
Teddy, we hate the fucking guy. We hate the fucking guy. So stop with that fucking nonsense.
No, he Trump.
Yes.
Didn't the little girls get killed today? Why would he be talking about
Oh man, here we go with this shit again.
Yeah, the Ayatollah got killed. There's a lot of disinformation coming out of Iran. They're gonna blame. They're gonna say.
So the school didn't get bombed with the little girls, Randy. That's.
I don't have any proof of that. To be really honest, I know Iran wants you to believe that.
Everybody is now reporting on it all day. You don't got proof. Okay.
Now that the
negative.
Now that the Ayatollah has supposedly been killed, what's going to happen?
Hopefully the Iranians will form a new government. Hopefully.
Can I talk, please?
You know? I mean, it was impossible to form a new government.
All right, there's something new. One mic on Victor.
Hold on, Maz, MAZ. Maz wants to speak.
Hello?
Thanks.
Hey, guys.
Thank you.
So, I can explain a lot of stuff. So I'm half Iranian, half British, okay? So the reason why the Iranians are happy that Trump has attacked the Iranian regime is that because the Iranians have been oppressed for over 47 years. Iranians have been held hostage. 90 million Iranians have been held hostage in the country.
Thank you.
People that are leading the government, they are the people that are the heads of the government, the regime of Iran. These guys are not even Iranians. If you look at Wikipedia, open Wikipedia, put in every single leader, you see that they've been born in different countries, not even born in Iran. So the reason why everyone's happy is because they want this regime to end. Yes, there's problems in the country, food, currency issues, but this will only be fixed if the Iranian regime falls, if that makes sense.
How does what just happened change the regime or fix anything? They dropped some bombs.
Can I just say one thing real quickly? If I could just state the obvious real quickly. There are absolutely Iranians who don't want the regime to exist in Iran. I'm an outsider. I'm an American. I don't like the Ayatollahs. I definitely don't like the IRGC and their treatment of the Iranian people. However, I will say this. There are also millions of Iranians who do support the regime, who do want them to continue to exist, who do see Israel and the United States as their staunch enemy. To say that 90 million people are being held hostage and every single one of them don't want the IRGC or the Ayatollahs. I mean, their entire military.
Nigga, whose side you on, nigga?
Born in Iran.
So let's say 1/3. One-third supported, 2/3 are against.
90 million, okay. Okay, 90 million, okay, that
I'm about to send your ass over there.
That might be
nobody else.
So that 90 million might not be.
I say my point.
Why interrupted him?
Right, but
no, you
the
have
difference
to let
between
him.
Iran.
You have to let him finish, and then.
But let me see. The difference between Iran
and
the US.
It's not your turn. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Not you, Victor. Yada. What happened to Yada? Oh, he didn't know it.
Thank you from you all. First of all, thank you. You accept me in your group. I appreciate. I know all of you have a sweet heart, good heart.
You're welcome, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I would like to listen all your words, what's going on, what you think. As I say, I'm also, my parents, they are from Iran. I live in Washington. And I would like to say, please, don't think we don't like black or whatever. I dream to a black boy, and I'm still single. I'm almost 40 years old. Never for these things. Now, if we talk about the politics and these things, believe me, there is many people in Iran that died because our country is full of the culture, it's full of the things inside, the petrol, the expensive things, but where they spend all, they go to Venezuela, they go to supporting another Arabic country. To what? We want to remove the America and Israel. And if I see someone from America support Iran, it means, come on, do you see the news, what's going on? Iranian leader, they say we want to remove the America. How you can remove the America? People live all over the world. This, look, we are in one town, a few child, they say, I won't kill you all. Come on, what's going on? What I do wrong with you? And if you feel that more, like politics, we understand. Because America say...
Wait, hold on, Gonzalez. Mute up for a second. Mute up. Because let me address Agent Pete and Crystal in the audience. I'm the only reason why anybody is talking right now. You two simple ass bitches. Don't get me fucking started today. Because if you want fucking content, it'll be definitely content. I don't have time for this chat banging shit. The only bitch that can talk shit to me is motherfucking Maya, you simple ass hoes. Y'all better stop fucking playing or I'ma drag you hoes on this motherfucking app. Thank you. Bitches. Y'all talking shit, talking about Brooklyn. Mute up. I wasn't even fucking talking, you simple bitches. Brooklyn, you fine. You fine, Brooklyn.
Leave it
Yeah, you fine, Brooklyn. I wanted to say it and not type it. Because I bang for real, bitches.
No, even Brooklyn, I like even your dog picture. I have also golden retriever. And I born with the dogs from my childhood. I grew up with the dogs.
Okay, Victor, get back on topic, please.
Yeah. So the thing is, Iranian people don't want freedom. Iranian people, they don't want some leader come, which they are not Iranian, from another Arabic country, some leader come, and they say we want to remove America. Come on, what's going on? All the world heard, because they say, he just bullshit. But now, when they want to get like an atomic bomb, we understand, no, this is going to be serious. So it's time to remove them. That was all. And now, the Iranian leader, Khamenei, is killed. Iranian people may celebrate, so we know all the world be going safe. How you can understand? Somebody come say, oh, we want to remove Israel and USA. Come on, for what? For what? And people even do not understand for what you want to remove. Some other country, people living inside, they want to remove because, you know why? Because they won't make their own bigger.
Gonzalez, mute up. Enough of this. Enough of this right the fuck now, because we don't even know what you're talking about. And I'm in the chat reading these simple bitches keep talking shit. Y'all talking shit about me. And I ain't even saying nothing, but this nigga Gonzalez is rambling and y'all not complaining. Y'all really want some shit. And y'all gonna get it tonight. Because I got the time, okay? Don't let me tell you my cigarette. You good, bro. I'm not her. Okay.
I want to hear full respect for you.
Okay, Victor, 1 second. Want to welcome the movie to the stage. Welcome Anthony to the stage. I see that Christopher. Well, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, that's me.
What's going on? And the movie, what's going on, man? Is that William? And welcome William to the movie. What you saw at today's events, brother? The movie, PAT. All right, Anthony, how do you feel about today's events?
Oh man, listen, bro, I'm speechless, bro. Yo, they got Khomeini. They got him. This is wild, man. I really wasn't expecting that. And, you know, initially I was trying to give Iran the benefit of the doubt when they were denying it. But, yo, he's up out of here. You know, he piled up them body bags in the street with them protesters like it was all right, like it was business as usual. You know, like, listen, you can feel however you want to feel about whoever you want to feel that way about. Dude needed to go, and he's gone. I don't know what comes next. I hope it's not worse than him. I pray it's not worse than him.
I have some breaking news. His family members are also gone as well, too. So they just confirmed that his daughter, his granddaughter, his son-in-law, and daughter-in-law are dead.
What are your sources?
Go ahead, Anthony.
It's on BBC. It's on MSNBC.
In one thing, let Anthony finish, and we'll go right to you.
Yo, man. All right, cool. I'm gonna let it slide. I ain't even gonna go in. But yeah. So listen, man. Ultimately, I'm in awe. I'm shocked. I'm like, yo, we have the potential for something great coming out of it. We also have the potential for something worse coming out of this. All right, but we got possibilities that we didn't have yesterday, that we didn't have last week.
I have a question. What's the possibilities and what's gonna come great out of it?
They're never gonna tell you the truth. Just be careful.
Well, seriously. What's gonna come great out of it?
Well, the leading opposition.
Girl, you don't know.
Hold on. I'm not gonna answer.
She might take
Hold on, that was for Anthony.
He's not gonna answer.
Oh,
Trent, are you there?
Oh my God.
Hey, what's up? So, Trent, you said that this is, I want to quote you, probably the greatest. Wait, is RJ on stage? Oh, perfect.
Yes, damn it.
Okay, perfect. This is what Trent said. It is probably the greatest military feat in history.
Yeah, it probably is.
I'm lying on a Trent. There's no way I believe Trent said that.
One second. Trent, okay. So, D-Day, Stalingrad.
Context. No. Can you hear me?
Context? This is what you wrote. You
My
said
bad. Well,
it is probably the greatest military feat in history. Hannibal.
So if I can, I'll clarify. I'm walking the dog out, and I was typing greatest military strike, single day strike. I mean, the planning and what they've done. It is pretty incredible. I have to agree with Anthony on that. This is a display of
No. What makes it greater? Stop. You said it's the greatest You said that the context here that you gave was history. That's the context, history. And you said military.
As a single day. I should have said
that in your thing.
I should have said strike. But I would call it in a 12-hour period. You know, to essentially eliminate the number 15 army or 16 army in the world in less than a 24-hour period.
It doesn't tell me anything.
Well, what do you mean? What doesn't it tell you? What are you talking about?
Because one, I don't know where you guys get these rankings from. But two, I don't know if the Army's been eliminated. You keep saying the Army's been eliminated.
So the heads of the Army. So when you've eliminated the defense minister, the leader of the country, and the leader of the Army, plus all the installations that have been hit militarily. This is militarily beyond what happened in Venezuela. Even beyond what happened in 2003 with shock and awe. This is right now. This is a pretty incredible 12-hour period. I'm just with Anthony on that. You can't in the middle of the day to have a strike in the morning that was that successful is quite incredible. The military power capability of the United States.
But what makes it a great feat? I mean, I think it was
what they call them, Buster Bunkers or something. I can't remember the name of the thing. They found the guy was in there and they dropped bombs on him. I can't understand. Are the Iranians still firing at other countries, or they stopped? I don't know.
They are still firing. Here's what I'll say. At 9 a.m. or whatever local time, I think it was 9 a.m. local time in Tehran, in the capital city of one of the most familiar, it's top 20. Iran is definitely top 20 military.
That doesn't tell me anything, because the gap. Let me tell you why it doesn't tell us anything. Because the gap between the number 1 team and the number 20 team doesn't tell me anything, right? So you could be a number 20, but if 8 through the rest are ass, that doesn't tell me anything. I would concur. Number 20. So 1 second. So like, what's number 18? No, but like, what's 18? So we need context for. You're just giving us rankings off the internet. That doesn't tell me anything.
Man, fuck all that shit. Let's go USA, man. That's what I keep telling these niggas.
Shut up, Trap.
Let's go.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Trap.
Trap, I pray your brother is safe.
Iran's ranked number 16. And just in the middle of the day.
But I'm contextualize that for us. What does that mean?
So in the
let me tell you what I mean. Hold on. Does it mean like the number of people in does it mean the number of people in the military? Does it mean how much they spend per GDP? Does it mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, just what this number 16
Oh, what is the 16 ranking?
You just tell us number 16. We don't know what it means.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is the amount, their total military power ranking. How many people they have, missiles, Air Force, Navy, everything in context. I'm not sure how they put the entire ranking together, but, it's not like Iran is, they're not a small-time military. It's not like Venezuela, who is number 40. Okay, that's a huge difference.
I understand that, but you watch football. There's a big difference between the number 1, number 2 teams and the number 16. So I don't expect number 16, a number 16 team. If you could what? We're trying to get context.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
it was the greatest military feat in history, and now you're changing it to single strike in a single day. All right, you know what? I retract my. We'll just meet up. I'll retract my question. I'll retract my question because it was my question too. Because you just want to gish gallop and ramble.
No, I apologize.
Because I didn't understand what you meant. I'm thinking like, I can think of some battles in the Civil War. I can think of some stuff in ancient history. I can think of stuff in World War II. I maybe can think of some World War I. I have to think about it. I can think of something in lots of things. They killed some military heads through precision strikes. I wouldn't put that up there with the defense of Stalingrad that the Soviets did against the Germans. Now, RJ doesn't know anything about that. That's why he's here to learn from you, Trent. So we'll let RJ stay on me. I love having RJ on stage. And now you're saying they're number 16. A number 1 football team versus number 16 football team literally could be a 28-point spread. So you're not telling me anything. So if the number 1 team handles a number 16 team, no one will ever say, that's the greatest win of all time. So that's why I was trying to get the context. But I retract.
Crazy.
No, I retract it. Let them go back to that. No, I retract it. Walk your dog.
Sure.
Yeah, I retract.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. You too, buddy.
Strangest crap ever. I don't blame that man for retracting his statement or whatever the hell. America shouldn't find itself in needless wars. We continue to find ourselves in needless wars. And Donald Trump was supposed to be the man to get us out of wars. Instead, we continue to be in them all over, in Mexico, other places. We're bombing boats and all this other stuff. This is not what America should be doing. And I just don't think that this is appropriate. We're not doing this with Congress. What is this? And there has to be answers. There has to be heavy answers. And Iran, because of that, I hope that we're not put into another 10-year war, whatever, whether Democrat or Republican. But for the Republicans right now, this looks really awful. it just doesn't, it's just not put together right. You know, yes, people got killed and all that other kind of stuff, but it's really, really bad. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. And we don't have the, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. And the people who feed this stuff is the taxpayers that have to continue to crank out hundreds of billions of dollars to feed wars and whatever else that just doesn't make sense. And if Republicans are with this kind of stuff, that throws our country into just heavy debt. It just doesn't make sense. The military, it has the biggest budget in this country. That, man, ladies and gentlemen, is where your money going. You want to know where your taxes going? Slice that pie down, and then you start to find out, man, my god doggone taxes is going to this crap. And we don't need to keep fighting and keep doing stuff if we don't have to. It makes no sense. Ooh, I'm sorry. Repeat it again, sir. Come again.
You're kind of you're repeating yourself a little bit.
Sir, I just think that it's a needless situation for us to be in. We don't have to. So, yeah, I feel you, brother.
Okay. So maybe RJ, you can help me, or anybody else who knows. Military history is not my thing. But I don't know, what would the equivalent be in Carthage? So now we have planes and rings. Like, I don't even